Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter took Hermione's place as the Master of Death. Here is short summary. Hermione sacrifices everything to bring Harry back, only for him to take the mantle of Master of Death. How does this shift their destinies in the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The Sorting Hat was without doubt one of the most revered magical relics of the Hogwarts founders. Hermione didn't pay that reverence any mind whatsoever. The hat had hurt her Harry, and only the fact it was on his head at the time stopped Hermione drawing her wand. Instead she swiftly ripped the tattered old hat off her intended and uncaringly cast it aside. To Hermione, Harry's welfare was far more important than any magical headwear. Harry was swaying on the stool so, in a scene scarily reminiscent of Halloween, she sat on the floor and guided her intended down beside her. Helping Harry's head gently find her lap, Hermione was soon running her fingers through his hair. She was trying to offer him some sort of comfort as Harry's entire body was currently shaking. Hermione, I think I preferred wrestling that troll. This was much worse. Hermione then found herself being shouted at by an aggrieved Sorting Hat. Why did you stop me? Have you any idea what you could have done? You were hurting Harry. Hermione didn't say any more. She didn't think she needed to say any more. That was all the justification she would ever need to take action. The hat was not impressed with her reasoning. Mr. Potter has locked memories. I can't sort him with partial information. I was unlocking those memories. You were hurting him. Doesn't that count for anything? I'm the Sorting Hat. I sort and sing. It's what I was made to do, and you stopped me. Listen to me, you moth-eaten piece of tattered old cloth. It was only the fact that you were on my Harry's head that stopped me incinerating you. It may have escaped your notice, but you're not on my Harry's head anymore. Realizing that this was no idle threat from the enraged girl, McGonagall raced over and lifted the hat from where Hermione had uncaringly tossed it. A still angry Hermione just had to have the last word. You're singing's shit too. Hearing Hermione swear told Harry exactly how angry she was. He comfortingly squeezed her hand. Even though his voice was shaky, the entire Great Hall heard him clearly. Hermione, I saw my mum. That wasn't just a conversation stopper. The occupants of the hall held their collective breath while anxiously awaiting to hear more. It was just me and my mum. I was in my cot. Then this really ugly bugger broke into my bedroom. Blood-red crazy eyes and no nose. How do you lose your nose? That's just bloody carelessness. That's what that is. Harry may have been rambling somewhat, but Hermione could feel the tremors running through his body as he spoke about this. He told my mum to step aside. What an arsehole. I was only 15 months old. Did he really think she was gonna stand there and let him murder me? The sick bastard knew she would never do that. He just wanted to hear her plead for her life before he ended it. She didn't though. She pleaded for mine. She begged him to kill her instead of me. She was willing to die for me, Hermione, and she did. The two first-year students currently on the floor both had tears running down their cheeks now. They were by no means the only ones. He was actually smiling as he turned his attention and wand onto me. I saw him smile as he cast the killing curse at a toddler. He wasn't smiling when his spell was returned with interest. He screamed the place down as his body disintegrated into nothing. I hope it hurt, Hermione, I hope it hurt. Leaning down, Hermione gently keyed her intended. I'm sure it did, Harry. You okay now? Seeing that would be enough to make anyone scream. That wasn't why I screamed. It felt as if that hat was attacking my mind with a blunt axe. It was bloody torture, Hermione. Thanks for pulling it off me, you've always got my back. Albus had to wipe away a few tears from his own eyes before offering his hand to help Harry up. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I should have anticipated this. The Sorting Hat scans your mind to determine which house you're most suitable for. Your damaged memories would confuse it, leading to what just happened. It would try to unlock those memories so it could properly sort you. The hat seemed to take this as justification of what it had just attempted. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Now I need to be placed back on Mr. Potter's head to continue with his resorting. Harry now didn't want this hat anywhere near him, nor Hermione either. Dumbledore, knowing they were a pair of time travelers, was quite enough magical people being aware of their secret. The hat seemed to zero in on his earliest memories first. As the Ministry had changed those since he was dropped at Privet Drive, it hopefully hadn't noticed he would be 19 on his next birthday, not 12. Harry may have been staggering slightly as he regained his feet, but his voice was rock solid on this matter. Never going to happen. That hat comes anywhere near me or mine and I'm setting fire to it. You can sprinkle its ashes onto the new first year's heads in September, see if it says anything about them then. At least they wouldn't have to listen to its singing. The ancient hat took the verbal attack on its annual sonnets badly. It spent most of the year composing its welcome feast greeting. The Sorting Hat then treated the Great Hall to a rather off-the-brim vocal treat. The hat thought it was in charge here, and let these young whippersnappers know it, by singing its decision to them. If I don't resort you, then in Gryffindor you stay. Those are the only options to come your way. There was simply no chance Harry was buying into that, and didn't care who knew his opinion. That was certainly true when you were created. It might still have been true up until around 100 years ago. Today, in 1992, you're talking utter nonsense. The hat was poo-pooing that opinion until Harry started providing some facts. The United States has a population of over 300 million people, and also 4 premier schools of magic who accept students from all around the globe. There are magical schools in most corners of the world now. They don't have to be 1,000 years old to be a good school. We'd much rather they placed their emphasis on preparing their students to face the approaching new millennium, instead of living on their past glories and stagnating to the point of being totally out of touch with reality. Hermione, I think your dad will be digging out the passports when he hears about this. Now standing holding Harry's hand, Hermione noticed the third member of their trio was left stranded and bewildered at what was happening around him. She reached out and placed her other hand comfortingly on his arm. Neville, a passport is a Muggle identification document. You need one when leaving Britain for another country. You know we only returned to Hogwarts after Christmas because the headmaster asked us to give this school one more try. We spent the holidays looking at alternatives, however. Some of them look really good, and you're more than welcome to come with us. This was what Dumbledore really feared. It was also a great shock to the rest of the hall. Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, and Britain. Having watched one shocking revelation being followed by another, had an angry young man on his feet. Headmaster, even without them being resorted, what we've witnessed here tells me all I need to know. I was only really introduced to Harry yesterday but could see all 3 of them being very happy in our house. I would like to invite them to join Hufflepuff. Cedric's actions were soon shown to have the backing of his housemates as they enthusiastically applauded his suggestion. Knowing Hermione and Harry were academically the top 2 students in first year, and also seeing how many points they had amassed, produced an invitation from Ravenclaw too. While Neville's marks were only average, he could easily be worked with to get them up where a Ravenclaw's should be. These invitations saw a backlash from the older Gryffindors. Oliver Wood was back on his feet. He had plans for Harry. Those plans certainly didn't involve him becoming a Claw or Puff. Headmaster, if there is no resorting, then all 3 remain Gryffindors. I can certainly understand why they wouldn't want to return to their old dorms, but could an alternative accommodation be found within Gryffindor Tower? Oliver quickly had the backing of his Quidditch team. Katie offered Hermione a bunk in the second-year dorm while the twins said they had plenty of room for Harry and Neville. McGonagall's thoughts, however, had turned in a slightly different direction. There is another option. We could give them their own accommodation within Gryffindor. They would still be part of the house, though hopefully separate enough to suit everyone's needs. What do you think, Headmaster? The twinkle was back in Dumbledore's eyes at that suggestion. His years of experience were also telling him they weren't out of the woods yet, they still had a bit to do. I think that's a splendid idea, though only one of 3 choices within Hogwarts now available to them. Albus didn't mention the 4th choice the trio had, to leave Hogwarts altogether. The entire school was now well aware this was a very real option for these 3. The trio currently had their heads together and were discussing the situation before Harry gave their collective answer. "Sir, we would like to see this accommodation, and attend the Gryffindor house meeting before reaching any decision. We would also like to thank Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw for their most generous offers. Those are options that we certainly aren't dismissing. All three of us would just like more information before making a final decision." Like Dumbledore, Harry made no mention of the fact that one house had remained silent on this issue. The chances of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger being made welcome in Slytherin were nil, so hardly worth commenting on that there was no offer made from that quarter. As Minerva removed an indignant sorting hat and the stool from the Great Hall, Albus waved his hand and lunch appeared on all tables. Neither Harry, Hermione nor Neville felt much like eating. They were also reluctant to return to the Gryffindor table, unwilling to give any false indications that their choice may have already been made. They left the Great Hall to all eyes following their departure. There wasn't much appetite for lunch in the Great Hall either. Two of the tables were quite hopeful they may soon have 3 new first years swelling their ranks, while a third were plotting on how best to use what they had heard here today to their advantage. At the Gryffindor table, even Ron wasn't eating. This more than anything illustrated the severity of the situation they now found themselves in. The way his twin brothers were glaring at him, Ron was thinking it would be a while before he ate anything in their presence again. It wasn't just Fred and George who were glaring at him though. All the first years were receiving the evil eye from their older housemates. Just the thought of this imminent house meeting had Ron feeling squeamish, so perhaps it was better if he didn't have any lunch. The staff table too had been affected by what had just played out before them. None more so than a certain defense professor. Quirrell had also felt as if his mind was being attacked by a blunt instrument. Unlike Harry, however, there was no one willing to rip the cause of that pain from his head. His master's anger had been mighty at the Potter brat's description of that Halloween night over a decade ago, and that anger was the cause of Quirrell's severe pain. There was nothing for the professor to do about the situation, other than bite his lip bloody while attempting not to scream out loud. His whimpers and beeps were more than covered by the loud sobs coming from Hagrid. The big fool blowing his nose on that table cover he called a hanky was loud enough to cover the noise of a charging centaur herd. He hadn't been able to attack the Potter whelp during his Quidditch match, not with Dumbledore in the stadium too. He could hardly then whip his wand out in the Great Hall and extract retribution for Potter's deeds and words, not while Dumbledore stood right next to his golden boy. Until safely ensconced in a new body of his own, the Dark Lord was well aware he and Quirrell were no match for Dumbledore at the moment. It would then be an act of extreme foolishness to jeopardize his plans to achieve that new body simply for the purpose of revenge on an 11-year-old boy. That didn't preclude a little torture of his current host though. The 3 first years entered a Gryffindor common room that was packed to the rafters. McGonagall was standing in the center of the room and acknowledged their entry with a nod before beginning the meeting. "It is my intention here to ensure the entire house knows the facts of this matter, before dismissing everyone but our current first year and all prefects. The Quidditch match seemed to be the trigger that started all of this off, and our team captain has asked if he could speak about that." A clearly nervous Oliver was standing at the back of the room as all eyes turned toward him. Thinking of where to start, Oliver began with what prompted his change of heart. "I would first like to say up front that, as team captain and a Quidditch player, I thought Harry's move to avoid hitting Diggory was not only a fantastic bit of flying, but also exactly the right thing to do. Quidditch is a dangerous sport and the professional leagues occasionally suffer from the odd fatality. The most common cause of those fatalities by far is a head-on collision between 2 players traveling at speed. Performing this maneuver played no part in Harry's decision to leave the team. It's hard for a person to admit their own faults. The current situation of the entire house watching made that 100 times worse. Oliver was a Gryffindor though, so forged ahead. Professor McGonagall visited the team after the match and something she said had me up all night thinking about it. Sometimes the hardest thing for a leader to do is admit they made a mistake. I made a few of them yesterday. My disagreement with Harry was over his refusal to follow the tactics I assigned him, namely, follow Diggory for the entire match. Harry said he was 11, and played Quidditch because it was fun. Being ordered to follow another seeker around for the entire match certainly wasn't his idea of fun. There was an amicable parting of the ways, with Harry recognizing that he couldn't just ignore his captain's orders and offering his resignation from the team. Taking some support from the knowledge that what he was going to say would certainly please the rest of his team, Oliver put forward his idea. While Harry is undoubtedly a novice at Quidditch, he doesn't fly like any novice I've ever seen. I should have recognized that, instead of trying to enforce specific tactics that eventually cost us our seeker. I was hoping to sit down with Harry this evening and see if we could find a method of developing some tactics that suited both him and the rest of the team. We would then have 3 weeks to practice those tactics before playing Ravenclaw. As you can see, having Harry issued with a house censure order was never going to come from me or any of his teammates. This then had all eyes turning to Harry, but McGonagall quickly regained their attention. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Not only for listening to me, but for taking those words to heart. You just proved my decision to appoint you captain was the right one. Since Mr. Potter has some other decisions to make first, I will postpone our arranged meeting for 48 hours. None of us expected the situation we now find ourselves in. Minerva then addressed the rest of her house. As to how we got into this situation, you have already heard most of it. 5 of our first years had some issues with Mr. Potter. As required, they took those issues to their assigned prefect. From there, things went downhill fast. Would you care to explain your actions, Mr. Weasley? There may have been 4 Mr. Weasleys, currently in the common room. McGonagall's gaze, however, was only locked onto one. Taking some encouragement from how well Oliver's talk had been received by his housemates, Percy then attempted to justify his own actions. Over half of the current first year came to me with what I considered to be legitimate concerns regarding Mr. Potter's suitability to be a member of Gryffindor House. Since he couldn't remember anything about his original sorting, and no one here can seriously doubt he's changed considerably since his accident, I felt it was only prudent that the sorting hat reconfirm Mr. Potter as indeed a Gryffindor. I was trying to show the initiative I know you like from your prefects, Professor. Initiative would have been investigating the reasons behind these concerns. Initiative should have seen you seeking out the names not on that list, and asking why their names weren't included. That same initiative should have then led you to my office to report your findings. You didn't do any of that, and that's why we are here having this discussion. Being a prefect doesn't give you the right to decide someone should be censured to this level. Handing the parchment to me is a fait accompli. There was no investigation. I spoke to over half the year group. You only spoke to the people who were making these accusations. That's not an investigation. You are being given a chance to defend your actions, in front of your housemates. This is something your chosen method denied Mr. Potter. When each of you first stepped into Hogwarts, I told you your house would be your family. One of our family was seriously injured, courageously saving another member of that very same family. For other members of this family to then turn on Mr. Potter, using an obscure procedure to cowardly and publicly stab him in the back. The procedure may be obscure, but it is still in the rule books. McGonagall's glare at Percy's interruption finally got through to the wizard just how much trouble he was in. This is why I'm taking your prefect badge away, Mr. Weasley. Not because of what you did, more that you still can't see it was wrong to do so. Some of the rules around Hogwarts were put in place a millennium ago. It's still technically acceptable to restrain students using chains and administer punishment by a cane or cat o' nine tails. Anyone attempting to use the rule book to implement such a thing will have what I leave of them passed on to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in a jar. Is everyone here clear on that? She waited on everyone there saying, "Yes, Professor," before McGonagall moved on. This is how a house conducts their business. Discussing problems like a family, not displaying them in the Great Hall for everyone else to see. That will never happen again. I am your head of house for a reason. No one will take matters into their own hands after today. Now I would like the prefects and first years to remain. She didn't need to say anything more. Those not required to stay got out of there as quickly as possible. Now it was time to get to the bottom of this matter. I want to hear what these specific complaints were against Mr. Potter. Her remarks were addressed to the first years, but Dean, Seamus, Lavender and Parvati all turned their heads in Ron's direction. Thankful that it was just first years and prefects now present, the youngest Weasley offered up what he hoped was an acceptable explanation. Harry was my best friend. Then everything changed on Halloween. If anything, those changes became more noticeable after he returned from spending Christmas with Granger. Different haircut, glasses gone, new clothes, even his scar is fainter now. The Harry I knew would have caught the snitch yesterday, even if it meant the team celebration taking place in the infirmary. Harry himself said he couldn't remember his sorting, and that he was a different person now. I thought the hat confirming he was a Gryffindor would get me my best friend back. You thought an act of house censure would get your best friend back? The disbelief in McGonagall's question was matched by looks from most of those who remained. Ron then really put his foot in it. I knew going to you with this would come to nothing. Harry is studying harder and every day becoming more like your favorite, Granger. Percy said an act of house censure would force you to confront Harry, you wouldn't have any other choice. They had apparently only thought McGonagall was angry before. Now they got to see the real deal, and it was frightening. This was done to deliberately bypass the systems in place to protect students. It was only a resorting. Ron's voice had faded into silence at the glare coming from his head of house. He very wisely decided to say no more. We had this exact same discussion back before Christmas, Mr. Weasley. You are still pursuing the same utterly selfish aim. You want your former friend back, irrespective of whether he does or doesn't remember you, or that he now has an intended by his side. That you roped in reinforcements to help you achieve your goal, and then deliberately set out to isolate and deceive your head of house from the process, will result in me taking both you and Percy home for a discussion with your parents. This left a pair of redheads white-faced at that prospect. McGonagall wasn't finished yet though. This act of house censure was so undeserved and underhanded, Gryffindor had to suffer the indignity of another two houses inviting those members being forced out of our house to join theirs instead. Like the headmaster, I too was ashamed of my house. The headmaster said he considers there to be no first-year Gryffindors and I agree. Everything that identifies you five as Gryffindors will turn gray, and remain so until we think you have once more earned the right to wear the red and gold. You may still find yourselves standing behind the new first years come September, awaiting to be resorted. You very publicly brought our house into disrepute, your punishment will therefore be public too. Removing house points won't really make a difference now. Your behavior has already taken us out of contention for this year's House Cup. All five were now sitting with their heads down as they suffered the ignominy of watching their proud colors fade to a muted gray. Minerva then turned to an until now silent Harry. Mr. Potter, have you anything you would like to say? I have made my feelings on this matter clear to Weasley on a number of occasions. He obviously didn't listen then, so I don't see the point in me repeating myself again. My opinion on this matter certainly hasn't changed. As to the other four, Professor, I have nothing to say. None of them had the common decency to talk with me about this matter before instigating an act of censure. Why should I speak to them now? Minerva had been keen to avoid a split in her house earlier in the year when Albus was teaching potions to just Harry and Hermione. Now that feared split had just become a chasm. It was a chasm between her students Minerva didn't know whether it would ever be possible to bridge. After ordering both Weasleys to go and wait outside her office, Minerva dismissed the rest before focusing her attention on the trio of first years now left. I've said it before, and I'll repeat myself here. I don't want to lose 3 of my best students to another house, or another school. I'm hoping I can provide you with the means to stay in Gryffindor without having to interact with the other 5 much more than if you were in another Hogwarts house. I would like to show you what we have available. Heading for the boys' stairway, Minerva kept on going until she reached the top. Providing a password to the stone lion carved into the lintel above a heavy oak door saw that same door open and allow their entry. Other than you 3, only myself and the 2 senior prefects will know this password. No one else should be up here, unless you invite them. She led them into a well-furnished room. This is the accommodation set aside should the head boy or head girl be a Gryffindor. It saddens me to say I can't see our present crop of prefects requiring these accommodations. This leaves them free for your use for at least the next 2.5 years. The doors lead off to a pair of bedrooms, both containing bathroom and shower facilities. The castle will already have arranged for the boys' version to have 2 of everything in it. By the time Hogwarts students earn these rooms, they are considered responsible adults. Therefore there is no alarm on the bedroom doors. Miss Granger, will your parents have any problems with you living in an arrangement such as this? Hermione was already arranging in her mind what would be the study area, and also a place for just chilling out in front of the large fireplace. Recognizing these accommodations were far superior than anything joining either Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw would provide had all of them excited. McGonagall was obviously trying to bribe them into remaining Gryffindors. Hermione thought the view alone was worth staying a lion for. No problems at all, Professor. They loved having Harry stay for Christmas and are already planning on having him spend part of the summer with us too. Hermione deliberately didn't say most of the summer. She didn't want anything to screw this up. A day that had started off so horribly had suddenly taken a major leap for the better. Harry was just as excited, though playing it much cooler. I think we should check out the rooms too. Minerva, however, was giving it the hard sell. She wanted these 3 to remain Gryffindors and knew just how to seal the deal. The last time Gryffindors held both positions was when James Potter and Lily Evans were 7th years. Mr. Longbottom, your parents achieved the exact same status 3 years earlier. Both boys had the exact same response to hearing that. My mum and dad stayed here, and Minerva knew she wouldn't be losing any students from her house. She spent another 15 pleasant minutes talking with the trio, before heading back to her office to deal with a situation she would derive no pleasure from. Spending Christmas with Charlie in Romania meant that the Weasley parents, and their daughter, hadn't seen their Hogwarts contingent since the 1st of September. While 2 of that Hogwarts contingent were currently standing in the Burrow kitchen, this occurrence was not being celebrated by anyone present. With both boys keeping their heads down to avoid McGonagall's scowl, it was easy to deduce this was not good news they were here to deliver. After getting over the shock that the 2 boys weren't her twins, Molly's scowl was soon going full blast to match the one worn by the head of Gryffindor. By the time Minerva had told the story of what Ron and Percy had been up to, Arthur was scowling at the pair too. It was the littlest Weasley though who got the ball rolling. You tried to get Harry Potter chucked out of Gryffindor. How could you? Ginny had been looking forward to meeting her hero at Hogwarts for a few years now. Like most of magical Britain, the Weasleys had been more than surprised at reading Harry Potter already had an intended. The youngest member of the family had consoled herself with the fact she was at least going to be in Gryffindor with Harry and his intended for 6 years, they could possibly even become friends. Hearing that 2 of her brothers might have totally ruined that, might even be responsible for Harry leaving Hogwarts before she got there, had the little 10-year-old witch in tears. Molly was comforting her daughter as Arthur struggled with the problem his family were now faced with. Minerva, I really don't know what to say. What is Hogwarts' position on this? Percy has had his prefect badge removed. I feel having him spend days at home or evenings doing detentions at Hogwarts would be detrimental to his education. This is his OWL year after all, with those exams only months away. My intention was to leave him here so you both could have a talk with your son, with Percy returning to Hogwarts tomorrow in time for his first class. I've already had a long discussion with Ronald regarding this matter. It obviously didn't make any difference to his attitude. I'm hoping a week at home might see you achieving what I couldn't. Both your sons seem to have adopted the opinion that they haven't done anything wrong. I can assure you, Arthur, that is not the case. The innocent party in all of this is Harry Potter. Taking a moment to control her anger, Minerva tried to explain the situation further. We were lucky those 3 survived that night, with Harry being the only one injured. Rather than being thankful, Ronald here simply refuses to accept that, due to those injuries, Harry has changed. All this despite having the situation clearly explained to him on more than one occasion. He was undoubtedly the instigator for this entire incident. Percy thought he could use this as an opportunity to catch my eye, making an early play for the head boy position. I'm afraid this was a very serious error of judgment. This error cost him not only his prefect's badge, but probably any chance of ever being head boy too. That, I think, is punishment enough for Percy, which is why he's being allowed back into Hogwarts tomorrow. Both Arthur and Molly were quick to assure the Hogwarts deputy head that they would indeed be having words with their sons. Minerva then made it crystal clear just how much trouble their youngest boy was in. Ronald is hanging on to his membership of Gryffindor House by a thread. It wouldn't surprise me if, come September, he's standing behind Ginny while waiting to be resorted. Due purely to his lack of application in his lessons, it wouldn't surprise me either if Ronald was sharing some of Ginny's classes too. If your son showed even half the effort and determination to his lessons that he continually expends on trying to influence Mr. Potter, Ronald wouldn't be in imminent danger of failing some of his first-year classes. With her piece said, Minerva flowed back to Alba's office at Hogwarts. That should be far enough away not to hear Molly when she finally exploded at her two sons. As the trio of first years entered, those already in the Great Hall forgot about dinner. They were too busy collectively holding their breath to eat as the three headed straight for the Hufflepuff table. Harry was again shaking Cedric's hand, this time to thank him for his invitation to join Hufflepuff. Having noticed the first-year Puffs had been quickly on their feet to support Cedric's proposal, Harry made a point of thanking them too. Just as with the Quidditch match, Hermione and Neville followed Harry's lead in also thanking them. The same procedure then took place at the Ravenclaw table, introducing themselves to and then thanking the person who had stood and made the offer. Roger Davies wasn't used to being in the spotlight but truthfully told all three he just couldn't sit back and let an injustice like that happen. The first-year Claws were also thanked for their support. As they strolled to the Gryffindor table, it was Neville who remarked that only the Slytherin and Gryffindor first years hadn't supported them. All three were left trying to figure how those two houses came down on the same side of something. As the hall settled down, Dumbledore then moved to the podium. I have no wish to overly disturb your dinner, so what I have to say will be short. As you know, I have been covering the potions classes since your last teacher decided to leave us. Due to my other commitments, teaching a full schedule was never going to be more than a short-term measure. I'm delighted to say that Professor Greenhorn will be starting with us tomorrow. He's more than qualified to hold that position, as he will also be remaining one of Barton's top potion masters. He will only be in the castle certain days of the week, however, and only teaching 4th year and above. Professor Greenhorn will also be keeping his eye on any student he thinks might have the potential to be offered an apprenticeship with Barton's potions. 1st to 3rd years, I'm afraid you are still stuck with me. This proved a very popular announcement, with everyone getting something from it. Barton's potions were the premier manufacturer and supplier of potions in Britain. To be even considered for an apprenticeship with them was pretty special. Here they practically had their new potions professor as a recruiter. This was great news. Even the lower school were happy. Who was going to complain about having potions taught to them by Professor Dumbledore? Sitting back down, it was as Albus had hoped. He could feel the mood within the hall lifting all around him. After the lunchtime debacle, it needed lifting. There would have to be some adjustments made to the timetable to accommodate this, but, since everyone else lived in the castle, that was not going to be a problem. Neville was sitting with his two friends. He was trying to write a letter while unable to contain his chuckle. My gran will never believe I'm sharing the Gryffindor head suite with you two. Thinking for a moment, Neville changed tact. I am really pleased to be here with you both, and promise to make sure I give you enough time alone. Why thank you, Neville. We might take you up on that. Hermione's pause had Harry looking at his intended over the book he was reading. He could see the mischief in her eyes as she delivered the punchline, but not until we hit at least 5th year. After the laughter, Hermione then got serious. Thanks for supporting Harry, Neville. That really means a lot to us. Hey, Ron was wrong. I couldn't just go along with that. Everyone else did, so thank you. Since the three of us are going to be living here, there's a couple of things you should know. It wasn't just Harry's recent memories that were affected that Halloween. All of his memories were scrambled. I'm just really glad he remembered me. Harry's arm snaked around Hermione's shoulder as they sat together on the sofa, watching as Neville tried to get his head around that fact. All his memories, yes. As you can imagine, events from his childhood Harry thinks he remembers turning out to be wrong have been quite traumatizing. That leads me to the other thing I wanted to tell are days, like today, when Harry really needs my support. I give him that support by cuddling in, talking over what has happened, and then both of us fall asleep in each other's arms. Harry will be sleeping in my bed tonight. While Neville's chin nearly hit the floor at hearing that, Hermione was quick to reassure him there was no inappropriate behavior taking place. We're really just sleeping, Neville. My mum and dad know about it too. We actually slept together in my house over the holidays. I just didn't want us to be sneaking around behind your back. That's fine, Hermione. Thanks, you too, for trusting me with this. Ron made a big deal of Harry's bed curtains always being closed. Now I know why, but promise never to tell a soul. My mum and dad were very understanding about it. I can't see McGonagall being the same. She would have kittens if she found out. Hermione and Neville were laughing at the joke before the shy Gryffindor got to experience firsthand just some of the things Harry had to deal with on a daily basis. He had no idea McGonagall was an animagus, with her form being a cat. Neville then finished off his letter before heading off to the Ollery to post it. I'm glad you told him, love. Like you, I think we're keeping enough secrets from Neville as it is. This way we don't have to maintain the charade of saying goodnight to each other, and then Dobby sneaking me into your bed. I bet dinner in Crawley was interesting tonight. You'd better send a letter home too, just so no one gets suspicious about our other communications method. At that, Dobby popped beside them with a note from home. Dan and Emma did indeed have a lot to say about what had happened. Any day Hermione awoke in bed with Harry was already a good day. This one, however, was somewhat different. Harry was lying on his side, his head propped up by his elbow. His other hand was casually playing with her hair, but it was Harry's expression that worried Hermione. He seemed lost in his thoughts. Something wrong, Harry. Either I've just had the most vivid and lucid dream of my life, or that bloody Barmy Bunnet has really buggered with my brain. I think the hat might have messed with my blocked memories before you got it off me. Hermione was now looking every bit as worried as Harry felt. So he pressed ahead, determined to discover which of these options his experience had been. I saw you walk down the main Hogwarts staircase in a simply stunning blue dress. I couldn't take my eyes off you, no one who was there could. You looked oh so beautiful, Hermione. Watching through that version of Harry's eyes as you then walked over and took the arm of a man who appeared to be some sort of army cadet. Well, that left me feeling numb inside. That was real. Was this that ball you mentioned? Wrapping Harry lovingly in her arms, Hermione tried not to let her tears fall. So much for their fresh start. Why couldn't he have remembered something else? Yes, it really happened. The boy was from another school. That was their dress uniform. Victor will be a famous Quidditch player, one who most of the girls in Hogwarts were chasing after. I wasn't one of those chasing girls, which was the main reason he asked me. I don't follow Quidditch and my best friend is one of the most famous wizards in the world. I just treated Victor like a normal person and we enjoyed the ball. Until Ron Bloody Weasley ruined it for you. You remember that as well. I don't really think you can call it remembering, since I don't actually remember it as such. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it was a dream. I only know what I saw as I slept, nothing else. While still holding him tight, a nervous Hermione asked the question she didn't really want to. Are you okay with this? I'm really pissed off that this has happened. Stupid resorting, we should just have left. No, I meant seeing me with Victor. Harry was back up on his elbow, looking puzzled at Hermione's question. I'll admit it was a hell of a shock, but that was then. That was different. You're still my intended. Even being asked that question by Harry spurred Hermione on. Of course I am. I'll be your intended until you put another ring on my finger. Then I'll be your fiancé, before becoming your wife. All I ever wanted was to be yours, Harry. Victor asked me to the ball. You hadn't any intention of asking me, so I said yes. I asked someone else, didn't I? Oh shit. I bet I came to you for advice about it too. Sorry, Hermione. Realizing how well Harry was dealing with this, she told him all there was to tell, which wasn't much. Victor keyed the back of my hand at the end of the ball. That was all either of us wanted to happen. Then Ron exploded in the common room. Leaning down, Harry keyed her properly. This Victor fellow is gonna be out of luck this time around. I've already asked my beautiful intended to be my date for every event we attend. Seeing that dream, vision, memory, didn't change the way I feel about you in the slightest. I can tell you something I did learn though. The other Harry may not have recognized what he was feeling for you, but I instantly did. We may have been raised differently, yet the one thing both your Harrys have in common is that they love Hermione Granger. This led to some more keying, and certainly an easing of Hermione's worries. Harry, however, was still concerned. What if this isn't an isolated incident? I really don't want to be dreaming about a past I can't remember. At least I got to see the very beautiful Hermione Granger in my dreams last night. Since that event hasn't really happened in this time, it's quite easy to treat the whole thing as nothing more than a dream. The thought of seeing my Aunt Petunia being cruel to me, or Dudley and his friends beating me up, those I can do without. That would certainly qualify as a nightmare, and probably leave me in bits. It's one thing to be told about something disturbing, quite another to see it for yourself. I don't know if I could cope with that. I think that's the right way to treat last night, as a dream. That event hasn't happened yet, now won't ever happen, so why worry about it? If you have visions about your life before Hogwarts, I'll be lying right here beside you. Wake me and we'll try to talk it over. I'm here for you, Harry. Whatever you need, I'm right here. Beautiful, brilliant and so caring, a simply irresistible combination. After snuggling some more, she felt Harry finally begin to really relax. You got a handle on this now. I think so. I'm me, and I'm comfortable with who I am. More importantly, my intended likes who I am. I'm not going to let a few dreams or visions change me into someone else. We traveled back in time, for me to be a wizard no less, and I got a handle on that, eventually. As long as I have you by my side, I can face just about anything. Hermione's smile was all the answer Harry needed. She wasn't going anywhere without him and would be there to help with any dark times these dreams produced. He did have one last question, however, about what he'd seen in that dream. Hermione, what the hell was Ron Weasley wearing to that ball? It looked like an old pair of curtains. The 4 students with grayed-out house associations were all left wishing they had been sent home for a week too. Ron was the instigator of their troubles, yet he currently nestled safely in the bosom of his family. They were the ones stuck in Hogwarts and left having to deal with the stares, pointing and not so quiet whispering of their peers. They were being shunned by their own housemates. There certainly weren't any offers to join other houses forthcoming on their behalf. These 4 were the center of attention in the Great Hall, right up until the Daily Prophet was delivered. The headline alone was enough for everyone to grasp that yesterday's happenings inside Hogwarts had made the front page. The headline also informed those inside the castle exactly which Hogwarts house the Prophet had received their information from. Cowardly Lion ready to run. For months now, some of the decisions being made inside Hogwarts have been difficult for those outside the castle's ancient and hallowed walls to understand. Long-standing professors being suspended and then sacked. The head of Hogwarts school board voted off their position, and then out of that body altogether. We also have the first years are not allowed their own broom rule being cast asunder to allow a specific 11-year-old onto their house Quidditch team. These seemingly unconnected events all have something in common, or should that be someone? Harry Potter. Dumbledore and McGonagall are pandering to this first-year student's every whim. It wasn't until yesterday we discovered why, said Lucius Malfoy, a respected citizen who formerly had his finger on the Hogwarts pulse. It now becomes clearer why steps were taken to remove him from that sphere of influence, as his views certainly clash with those of the people currently running Hogwarts. After rearranging the entire Hogwarts Quidditch schedule to suit Potter, he then proved what anyone with any intelligence should have known from the start. First years are not allowed to play Quidditch for a very good reason. He was a menace in the sky during the match, and it was only through good fortune someone didn't pay for his lack of ability with an extended stay in the school's infirmary. The Daily Prophet was also contacted by students from within Hogwarts. These students didn't want their names used here, Harry Potter's grip on Hogwarts being so tight they feared reprisals. His own Gryffindor year mates were sickened by the cowardice Potter displayed during the Quidditch match. When their head of house refused to take any action, they were left with no other option but to invoke a house censure against him. While this forced Dumbledore and McGonagall's hand, those courageous Gryffindors were left facing a severe disappointment. Potter simply refused to be resorted, threatening to leave Hogwarts if this matter wasn't dealt with to his satisfaction. The headmaster and his deputy then fell over themselves to ensure that his wishes were met. This reporter can reveal that the first-year Gryffindors who brought this censure were all punished severely, the ringleader even being sent home. And what of Harry Potter, we hear you ask? Not only does he remain a Gryffindor, Harry Potter, his intended and a toting friend of theirs have all been relocated to the luxurious accommodation within Gryffindor Tower reserved for the head boy or girl. One can only think it is rather fortuitous that the current holders of those positions are not Gryffindors. Potter's influence in the castle being such that they would have been deposited in a cupboard somewhere within the castle, also Dumbledore's golden boy can have his own way. Lucius Malfoy summed the situation up nicely with the following quote: "If this coward wants to leave the best magical school in the world, and take his muggle-born intended with him, I say good riddance. It's time this country discovered just who's in charge at Hogwarts, preferably before Potter starts influencing the Ministry of Magic too. We at the Prophet will be contacting the people involved and asking them some hard-hitting questions regarding these matters. We hope to print their answers in our pages tomorrow." There was silence in the hall, digestion of the news being preferred to breakfast. Harry was left shaking his head, and with a particular mental image he couldn't shift. Hermione, all I could think of as I read this rubbish was, put 'em up, put 'em up. I'm gonna have that in my head all day now. Harry's impersonation of Bert Lahr was so good, his intended just buckled with laughter. This was certainly not the reaction Neville expected, and he said so. "You can laugh about this." Harry just shrugged his shoulders. Hermione was still trying to get her giggles under control. Using that famous film, Harry tried to come up with an analogy Neville would understand. "It's like a character from a movie Hermione and I love. He built this whole grand persona using smoke and mirrors but was eventually caught out. Malfoy wore his respectability like a cloak. Take that cloak away and everyone can see what he really is. This is his attempt at a fightback. I wonder how much it cost him to get this article in the Prophet. Any decent newspaper would have asked those hard-hitting questions first, instead of just publishing this Malfoy propaganda. So, you're okay with this crap?" This drew a smile from Harry that never reached his eyes. Without looking, I know that Draco is sitting with a smarmy and smug smile on his face. I also don't need to look to know both Dumbledore and McGonagall will be furious at this. Neville did the looking, confirming Harry was correct. McGonagall's glare in the Slytherin's direction actually caused a shiver of dread to run up his spine. His nod to Harry saw him continue with his explanation. "Malfoy is using the Prophet to publicly poke me and Hogwarts in the eye, with a sly swipe at the Ministry thrown in for good measure. I intend to let the adults deal with this. I will of course provide a quote of my own, if asked." It was Hermione's turn to experience that shiver of dread, swiftly curing her fit of giggling. She knew from painful personal experience what one of the consequences of this was certain to be. "Harry, people believe every word printed in that rag. You'll be bombarded with hate mail, and worse." The words had barely left Hermione's lips when the first owl bearing a smoking red envelope entered the great hall and flew straight to Harry. Hermione had her wand out, magically untying the howler from the bird's leg before the owl reached its target. As soon as it was untied, the howler became animated and began delivering its hateful message at a tremendous volume. "Harry Potter, your parents must be turning in their graves, knowing the son they died saving as a coward." There was never a chance Harry's temper would hold at that. Snatching the howler out of the air, he firstly strangled it into silence with his bare hands before tearing it into tiny pieces. No one had ever seen this approach used when dealing with a howler before, leaving 3/4 of the hall staring at Harry in awe. Even the Slytherins stopped laughing when Harry glared in their direction. There was just something so disconcerting about being glared at by a pair of very angry eyes that were the color of a killing curse. As more owls began arriving, bearing tidings along the same vein, Hermione was ready to deal with them. She found herself being joined in her endeavors by Professor McGonagall. As the letters and packages began to pile up, Harry also dealing with another two howlers before they even got to voice their recorded tirade. He had a question for his head of house. "Professor, can we contact the DMLE over this matter? Surely it must be against the law to send such things to children." "Beep it up, coward," was shouted from the Slytherin table. This saw Harry direct his anger in that direction. Harry's intention to let the adults deal with this died the instant that Howler began spouting its vicious bile. This was now very much his problem. It just got personal. These people can anonymously send abuse to an 11-year-old boy, yet I'm the coward. The people who sent these were probably hiding under their beds the night I banished the Dark Lord, yet they now call me coward with impunity. They won't even say the name Voldemort. Harry let the screams settle before those green eyes swept over the Slytherin table, including all the snakes in his final question. "Yet I'm the coward." Turning his back on them, Harry then asked a question of Hermione, though loud enough so the now silent hall could still hear. "This makes no sense. Please tell me I'm missing something here." Again the shout came from Slytherin. "That's just the way it is." Whirling around, Harry once more made his opinion known. "That doesn't make it right. This will be the way it always is until someone stands up and says, 'This is wrong.'" I watched Lucius Malfoy cower his way out of the ministry, rather than publicly take an oath he didn't willingly become a Death Eater. Yet this murderer still walks free. With enough gold changing hands, he even gets citied as being a respectable citizen, in the same excuse for a newspaper that calls me a coward. "You leave my father out of this, Potter. He's on the front page here calling me a coward. How the hell can I leave him out of this? Malfoy, you're an idiot." Draco had no comeback for that, but Harry was far from finished. "We, Sleekit, cowering, timorous beastie, oh, what a panics in thy." Robert Burns wrote that about a mouse that got pulled out of its comfortable existence, but he could have been talking about an albino version, called Malfoy. Everyone else can see this for exactly what it is, your father's attempt to divert attention away from himself. The sniggers started at the Gryffindor table but were spreading throughout the hall. Harry's next sentence stopped them dead. "Your father was a Death Eater. He keyed the hem of Voldemort's robe and called him master, until I defeated the Dark Lord. Your cowardly father couldn't denounce his former master quickly enough. Supplying gold for a new wing at St. Mungo's kept him out of Azkaban, yet he still hides behind his money to publicly call me a coward. The way to fight darkness is to shine a light on it. Your father started this and truth will out. I will be pressing whatever charges I can against him." While the pair on letter duty were watching Harry, a howler escaped an owl's leg, and the attentions of McGonagall and Hermione. Harry didn't even appear to glance in its direction as he used his lightning-fast reflexes to snatch the offending red stationery right out of the air. His hand seemed to glow with angry power as the howler turned to ash between his fingers. Hermione's hand supportively placed on his shoulder encouraged Harry to take a deep breath and rein in his temper a few degrees. Turning to see the pile of messages McGonagall and Hermione had amassed, he actually attempted a grin. Hermione said people believe everything they read in this rag. It might not do any good, but having the fact that all these have been passed on to the DMLE printed in tomorrow's edition should at least make people think twice before they send another one. I would be prepared to provide the prophet with a statement, with the condition they print it as is. I will also post it in the Great Hall tonight so everyone will know if the prophet alter it. Asked Neville for a favor, one that was immediately granted, saw Harry quickly picking out Gryffindor's Quidditch captain for a chat. "Ollie, do you want to have a meeting with the team in our quarters after dinner tonight? We could then have that discussion you asked for." Oliver quickly agreed he would make those arrangements with the rest of the team. This then saw the trio head for their first class. None of the three felt like eating anymore. They passed the remaining 4 first-year Gryffindors without even glancing in their direction. It didn't need to be said that they were the ones responsible for all of this, the entire Great Hall knew that. Draco watched the trio leave with hatred in his eyes. Instead of their planned revenge, the Malfoy name was once more dragged through the dirt. He was left with no comeback to Potter's accusations, and no other action available, other than to challenge Potter to a duel. Draco Malfoy losing to Potter in a duel was something that would hang over his head all throughout his time at Hogwarts, and beyond. When a Malfoy fought, they waited until the odds were stacked in their favor. That wasn't the case at the moment, so he would wait for his chance. At the Burrow, today's prophet was also the center of attention. Reading the article, Ron took this as irrefutable proof he was right. I said the coward shouldn't be in Gryffindor, but no one would listen. The prophet just made sure everyone knows the truth. McGonagall will need to apologize to me and Percy now. Percy had left earlier for Hogwarts, but Arthur was just preparing to head off to work when the prophet had been delivered. Arthur expected nothing but trouble for the Weasley family from this article, and that was before his youngest son's outburst. Do you really believe that, Ron? Can't you see this for what it is? Lucius Malfoy is using what you did to publicly attack Harry Potter, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and fire a warning shot at the Ministry too. There's more chance of McGonagall flaying you alive than her apologizing for all the trouble you caused. If the Ministry get dragged into this too, Fudge will feel he really has to be seen to be doing something. You and those others involved might find those punishments increasing in severity. Instead of worrying about remaining in Gryffindor, the Burrow might be your new schoolhouse. I think the chances of you being expelled over this are now about 50-50. Grabbing the paper, Ron pointed to a specific paragraph. It says right here that we were heroes. Potter is the bad guy, but no one wants to admit that. Rising to leave, Arthur left his youngest son in no doubt of his opinion on the matter. That is nothing more than propaganda, paid for by Malfoy gold. With your accusations, and then bypassing your head of house, you caused all of this. You were in the wrong, Ron. Until you recognize and accept that, you will not be returning to Hogwarts, whether you're allowed to or not. Turning to his wife, Arthur had one last thing to say before he left. Molly, don't overburden him with chores. I want Ron in his room and thinking about his future for most of the day. Make no mistake, that's what's at stake here. If you become known as the boy behind Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, your future will be very bleak indeed. I just hope it doesn't bleed over to the rest of the family to a crippling degree. The flow activating signified Arthur had left, and it was time for Molly to say her piece. She rhymed off a list of chores before adding to her husband's idea. While you are doing those chores, I will be emptying your room of anything that isn't school-related. If you are looking for any distractions, then reading something other than Quidditch magazines will do you good. The fierce glares coming from Ginny told Ron he wasn't going to find any support there either. They weren't exactly close, but she wasn't even speaking to him now. This was going to be a long week. With the threat of this situation becoming permanent, Ron really did have a lot to think about. After discovering that Amelia was heading up to Hogwarts, Cornelius tagged along too. With some of the suggestions that had been set at him today, he really needed to talk this situation over with Albus. On entering the Hogwarts headmaster's office, the only word both visitors could think of for Albus' expression was grim. Once the pleasantries were dispensed with, it was time to get down to business. Amelia, Harry asked me to pass these over to you for investigation. After scanning what's inside some of them, I actually despair for our society. How anyone could think it acceptable to send something like undiluted bubo tuber pus to an 11-year-old child is beyond me. I'll do my best, Albus, but almost all of these will be impossible to trace. Harry knows that. He intends to say in the prophet that these are now in the hands of the DMLE in the hope it might scare some of these idiots into not sending any more. This interested Cornelius. He intends to talk to the prophet. Harry has prepared a statement, but attached a binding proviso. They can only use it if printed as is, no editing and no snippets. Full unabridged statement or nothing. I was hoping Amelia would pass it on to them, lend a degree of seriousness to the statement. If that statement was delivered by the Minister of Magic, they wouldn't dare edit it. It's still their decision whether to print it or not. This was said with a slight smile, Amelia's harumph signaling she agreed with the reason behind that smile. Unless this statement calls the entire staff of that rag the biggest shower of assholes on the planet, it will be front page news. Scrap that, they'd still run it on the front page. Snape's trial was like a media feeding frenzy around Harry. A statement from him will get printed. Albus, I've had people at me all morning wanting answers about this. Some were even suggesting changing the law to force students who begin their education at Hogwarts to remain there. That would be childish, and also very foolish, Cornelius. Should Harry want to leave under that law, he would simply get himself expelled. Harry Potter may not appear your typical Gryffindor, but that is only because he stops to think, rather than recklessly charge ahead. Once he has reached his decision though, his bravery is never in any doubt. Should he decide getting expelled was his only way to leave Hogwarts, he and his intended would soon achieve that goal. I have no wish to find a naked Draco Malfoy dangling from the ceiling of the Great Hall every time I sit down to a meal. The headmaster then informed his visitors what actually happened with the house censure, and why certain students were punished. Cornelius was a career politician, he could easily see the various pitfalls Albus had found himself in. As soon as the censure was served, you were in a no-win situation. The boy who lived being presented with a house censure and getting resorted into Hufflepuff would have been every bit as big a media storm. Nodding his agreement, Albus confirmed he thought the current solution was about the best Hogwarts could have hoped for. Had this been a plot to discredit Harry, Slytherin himself would have been proud of it. Instead, some jealous first-years jumped right into a situation without thinking it through. The Gryffindor prefect behaved more like a Slytherin, trying to use the situation to further his own position. You can guess how well that went down with Minerva. As I said, Harry thinks things through before acting. But when he acts, Albus then handed over Harry's statement for them to read. The minister's eyebrows rose higher with every line he read. Finally, he could contain himself no longer. Albus, do you think this is wise? I explained the possible consequences to Harry. As I said, anyone doubting his courage is in for a rude awakening. This is the boy who took on a troll with his bare hands to save Miss Granger. Harry Potter really couldn't be anything other than a Gryffindor. Conceding it was a bold move, Amelia asked what Hogwarts' position on this was. The internal Hogwarts matter has been dealt with and the ongoing situation is being monitored. That is all we are prepared to say on the matter, though there is a school board meeting on Thursday. I'm looking forward to hearing Augusta Longbottom's reaction when she discovers it's her grandson the prophet described as a toady. All three knew that Witch's description as formidable was well earned. The prophet just might have bitten off more than they could chew this time. I have a feeling young Harry will be back on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and their next match is against Ravenclaw in a few weeks. You would both be very welcome as Hogwarts guests at that match. Would it be possible to meet Harry? I can arrange for both teams to meet with the Minister of Magic after the match. Share a few butterbeers and talk about the game. I think an arrangement like that would be best for all concerned. Cornelius quickly nodded, accepting good advice when it was offered. This way, if Harry's statement produced negative results, the Minister of Magic was only meeting two school Quidditch teams. Playing both sides, he also offered to personally deliver Harry's statement to the prophet offices. The Gryffindor Quidditch team were very impressed with the trio's new accommodation. After a quick tour though, it was down to business. No one had any problems with Hermione and Neville sitting in on these discussions. After all, this was their rooms too. I have only ever seen one Quidditch match, and played in one other game. Calling me a Quidditch novice would be an extremely accurate statement. Here's the bit I don't get though, it's like there's two separate games being played up there. You lot are working your asses off, battling against the opposition. That's where the real action is. The Seekers just sit above all that. One eye looking for the snitch while their other follows the opposition Seeker all over the sky. Yet it's the Seekers who stop the match. Those 150 points usually win the game too. How did this bipolar mess ever get to become the most popular magical sport in Britain? It was the captain who took up the responsibility of answering that. In the professional game, about 75% of the matches are decided before the Seeker catches the snitch. Do their Seekers just sit up there, detached, or are they involved in the match more? They're usually much more involved in the pro game. That's a high-risk strategy though. When you don't have a replacement Seeker on the bench, the risks become unacceptably high. Only a Seeker can stop the match. Lose your Seeker and you totally hand control over to the other side. It doesn't matter how many points your team are up, you can't win the match until the snitch is caught. I see. I never thought of that. Given we lost our first match, so must win our second, are you prepared to go for the high-risk strategy? I'm assuming there are plays where the seeker is used for more than just seeking. There are certainly plays out there, books worth of them. We just don't have many of them here in Hogwarts. Tell me what to get, Ollie, I'll have them here in a few days. Even if this doesn't work out, consider them my contribution to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry, I hope you're not considering using tactics like this against Slytherin. They would love any excuse to get a hit at you. After reading what you posted in the Great Hall, Malfoy will be paying them to do so. One game at a time, Hermione. The Slytherins will be coming after me no matter what tactics we play. Katie had been sitting listening but just had to say something. Harry, what happened to, it's only a game? You seem to be proposing taking an awful lot of risks here. I still have no intention of dying while trying to get the snitch. Being a bit battered and bruised has become acceptable though. Sorry guys, but this next match is now no longer just a game. I'm a quiet kinda guy. I try to get along with everyone and shirk the spotlight as much as possible. When someone deliberately pushes me however, I push right back. A lot of people will be turning up to the next match, specifically to see if I'm a coward. That's unavoidable and, according to McGonagall, our audience will also include the Minister of Magic. Just something else the captain needs to consider before choosing his team and their tactics. My entire team is sitting right here. This declaration from Oliver produced smiles all round. What he said next only widened them. Our tactics will be decided when I can read through some of these Quidditch plays. I'll book the pitch for the weekend but can't make any promises. If we don't get time to work in these new plays, I would be happy to go with the same seeker tactics Harry used in the Hufflepuff match. After some congratulatory backslapping, the meeting broke up. It was getting late and Neville headed straight off to get changed for bed. Noticing the twins were hanging back, both Harry and Hermione wondered what was wrong. Fred and George had been unusually quiet all evening. When only the four of them remained, George gave their reason. We're really sorry that our brothers caused you all this trouble. Yeah, Percy is such a prat, he still thinks he did nothing wrong. He lost his precious badge, and now you are living in the rooms he wanted. He caused all this yet he's actually livid, go figure. Guys, this had nothing to do with you two. Hermione's mind was suddenly racing at full speed, wondering if she could manipulate an event that didn't happen for another 2 years. Harry's right. Don't worry about it. Harry even got to sleep in Prong's bed. His father had carved a miniature stag's head into one of the posts. This really got the twins' attention, as Hermione knew it would. Prongs, your father. Harry knew Hermione was up to something, he just hadn't figured it out yet. He of course played along. Yeah, Prongs was his nickname at Hogwarts. Apparently he was a right prankster, a bit like you two. The twins only needed a glance between them to confirm what they wanted to do. Hermione had to work very hard containing her excitement as Fred took an old piece of parchment out of his pocket. Prongs was a member of a group called the Marauders. They're rather heroes of ours. This was theirs. So it should rightfully be yours. As Fred activated the map before handing it over, George had a plea to add on. Could we borrow it occasionally? For our pranks. A very happy Harry knew from Hermione what the treasure he now held in his hands actually was. Not only was he going to let them borrow the map whenever they needed it, Harry had something else to sweeten the deal for the twins. He dived into his room, returning holding another prize. I received this over the holidays. It was my dad's too. If this will help your pranks, you can borrow this as well. Harry dramatically swirled the cloak around himself, the hood popping over his head so he totally disappeared. The twins stood there with their chins hitting the floor. The Marauders had an invisibility cloak, and made the map. Awesome. Of course, the twins had to try it. Their exuberance making their earlier quiet selves mere distant memories. The noise brought Neville back in, and he too wanted a shot at disappearing. Neville gave his roommates a knowing look, thinking he'd figured out how Hermione had been slipping into Harry's bed in their old dorm. An excited Hermione could hardly wait for Harry to join her in bed. I should be getting used to this by now, but would you mind telling me what I missed earlier tonight? Hermione just activated the map and showed Harry the section that contained the defense professor's quarters. Catching on at once, Harry now only had one question left. And just when do we discover this? When the time is right, Harry. When the time is right. The prophet's arrival in Hogwarts was eagerly awaited next morning. Since Harry had posted his statement in the Great Hall last night, it was more to see how the newspaper handled the situation. No one seriously believed they wouldn't print a statement from the boy who lived. Lion Cub roars back. The following is a statement from Harry Potter. We at this newspaper were not allowed to edit it, and were also required to print it in full, or not at all. The Daily Prophet would like to point out that the views expressed in this statement are those of Harry Potter, and do not necessarily comply with those of this newspaper. Yesterday I was very publicly called a coward. This was done by a wizard who didn't witness the incidents, and then printed in a newspaper who neither witnessed nor investigate the matter. This directly resulted in me receiving malicious and downright dangerous hate mail delivered to Hogwarts. These items are now in the hands of the DMLE and considered evidence in what has become a criminal investigation. My house censure procedure wasn't carried out properly. Unlike the opportunity I'm being offered here, I wasn't given a chance to put my side of the argument forward. When the case was eventually heard properly, in front of all members of Gryffindor House, decisions were then fairly reached and accepted by all. That matter is now closed. An accident inside Hogwarts on Halloween damaged my memory. This was responsible for the Quidditch roster being charged. I was declared unfit to play Gryffindor's first game. The Sorting Hat attacking that damaged part of my memory caused me great pain. That's why my resorting was stopped, and also why I subsequently refused to put the hat back on. Since my arrival in Hogwarts, I have been attacked by a troll, a professor and Slytherin students, twice. My intended and my late mother have been continually referred to by a derogatory term I refuse even to write down. I have suffered an unfair house censure, been branded a coward on the front page of a national newspaper and subsequently been sent items by post that were deliberately designed to cause me harm. I would like to think that if my parents were still alive, they would be looking at alternative schooling for me too. They gave their lives to save their infant son, not this country. Only a complete fool would think my Hogwarts experience to date was in any way acceptable from an educational establishment. Leaving Hogwarts for another school remains an option I am considering. If, in the eyes of magical Britain, this action brands me as a coward, so be it. I have now clearly answered all the accusations made against me. While some people might not like to read those answers, they were given honestly. What of my accuser though? Where are his answers? Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, an undeniable fact. The only question therefore is whether he did so willingly, or was indeed forced to do so while under the Imperious Curse as he claims. That those claims have never been settled in court, by truth serum or magical vow, will always leave this crucial question hanging like a bad smell over the Malfoy name. If Lucius Malfoy committed all those crimes while under the influence of the Imperious Curse, he of course can't legally be held responsible for his actions. As a responsible citizen though, surely he has a moral obligation to the country and the DMLE. Lucius Malfoy should come clean about every disgusting act he was forced to perform whilst held under this curse. Not only would this allow our Aurors to finally close some long unsolved cases, it could and should stand as a warning to the youth of today of what can happen to even responsible citizens when darkness is allowed free rein. I have publicly answered the questions my accuser posed of me. Will Lucius Malfoy have the courage to do the same? From my understanding of the term, with my non-magical upbringing perhaps altering the issue, his continuing silence on the matter clearly brands him as the coward here, not me. Harry Potter's statement was actually handed into the offices of the Daily Prophet by none other than Minister Fudge. When asked for his opinion on this matter, here's what he had to say. This was an internal Hogwarts matter that has been dealt with by the senior staff. That others chose to use this spat between children in an effort to promote their own agenda is regrettable, and should never have been allowed to happen. I was at the school on another matter and simply offered to drop this off for Harry. The Minister of Magic was then asked for his thoughts on the boy who lived leaving Hogwarts, and presumably the country too. Considering his heritage, the special place Harry Potter holds in all our hearts, and not forgetting he and his intended are academically the top 2 students of their year, I think this would be a great loss. That is simply my personal opinion, having met them both just before Christmas. While the ministry may not have an official position on this, it certainly does on the matter of witches and wizards owling items deliberately designed to cause harm to children. These items are now in the hands of the DMLE for further investigation. We here at the Prophet welcome that last piece of news, and apologize to Mr. Potter that a story in our newspaper caused a few of our readers to behave in this deplorable manner. Like the Ministry of Magic, we too in no way condone these type of attacks on children. Every single reader simply couldn't miss the Prophet had totally changed their opinion on this matter. The reason behind this change wasn't hard to figure out either. The people at the Prophet were clearly terrified they would be saddled with the blame, should Harry Potter leave Britain. The entire Gryffindor Quidditch team were sitting beside the trio at breakfast, very publicly showing their support for their seeker. Katie leaned over Hermione to speak to him. "Harry, when you push back, you give it your all. If I was a Ravenclaw, I would be really worried about my next Quidditch match." Hermione couldn't hold back at that. "While the Slytherins will already be working on the best way to put you in the infirmary. Game at a time, Hermione. We'll deal with that when we have to." Draco was already angry enough to wish he was on the team for a shot at Potter. He knew though that his anger would be nothing when compared to his father's. Draco couldn't even warn him of what was coming. Potter's statement had been stuck to the wall last night. It was protected though, both from being taken down and magically being copied. Draco would need to have stood there with parchment, quill and ink, writing it out word for word. That would have been impossible to do without being noticed, so his father would have been surprised by today's Prophet. Knowing his father, this could not end well. He looked forward to Potter finally being brought to his knees. His father would settle for nothing less. Hermione's groan of "incoming" had most of the hall looking to the ceiling. There seemed to be a veritable flock of owls with messages for Harry Potter. Thankfully, none of them were of the howler variety today. The sheer volume of mail had both McGonagall and Dumbledore scanning them for anything harmful, and finding nothing. As this mountain of mail grew ever higher, a speechless Harry could only look to Hermione for an explanation. Once they knew the truth, you had the support of 3 Hogwarts houses on this matter. It would seem your support outside Hogwarts has just increased too. Opening one and quickly reading the sentiments expressed there, Harry then condensed the message for those listening. "This witch says she was a Gryffindor first year while my mum and dad were head boy and girl. She cried when they were murdered, though was pleased I had lived. She also says my mum and dad would be proud I'm standing up for myself." Glancing at the now huge pile of letters, Harry could think of only one thing. "Hermione, I'm going to have to write back to most, if not all, of these people." Delighted with the attitude of her lion cub, Minerva offered her recollection of that time. "Mr. Potter, there were many students still at Hogwarts who fondly remembered your parents and honored their memory on the night they fell. The great hall was draped in black as the school remembered 2 of her own. I think answering these letters would not only be the right thing to do, it would also let all those who wrote know you took the time to read their messages. We can have all these transferred to your room. I'll even excuse you from Transfiguration homework this week to give you more time to work on your new task." A clearly touched Harry could only react one way to that. "Thanks, Professor, for your kind words about my parents and the offer of help. While I'll happily accept your help having these removed to our rooms, my homework will be on your desk along with the rest of my class. I wouldn't want there to be any rumors of favoritism within Hogwarts starting. Who knows where that could lead?" Harry wasn't sure where the laughter started, but soon the entire table was chuckling away. McGonagall might have only nodded by way of an answer, but Harry suspected that was to stop her breaking into a smile. Her eyes were certainly twinkling with mirth. Oliver also thought this would be a good time to arrange his Quidditch meeting with his head of house. The way the entire team were gathered around Harry, Minerva was sure she was going to like what her captain had to say. She had no idea just how much her captain would actually have to say on the matter. The team might be the same as the one that faced Hufflepuff, but the tactics were going to be radically different. Hermione, Harry and Neville were all slowly sifting through the mountain of mail, sorting them into 2 piles. One was for those that could be covered by a general reply. They were working on wording a reply that could basically be copied and signed, saving Harry a load of work. The other pile was those Harry was going to have to personally write a reply to. It was a rather nervous Neville who drew a particular letter to Harry's attention. This one here's from a young witch called Ginny Weasley. She says she's Ron's younger sister and hopes her idiot brothers don't drive you out of Hogwarts. It says she was really looking forward to meeting you, and Hermione. Hermione couldn't help but remember the younger girl's crush on her intended, and asking her for help on how to get to know Harry better. There was no ambiguity in what Ginny meant by better, either. This time it would be different though. Harry was with her, and she had the ring to prove it. She encouraged him to write back. A reply to this young witch will either end up framed on her bedroom wall, or tucked under her pillow for her to sleep on at night. Whatever she chooses, it will certainly annoy the hell out of Ron. As Neville chuckled at that, Harry could only groan. This is going to take weeks. The prophet was now deliberately focusing the country's ire onto those who had sent Harry Potter malicious mail, all in an attempt to take that focus off the newspaper. That Lucius Malfoy had a case to answer was also conveniently ignored. The head of the Malfoy family was doing his best to help this along by keeping an extremely low profile, while hoping it would all blow over. These actions had the knock-on effect of shifting the country's ire from a certain Ron Weasley to. With the prospect of his expulsion from Hogwarts diminishing, Ron was now ready to say anything in order to get back there. His last few days at the Burrow had been some of the most miserable of his life. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse though, it did. Potter sending a letter to Ginny saw her hyperventilating at breakfast. Their mother needed to administer a calming draft as Ginny was in danger of passing out from sheer excitement. It was as if they had won the Daily Prophet Grand Galleon draw. Ginny walked about with a perpetual smile on her face. Their mother was delighted Harry didn't hold the rest of the Weasley family responsible, even citing in his letter that he was friends with the twins. Their father appeared more relieved. Potter's attack on Malfoy had shifted the focus away from them. Neither the press nor the ministry could go after the Weasleys, while ignoring the Malfoys' part in this. Ron was ready to say his beloved canons were crap to get away from home, accepting the blame for something he actually did was child's play compared to that. His arrival back in Hogwarts wasn't what he'd hoped for however. Dean and Seamus were still angry at him, while the two girls wouldn't even speak to Ron. Lavender and Parvati were far too busy trying to ingratiate themselves with Longbottom, obviously in the hope of getting back on Potter's good side. Both were at least smart enough not to approach him directly, not with Granger always at his side. That Potter was back on the Quidditch team shocked Ron too, nearly as much as the entire team heading up to the trio's private rooms most nights to discuss tactics. Percy had lost his badge. Ron had been sent home and now walked about with his house association grayed out, yet Potter got everything. How could that be fair? It was the night before the Quidditch match and things inside Hogwarts had been going deceptively well for the Golden Trio. All the letters had been answered, though some had even written back. The Gryffindor Quidditch practices had been going wonderfully. Oliver wore a grin that was very Leonish, almost like a great cat that was sneaking up on its unsuspecting prey. Those Ravenclaws wouldn't know what hit them. Harry hadn't experienced any more dreams from his past, something both he and Hermione were very grateful for. The couple were about to be dragged into a real live nightmare though as Dobby shook them awake. It wasn't just their still sleep-befuddled states that had them questioning what their little friend was saying. The house is being attacked. An invisible Albus arrived at the scene, not sure what to expect. That there were no curses currently flying through the air was a bonus, as was everything being bathed in artificial light. The multiple floodlights attached to the Grangers' home were turning night into day, though that piercing noise would leave Albus needing a headache potion if he remained here for any length of time. A quick search revealed no current threats, yet the wards did register that they had very recently been attacked by magic. The levels of noise and light were then added to by a rapidly approaching vehicle. Albus carefully watched as a couple of uniformed muggles left the vehicle and proceeded to search around the property. With his wards preventing the spells cast doing any damage to the building, there really wasn't anything for the investigating muggles to find. After recognizing that fact, One of the muggles spoke into a device that squawked back at him. It was mere moments later, however, that the spotlights went out, and silence once more returned to the night. The flashing lights on their vehicle were also extinguished, and the pair eventually left at a pace greatly reduced from the one they'd arrived at. Not being able to raise anyone in the house, and seeing no signs of forced entry, they obviously reached the conclusion that no one was home, and the house's defenses had scared whoever was attempting entry away. Albus thought at least part of that was true. Whoever attacked the Grangers' house would have gotten an almighty shock to discover it was warded. If that attack also triggered the Muggle defenses, then shock wouldn't really be a strong enough word to describe the wizards who were doing the attacking's reactions. What really intrigued the headmaster though was the whereabouts of the Grangers. Yes, they could simply be spending the night elsewhere, but Albus didn't think so. He certainly believed Miss Granger was capable of providing her parents with a means of emergency escape, yet Albus couldn't see how she would get her parents to accept something like that, unless Harry and Hermione had gone down the route of full disclosure. The fact Miss Granger's parents were missing the afternoon he'd erected the wards at her home hadn't troubled Albus at the time. Now it was beginning to appear that their absence might have been deliberate. If so, it was almost certainly to stop him gleaning any information he shouldn't have from them. If she did indeed provide her parents with a means for an emergency escape, Miss Granger was sure to be monitoring that system. He would need to head back to Hogwarts and see if he was correct. If Albus was, the young couple might already be looking for him. Harry and Hermione needed to get out of the castle that was locked for the night. They were under Harry's invisibility cloak as Hermione practically dragged him to the statue of the one-eyed witch. Speaking the password saw both of them descend into the tunnel and hurry along it. With wands lit, they soon spotted Dobby waiting on them at what they assumed was the edge of the Hogwarts wards. They had no sooner reached him when Dobby popped the couple away. Emma was sitting wringing her hands with worry. Dan, however, was far too wound up to sit. He was stalking up and down behind Emma, the broken wooden chair leg in his hand at least making him feel slightly less defenseless. That improvised weapon was raised and ready for action at the pop he heard, only for it to be instantly lowered the second he recognized it was their daughter calling for them. Emma's answering shout had Hermione bursting into the room, and both his girls were soon wrapped up in each other. Harry followed on behind, his wand still held ready. He noticed the chair leg in Dan's hand and nodded his approval before asking the obvious question. "You both all right?" "Yes. Our house alarm went off, waking both of us instantly. We never saw or even heard if we were under attack. Dobby was in our bedroom seconds later and brought us here." "Just where is here?" After confirming her mother was fine, Hermione was now hugging her father. Harry found himself being enveloped in Emma's arms as Hermione then answered her father's geographical enquiry. "You're in Hogsmeade, Dad. We're on the outskirts of the village actually. This is the Shrieking Shack. It's supposedly haunted, so no one ever comes here." At that, Dobby popped back with some clothes for Dan and Emma. Pajamas and a nightdress weren't really suitable attire for what they would need to do next. Dobby also had some news. The house is undamaged. There were muggles checking it, and Dobby was sure he felt Dumbledore pop away. Hermione and Harry moved outside the room to allow them their privacy to change, continuing their conversation through the door as they did. "What happens now?" "We need to go and see Dumbledore, Dad, and also cover how you got here. We want to keep Dobby's presence a secret, so need to invent a cover story." Harry and Hermione had simply pulled robes over their sleepwear, but Dobby had even thought to add jackets to the clothes he had collected from home for her parents. As the elf popped in again with heavy cloaks from their Gryffindor rooms, Hermione now had time to hug their little friend in thanks. A blushing Dobby brushed the thanks off. Dobby was being a good house elf and protecting his family. "Dobby, you are the best elf in the world. We simply can't thank you enough." Harry saying that made the little guy's night. He popped away very happy. When joined by a now dressed set of parents, Hermione led them into a different tunnel. With wand lit, she took her father by the hand while Harry did the same with Emma behind them. Pressing the knot on the whomping willow stilled its branches and allowed the four safe passage. With Hogwarts in darkness and it being a cloudy night, their view was limited to that provided by the light from the two wands. Hermione had coached her parents not to let go of their hands, otherwise the wards would have them wanting to leave. In that manner the four headed off to get some help. Emma held Harry's other hand tightly as he banged on the door of the strange round house. The loud barking coming from inside was soon drowned out by a voice she could only describe as booming. "Who the bleedin' 'ell is knockin' on me door at this time o' night? Yea better, haven't you a bloody good reason? Hagrid, it's Harry, we need your help. Ari, what are ye doin' oot o' bed, never mind oot the castle? Do ye know what time it is?" As the scrape of the heavy door's bolts being drawn back sent shivers up Emma's spine, Hermione spoke from behind her. "We know what time it is, Hagrid. We've got an emergency here. Hermione, you're oot o' bed too. I should have known. Ye never get one o' ye without the other. Oh, who's this?" The door opened to reveal a hairy giant of a man who had to stoop not to hit his head off his own doorway lintel. Emma could see every detail of his features due to the massive lantern he held in his hand. Those black eyes focused on her standing beside Harry, and only the fact the man was smiling stopped Emma panicking. She did squeeze Harry's hand a touch harder though. "These are Hermione's parents. Their house was attacked by Death Eaters tonight. Only Dumbledore's protections on the house got them out of there safely. Using Dumbledore's name with Hagrid invoked its own kind of magic. Their large friend immediately assumed everything was fine. It simply couldn't be otherwise with Albus Dumbledore involved. Attacked by Death Eaters, ye say? Well, we'd better get ye right up to see Dumbledore then. Great man, Dumbledore, he'll soon sort everything out." Grabbing a hairy cloak and pulling his boots on, Hagrid and Fang were soon accompanying the party to the castle. Hagrid of course had the keys needed to gain entry, which is why they had gone to him in the first place. Once inside the castle, it wasn't strictly necessary for Dan and Emma to continue holding Hermione and Harry's hands. Everything was so strange though that neither relinquished that grip on their only link to normality. They found the passageway to the headmaster's office already open, and Dumbledore sitting waiting on them, convincing Hagrid even more that his idol was a great man. "Ah, come in. I certainly expected to see two of you tonight. All four is indeed a pleasant surprise. You'll be pleased to know the wards I placed around your home worked perfectly. There is no damage, but the attackers had fled before I got there. Hagrid, thank you so much for bringing them here." While Albus was talking, his wand was busy conjuring chairs for the four guests, followed by a small table that soon contained tea and biscuits. Hagrid wished them well before heading off home, and back to his bed. Emma really needed a cup of tea, though it was a bit disconcerting having all those moving portraits watching her drink it. When one of them spoke out, she nearly spilled her tea. "Muggles in the headmaster's office. You go too far, Albus." This almost started a fight up on the walls as portraits took sides on that argument, an argument that Albus soon put a stop to. "Silence. How dare you disrespect my guests, Phineas Black. As parents of one of this school's top students, Mr. and Mrs. Granger have every right to be here. I won't hear another word on the matter." Albus' glare ended any and all complaints. "Miss Granger, I'm impressed and intrigued that you actually got your parents here. Would you care to tell me how you managed it?" "I made them an emergency portkey, Headmaster. It took them to the Shrieking Shack. It also alerted me when triggered, so Harry and I headed there at once. Getting out of the castle is a lot easier than gaining entry, especially when having my parents along too. So we headed from the Whomping Willow exit straight to Hagrid's hut. Can I assume your parents understand how a first-year magical student is able to do all of these things?" "Yes, Headmaster, and I would ask that you respect their privacy on the matter. We're all on the same team here and my parents have been very supportive." Albus interrupted the young girl. "Miss Granger, you have my word. Since your parents are already at Hogwarts, and welcome to stay, I would like to extend an invitation for them to join us tomorrow for the Quidditch match. We'll have lots of visitors so they won't stand out. I'm sure they would like the opportunity to watch Harry play." "Thank you, sir, for all of that. I'm sure my father will enjoy watching Quidditch. My mother will probably be a bit more like me, terrified that Harry will get hurt. We can have guest quarters prepared tomorrow, but I wonder if I could impose on your hospitality." "That would be brilliant, sir. They can stay in our room for what's left of tonight. We can sort out tomorrow. Make that later today. What happens next? Dan had been overawed by the whole experience tonight. Once he was sure his family were indeed safe, the fact that Dobby had just transported them to the Scottish Highlands in a matter of seconds blew his mind. Events, if anything, had just gotten stranger after that. He felt there was something he could contribute to the situation here though. Headmaster, I would like to offer my thanks for placing those wards around our home. They really saved us tonight. The attack also triggered our own alarm system, which includes surveillance cameras. Those cameras would have sent pictures to the alarm company's regional control center. We should hopefully have images of whoever attacked our house tonight. Oh dear, that might just complicate matters. Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by complicate matters? We're all pretty sure that Malfoy was behind this attack on the Grangers' home, though Emma and Dan wisely didn't hang around long enough to make certain. This might be our proof, and our one chance to make something stick to Malfoy. I'm sorry, Harry, but those photographs would never be admissible as proof in a magical courtroom. Albus held his hand up as quite a few of his guests appeared ready to explode at hearing that. Bearing in mind I know practically nothing about Muggle photography, please answer this question honestly. How difficult would it be to fake pictures of Lucius Malfoy being at the Grangers tonight? This immediately deflated Harry's ire. Although not yet the phenomenon it would later become, he knew Photoshop and other similar computer programs were already out there. With the right equipment, ridiculously easy. If Dan gets proof though, that will be good enough for me. Malfoy doesn't seem to care if he breaks the law or not. Those who live by the sword. Albus really didn't have an answer to that, more just a request. Harry, please don't do anything rash. Sir, I've got Hermione to stop me doing anything like that. Albus glanced toward the girl, saw the barely contained rage that there had been an attempt to attack her parents, and wasn't convinced she would be able, or even willing, to contain or curtail her intended's response. That doesn't get around the fact that these pictures could be considered a breach of the Statute of Secrecy Act. It was left to Dan to reassure the headmaster. The police will have checked our property and found no damage or any signs of forced entry. If these pictures show people in funny costumes trying to gain access, it will be put down as some kind of prank. With no damage, there will be no insurance claim, so practically no investigation will take place. The alarm company will send me the photographs as a matter of course, since the alarm was triggered, but the entire incident will then be quickly dropped and forgotten. Albus was satisfied with that, but certainly intended to inform Amelia and Cornelius about the attack too. Neville awoke to a strange sight. Harry was sleeping in his own bed. The knocking then reminded Neville just what had woken him in the first place. He staggered through to their living room, opening the door to find Professor McGonagall standing there. Good morning, Mr. Longbottom. The headmaster informed me you all had some excitement last night. Neville's puzzled look disappeared the instant he heard the strange voice coming from behind him. He almost jumped out of his pajamas in fright. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. It's nice to meet you again. I wish the circumstances were better, Mr. Granger. Is your wife sharing your daughter's room? Yes. Me on the couch seemed to be the easiest option. I have to say, it was very comfortable. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Harry was now up too. Morning, Professor. I expected Ollie to be banging on our door at first light. I did indeed intercept Mr. Wood on my way up here. When I told him why I needed to speak with you, he was then worried that you wouldn't be able to play today. You seem to me to all be handling this experience exceedingly well. It was Dan who quickly answered that. We had plans in place to deal with something like last night. Emma and I were out of there within seconds of the attack beginning. My family are fine and Professor Dumbledore's work saved our home from being damaged too. Things really couldn't have gone much better for us and we're all very grateful for that. We will hopefully sit down later as a family to discuss exactly what we do next. Our home being attacked certainly changes things. Harry introduced Neville to Dan, before reassuring their friend he would be included in any plans that saw them moving away from Hogwarts. He also explained why that might happen now, Hermione's house being attacked by suspected Death Eaters. Harry also assured his head of house he would be ready to play. It was a rough night. Professor, nothing more. While not ideal preparation for a big match, I'll be fine. A rough night. That's an apt description. Hermione then noticed Harry did indeed look rough. She went over and hugged him. His needy response had her own alarm bells ringing. After getting back to sleep I had a bad dream. What are the odds on that? I'd just nodded off again when it was time to get up. Understanding at once what he meant by a bad dream, Hermione couldn't wait to get him alone and discover what the unlocked memory was. Emma was introduced to Neville too, before McGonagall pushed on with today's arrangements. I'll have a house elf drop off a couple of robes for you both, then please join us in the Great Hall for breakfast. After that, while Harry heads off with the rest of the team, there should be time enough to get you set up in guest quarters before the match. While Dan didn't want to put the school to any trouble, he was quite willing to stay here for another night. McGonagall had to say no to that idea. These are the children's dorms. While I will have no problem justifying you staying here under last night's circumstances, I really can't do so for another. We're currently arranging guest quarters close to Gryffindor House. With those conditions, and considering it's Saturday, I'll even extend these two's curfew by an hour, providing they're both with you. After thanking the professor, they all headed off to get ready for their day. Harry was just pulling on his Quidditch team jersey when Dan stuck his head in the room and asked if he could use the shower facilities. Pointing him in the right direction, he and Neville then went into their living area. Seeing that Harry would need to wait not only on Hermione and Emma but Dan too, Neville decided he would head down to breakfast first. He didn't want to intrude on the family at a time like this. Harry was sitting on an armchair when Hermione entered, immediately settling herself on his lap. What did you remember this time? I don't think it's a huge surprise that Malfoy made an appearance, just as we're both sure he was behind last night. I was in Dumbledore's office and Malfoy strode in as if he owned the place, kicking a beleaguered Dobby in the process. All of us in that office knew Malfoy was behind setting the basilisk on the school, but he just challenged us to prove it. Again he walked away with nothing done about it. He's not getting away with it this time. Harry, we need to be careful. Hermione, when I tricked him into freeing Dobby, the bastard pulled his wand on a 12-year-old kid. Only Dobby knocking him on his ass saved me from getting cursed with who knows what. Emma was listening in too, as was someone else. A beaming Dobby popped right beside the couple. Harry remembers freeing Dobby. Harry's arm came from around Hermione and his hand rested on Dobby's shoulder. Best thing ever I did, Dobby. That man is a sadistic arsehole who thinks he's above the law, probably because his position and money have let him get away with just about anything for his entire life. With your help, we can show him that his actions will have consequences. It might be the only way we can stay in Britain. A dressed Dan entered, still toweling his hair. What have you got in mind, Harry? If we get photographic proof Malfoy was involved, I intend to send him a message of exactly what will happen if he goes after anyone connected to me again. He needs to know I can and will do whatever is necessary to protect those closest to me. When Dan heard details of Harry's plans, he was grinning like a loon. It was a ploy straight out of his favorite movie. These people behaved like gangsters. It was time to use tactics they would not only understand, but ignore the warning at their peril. Harry had both arms back around Hermione as he told everyone the rest of what he'd remembered. My dream finished with a newly unpetrified Hermione Granger racing into the Great Hall and almost hugging the life out of me, in front of the entire school too. At least I hugged you right back, still without realizing just what I felt for you. You do now, Harry. What more could I ask for? Dan's quip of breakfast soon had all of them heading out the door. Draco was also grinning like a loon. His father intended to strike back against Potter last night, and in doing so also ruin any chance of him being able to play in the Quidditch match today. Seeing the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team enter without Potter had started him smiling. Longbottom entering and still no sign of Potter just widened that grin. The rumor sweeping through the Great Hall was that the Mudblood's parents had been attacked by wizards last night, a rumor that was being believed, especially by Draco. That good mood crashed and burned as Potter entered the Great Hall. Not only was he in his Quidditch uniform, the two adults with him could only be the Mudblood's parents. How was this possible? No one had ever stood up to his father before, and lived to tell the tale. Harry had quickly settled Ollie's nerves by assuring his captain he was fit and ready to play. As he'd predicted, the game against Ravenclaw had become something much more than a simple school Quidditch match. There would be government officials, press representatives and even other concerned parents in the stands today, all here to see if their revered hero, the boy who lived, was indeed a coward. While Harry didn't really give a shit about that, there was now even more at stake here. All four of them recognized the timing of last night's attack was no coincidence. Malfoy thought today's game was important enough of an event to wreck his chances of playing, so Harry was going to rub salt into the open wound that was last night's failure. Then he was going to defang Lucius Malfoy for good. The Hogwarts Quidditch stands were full to capacity, something that was evident by the noise being generated. Harry spotted Dumbledore, sitting in one of the stands with the Minister of Magic and head of the DMLE. That at least meant there wouldn't be an attack coming from the possessed Quirrell. Seeing Hagrid beside Hermione and her parents removed any worry from that direction too. No one would mess with the trio of Grangers with their large friend in attendance, something Harry thought Dumbledore was more than shrewd enough to arrange. This left him free to concentrate on the match. The game started with friendly handshakes all around, then it was down to business. Harry was flying around like he did in the last game, causing disruption wherever he could, though careful not to cross over the line that would have given away a foul. Gryffindor were 30 points up when the crowd got their first glimpse that things were different. Katie appeared to drop the quaffle, but Harry was right below her and plucked it out the air. He bolted toward the Ravenclaw hoops, leaving the rest of the opposition not sure what to do. The keeper was doing his best to cover the top hoop as Harry drew his arm back to shoot there, only for his empty hand to come forward. The quaffle had been flipped over his shoulder, the waiting Katie then firing it through the bottom left hoop to much cheering and whining from the Ravenclaw team. Lee's voice boomed out announcing the goal. He also brought to everyone's attention that the rules allowed a seeker to carry the quaffle, but not score with it. With Harry being the lightest player on the fastest broom, none of the Ravenclaw chasers could get near him when he had the quaffle. Knowing he couldn't score, the keeper was ignoring Harry in favor of watching who was available for the pass. The quaffle bouncing off his back and then tumbling through the lower right hoop had the Gryffindors in the crowd cheering like mad. Dan was sitting beside Hagrid and Neville, all three of them were right into the game. Emma had both hands over her eyes and occasionally peeking through her fingers. Hermione, how can you possibly watch this? Putting her arm around her mother allowed Hermione to have her mouth close to Emma's ear. She was then able to speak without fear of being overheard. I watched Harry fly against a dragon. Compared to that, Quidditch is tame. Shuddering at the mere thought of witnessing that, Emma glanced toward her husband. Dan was punching the air and screaming his approval as Gryffindor scored another goal. There was then a massive intaking of breath as Harry's broom seemed to fall out the sky. The other seeker though was right on his broom's bristles, so Emma though it must be a dive. She wanted to scream as the ground rushed up to meet Harry at a ridiculously fast pace, but no sound was coming out of her wide-open mouth. Harry pulled up not a second too soon and whizzed safely away. The other seeker wasn't as skillful and plowed into the pitch. Harry flew past and high-fived Hermione as she leaned over the barrier, just as the Ravenclaw captain called a timeout. Dan's eyes were sparkling with excitement as he spoke to the girls in his life. I've never seen anything like this, it's fantastic. Using his years of experience from watching his beloved football, Dan offered an analogy of what he thought was happening up in the air. It's like playing three midfielders against four. The three are being totally overrun, and Harry just took out the only player capable of evening that part of the game out. The skill and tactics on show out there today are simply fantastic. Those three Gryffindor girls appear able to read each other's minds, and Harry is clearly the best and quickest flyer out there. With the twins batting those cannonballs with the precision of a snooker pro too, it's easy to see why the other team is getting swamped. If a muggle at his first match could see what was happening, the Ravenclaw captain certainly had no trouble discerning what the problem was. That didn't mean he knew how to fix it though. All their plays and preparations assumed they would be facing three chasers, not four. With no answers, he was left trying to encourage his dazed and bruised seeker to hurry up and catch the snitch, before it was too late. A smiling Cornelius was also enjoying himself. No matter the score today, Harry Potter had answered the accusations publicly aimed in his direction in The Prophet by Lucius Malfoy. There was also the fact that he had given Dumbledore permission to erect those wards on the Granger's home, something he would be sure to work into the conversation he intended to have with Harry later. Amelia would also have the attack investigated, though none of them expected that to turn up much evidence. If Harry Potter chose to leave Hogwarts and Britain, things like that may be the only reasons Cornelius held on to his job. As their score climbed, it seemed to supply even more energy to the Gryffindor attack. When they surged 160 points ahead, their supporters went absolutely nuts. It also had the effect of totally demoralizing the Ravenclaw team. It was almost a relief for them when Harry eventually caught the snitch. The Gryffindor supporters were ecstatic, as was the team. Harry shot up to Hermione and presented her with the snitch, receiving a key from his intended before Emma almost smothered him in a hug of relief. Due to the massive interest in this match, and doubt placed over their Quidditch-playing children's safety by the Prophet article, Dumbledore had invited the families of those playing today along to watch the game. With her twin brothers wearing the red and gold of Gryffindor, Ginny Weasley sat beside her father as she got to see her first Hogwarts Quidditch match. Although there had been two Weasleys up in the air, Ginny was sure she wasn't the only person in the stadium who couldn't take her eyes off Harry Potter. It was no hardship, however. He was easily the star player up there. She could have done without seeing him key his intended, and that didn't look like anything other than a key between a very serious couple. The girl's mother then hugging Harry was also entirely genuine. Ginny came from a family whose mother practiced the exact same behavior. She certainly could recognize a genuine hug when she saw one. It didn't look, however, as if Molly Weasley would ever be hugging Harry Potter like that. Between them, the two Granger ladies seemed to have those positions all sewn up. That Harry appeared very happy about that fact really drove home to Ginny her childhood dreams would never be anything more than just that. Albus had set an unused classroom aside and the Hogwarts elves soon had it transformed into a suitable location where the players could mingle with their parents. This would be done while enjoying a light buffet and some refreshments, thus also providing Cornelius with an opportunity to meet the players too. Hermione and her parents were of course invited. The girl with memories of the future also knew there was no way a certain Arthur Weasley could be in a room with two muggles and not approach them. He didn't even wait for Harry to arrive before introducing himself, and his daughter of course. This was how Hermione found herself chatting to Ginny Weasley. "Are you the little sister who wrote to Harry?" Her blush was of epic proportions and Ginny could only nod in agreement, her voice somewhat deserting the bashful little redhead. "That's great. Harry and I have met 4 Weasleys so far at Hogwarts, and 2 of them are our friends." Hermione didn't need to name names. Ginny knew exactly which of her brothers she was speaking of. Arthur meanwhile was far too busy concentrating on interrogating Hermione's mother and father to care what the 2 girls were talking about. The team's arriving disrupted all conversations and Harry was soon standing with his arm around Hermione's waist as she introduced him to Ginny. That went about as well as could be expected, with Ginny at least managing to say, "Hi." Her twin brothers then recommended Hermione save her parents from their father, Arthur's fascination with muggles being a long-running joke in the Weasley family. Dan and Emma's relief at being rescued was short-lived. After escaping Arthur's inane questions, "What is the purpose of a rubber duck?" they then found themselves in the company of the Minister of Magic. Harry handled the introductions and Cornelius was happy to shake a couple of muggles by the hand. He was actually prepared to do a lot more than that to keep Harry Potter in Britain. "I was really sorry to hear of your home being attacked, though delighted signing that warding permission played a small part in what became a fortuitous outcome. Madam Bones will have her Aurors checking today to see if they can determine any information from the attack. I have to be honest here and say she's not too hopeful it will. What they will also do though is add an Auror alarm ward to your existing protection. This will see those wards monitored from within the ministry. Should this ever be attempted again, the attackers will find a squad of Aurors appearing when that ward is triggered." Hermione thanked the minister profusely, both for his initial permission and the follow-on alarm wards. She recognized why he was doing this, but keeping her parents safe was their number one priority here. Anything that helped with that aim was okay in her book. The minister then gushed all over Harry about the game he'd played today. While the praise was deserved, it didn't make Harry's blush any less noticeable. Emma and Dan were also seeing the children in what they now considered their natural environment, a magical one. While being introduced to that culture's prime minister was a bit of a shock, seeing their daughter not only being accepted but have friends was somewhat of a dream come true for her once worried parents. Visiting Hogwarts and seeing where and how they lived, meeting Neville and some of their other friends too, all this was helping Emma and Dan reach the decision they wouldn't have believed possible last night. They had Dobby watching over them in Crawley, and now the Ministry would also respond along with Dumbledore should this attack ever be repeated. They also knew what Harry had planned as retribution against Malfoy, should the security camera's pictures place him at the house. They would leave Harry and Hermione at Hogwarts, at least until their already planned conversations on the matter over the summer. Seeing how close they were to Neville, they would also ask Harry and Hermione if they wanted to invite their friend to Crawley over the summer. They would stay in the castle tonight in the lovely guest quarters provided and return to Crawley tomorrow. Due to the methods of transportation available to them, they would be able to have lunch with Harry and Hermione yet still be home in time for dinner. That was one thing both non-magicals thought they could easily get used to. That there had been a press presence at the school Quidditch match saw Harry Potter once more feature heavily in the profit. Albus had allowed team photographs to be taken before the match, though barred all press from the families gathering after the game, and it was the Gryffindor team picture that hit the headlines. While their teamwork, inventive use of strategy and plays were rightly praised, the paper couldn't help but single out the performance of their seeker, Harry Potter. Harry's control on his Nimbus 2000 had rather graphically and comprehensively rubbished any claims his flying was a danger to the other players. The same report also praised Hogwarts for recognizing the young wizard had prodigious talent on a broom, relaxing their own rules to accommodate and help develop that tremendous potential. It was also widely reported that professional Quidditch teams the length and breadth of the country were already showing interest in Harry Potter's abilities. All this positive attention on Potter had really ruined Lucius' week. Instead of his usual glass of exquisite port before bed, the amount consumed by the seething head of the Malfoy family had steadily climbed each and every night. So much so that it was a rather slow and disjointed hand that blindly reached for his wand on the nightstand in response to his wife's horrified screams. Using his wand to dramatically increase the illumination in their bedroom, Lucius was first puzzled at how the hand holding his wand had blood dripping from it. Turning to his still screaming wife, he couldn't miss that she was standing out of their bed and liberally splattered with fresh blood too. Sissy's eyes were almost bulging out of her head as she stared back into the bed, her screams if anything becoming more frantic and distraught. It was then the alcohol evaporated out of Lucius' system as he noticed who was still in the bed with him. Lucius was staring into the lifeless eyes of his son. As if that wasn't bad enough, he was staring into the lifeless eyes of his son's detached head. The rest of Draco's body was missing, the head appearing to have been brutally ripped off, and thus accounting for why he and Sissy were covered in their son's sticky red blood. It took a moment for Lucius to realize he was screaming too. That was before what was now pinned to the headboard caught his eye. He didn't know how this item was taken, or even how it got into its present position. There wasn't a single shred of ambiguity concerning what this item was, however. Standing in his Death Eater regalia, a clearly identifiable Lucius Malfoy was pictured attacking Potter's Mudblood's home. Written across the bottom of the large photograph in blood, probably Draco's, was just one word: retribution. His wife's grief was turning to anger as it began to dawn on her who was responsible for this chilling catastrophe. You stupid, arrogant bastard. You just couldn't let it go. Now our son has been murdered. Narcissa was then left trying to believe her eyes. Her son's beautiful features were slowly transforming into something horrible, though with its own special sense of beauty. Where once had lain Draco's detached head, his bloody yet still aristocratic features easily identifiable, there was now forming a pile of offal. This led to the beautiful hope that her son may indeed be still alive and well. The flames of that hope were fanned further still by the message on the picture changing too. Blood was now running over Lucius' image in the picture as this message was far longer, though still managed to get its point across with horrifying clarity and simplicity. No more warnings. Move against my family. Draco dies. Then Narcissa. Finally you. No more Malfoys. As Lucius eventually stumbled out of the bloody bed, and away from the blood-soaked offal, his relief at Draco apparently still being alive was soon replaced by his incandescent fury at who was obviously responsible for this warning. This is Potter's doing. I'm going to. Lucius never got to say what he intended to do to a certain Harry Potter. The curse that left his wife's wand passed close enough to his head for Lucius to feel the power it contained. Her power abated not an iota as it transferred to her voice while a raging sissy screamed at him. Are you out of your tiny mind? With a Herculean effort, she managed to rein in her temper just enough to be able to talk with her husband. Her wand though was still trained on him. This person was not only able to access our home, they were clearly in our bedroom while we slept. Both of us could have been murdered and we wouldn't have known anything about it. Exactly. He hasn't got the balls to carry his threat out. You're prepared to gamble all out lives on that. Let's remember, he can get to Draco anytime he wants inside Hogwarts. Dumbledore won't investigate his golden boy and all they would need to do was make our son's death look like an accident. Just because he's giving out a warning first, that doesn't mean Potter won't kill if he feels he has to. You, or anyone else, attacking the Mudblood's family will see him make that decision. Is that worth the death of our son? Is it worth my life? Is it worth the annihilation of the entire Malfoy family? You yourself have told Draco and I many times that Muggles are beneath us, mere worthless creatures. Are you willing to gamble all our lives on this matter, just so you can again attempt to harm these particular worthless creatures? Seeing she was finally getting through to her husband, Narcissa changed tack. They seemed to have been one step ahead of everyone since Potter took up with the Mudblood. Now is not the time to go charging in like a bloody Gryffindor. It's way past time for some Slytherin cunning to be brought to bear on the matter. Lucius stood there amid the stench that was reeking from the bloody mess on their marital bed. With blood in his hair, the same substance polluting his silk pajamas, and his wife's wand still steadily pointed at him, Lucius finally began to think rationally about the situation. Darla. The little female elf popped into the bedroom. She stood in her tattered and faded blue plaid dress, head down and hands behind her back. Master called for Darla. Who was in this house, elf? Darla didn't see anyone in the house, Master. Would Master like Darla to clean the mess in here? The kick sent Darla to her knees. The elf didn't think it was too bad though, Master didn't have his boots on. Who do you think is going to clean it? Burn those sheets, pillows, the mattress too. I will sleep in Draco's room tonight while your mistress will choose one of the guest bedrooms. Have them prepared first before clearing up this mess. Burn these too. Lucius stripped out of his pajamas. The expensive nightwear was covered with so much blood, they hit the marble floor with a splat. Narcissa disrobed at the same time before heading off in the direction of their showers. Lucius though had more to say before leaving their bedroom. The person who did this will pay. A now naked Narcissa stared straight into her husband's eyes and made a promise. Whoever did this left me thinking our son had been brutally murdered. Even just for a moment, that pain was unbearable. They are not getting away with doing that to us. We need a plan that hurts them yet in no way even hints at any Malfoy involvement. Come to me with a plan like that and I swear I will help you take our revenge. This was more like the witch he married. Lucius nodded in agreement. I'll check the wards after my shower. You write to Draco and have him confirm nothing is amiss as quickly as possible. We'll let things settle down before retaliating. That will give us more time to plan too. Only after they had left the room did Darla's mouth form a wry smile. Dobby would be so proud of her, and making Dobby proud was quickly becoming more important to Darla than pleasing her family. Dobby was teaching Darla how not to lie, but still not answer Master's questions. Darla knew it was Dobby who had accomplished this tonight but she had deliberately not seen him. Therefore Darla could truthfully answer her master and protect Dobby too. Dobby was helping Darla with so much, and promised to try and free her from the bad family too. Dobby was such a powerful elf, and Darla would give anything to be part of his family. Telling Dobby about any plans the bad masters made should help with Dobby's family liking Darla too, though Dobby said they would do so anyway. Master thought he was being so clever, ordering Darla to keep the family's secrets. Dobby was family though, even if Master thought Dobby was dead. Dobby said he was free, and his magic certainly allowed him to do things against the Master that Darla could never do. Then again, the house magic didn't stop Darla talking to, or even sometimes helping, Dobby. Darla didn't know why that was. Darla just knew the handsome elf would always receive anything Dobby asked of Darla. The little elf popped away to carry out the tasks her master had just ordered Darla to do. Ron was left wondering what he had done to deserve all this bad luck. His Hogwarts experience had started off so spectacularly too, yet was now turning to one big steaming pile of shit. To make matters even worse, his beloved Quidditch had now become an instrument of torture to Ron. You couldn't mention the sport anywhere in Hogwarts without the conversation instantly switching to Gryffindor's amazing last game. That the boy he'd initiated a censure procedure against was easily the standout player of their unbelievable win left the students with the grayed-out house associations even further alienated inside Gryffindor, and a laughingstock amongst the other three houses. Ron was left delighted that Valentine's Day was almost upon them. Not that he expected anything in the way of cards or gifts from any of the castle's witches. No, it was more to provide a reason for others to think about something or someone else for a while, rather than the Gryffindor 5. However welcome though, Valentine's Day would ultimately prove to be nothing more than a brief interlude in this dreadful situation. What Ron needed was a way to endear himself to the rest of Gryffindor House. Otherwise, you didn't need to have any seer in you to predict a resorting in his future come September. The main problems with achieving this aim was that he hadn't a clue how to go about it, and even the calendar was slowly turning against him. Every day that he didn't come up with an idea to keep him in Gryffindor was a day closer to his resorting. Since no Weasley would ever be sorted into Slytherin, and he was honest enough to admit Ravenclaw was beyond his academic capabilities, that left only Hufflepuff as an alternative house. Ron didn't think his pride would survive being resorted from Gryffindor to Hufflepuff. He really would rather just leave Hogwarts without adding that ignominy to his already dreadful school experience. Harry also had a couple of reasons to be thankful it was now St. Valentine's Day. Unsurprisingly, both of those reasons centered around Hermione. For one, she'd agreed not to mention him playing Quidditch against Slytherin next month for all of today. More specifically though, it was playing Gryffindor's new system, a system that put their seeker in a lot more danger of being injured, that had Hermione constantly on his case. Having never seen a Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, Harry had no idea of just how bad things could get up there, and he wasn't taking her warnings as seriously as she'd clearly hoped he would. The second reason to be thankful was Hermione herself, or rather what she meant to Harry. This was the first year he would be celebrating this most romantic of days while having a significant other in his life. He wanted the entire day to be perfect for his intended. Hermione awoke cuddling into Harry, his arms lovingly wrapped around her. "Good morning, love. Happy Valentine's Day." Hermione enjoyed the key that followed Harry's greeting. You're lovely and warm to cuddle into, and you even used a breath-freshening charm before keying me good morning. I might have to keep you, Mr. Potter." It was only then Hermione noticed her bedroom was bedecked with dozens of red roses. "Oh Harry, they're beautiful. Considering who they are for, they needed to be." "Listen, Harry, I've got no moves. Potter, you're spoiling me. I would have been more than happy with just one. So you want me to cancel the romantic evening meal for two I've got planned? Neville is going to give us the full evening to ourselves, and Dobby knows all your favorite foods." Hermione keyed him before Harry could say any more. Remind me to make sure to plan some time into our evening for doing a lot more of that." "You mean you haven't already?" "Oh, you better believe. Keying Hermione was top of my list of things that I had to arrange time for. I'm just wondering if I can move some time from dancing to increase the portion I've allocated to be spent keying. With the right music, I'm sure we could sway to the rhythm while keying at the same time. Beautiful, brilliant, and lying here in my arms. How did I ever get so lucky? I'm the lucky one, Harry. I'm also the hungry one. We need to get up for breakfast." I had considered arranging breakfast in bed first but thought that might be tempting fate. McGonagall would have both of us for breakfast if she caught us in bed together. With their last key before rising, Harry headed off to get ready to face the day. The great hall was more animated than usual this morning, with owl traffic increased considerably. Hermione was wearing one of her red roses pinned to her robes as she and Harry enjoyed breakfast together. A soft yelp of shock had both of them looking across the table at their best friend. With a blush that turned his face, Neville was staring at the two owls that were trying to deliver what were obviously Valentine cards to him. 2. Neville, someone's popular. Harry was having a chuckle at Hermione's quip, and Neville's embarrassment at receiving 2 cards. Rather you than me, mate. I was dreading a queue of owls for the boy who lived. You've met my intended, she doesn't share. Shaking his head, Neville removed both cards from the owls who delivered them. Since Hermione's your intended, and the entire country knows that, it would have been considered the height of bad manners to send either of you Valentine cards. Opening the envelopes confirmed Neville's suspicions. They're from Lavender and Parvati. They keep pushing and I don't know what to do. A quick glance from Harry to Hermione was all it took for her to understand she should offer their friend some advice. Neville, I'm sorry you're caught up in this, but please don't feel you have to not talk to people because of us. Parvati and Lavender have at least admitted they made a mistake in following the 2 redheads at the center of the problem. Thanks also for giving Harry and I the evening to ourselves tonight. Why don't you use that time to sit and talk with the girls? I really don't want to be the only Gryffindor which in second year, so someone has to make the first move towards reconciliation. Seeing the way they're all being treated actually leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Had things worked out differently, it could so easily have been us left in that position. You don't think they'll take the wrong meaning out of me talking to them on Valentine's Day, do you? Neville, they are 2 lovely young ladies, unless you have your eye on someone else. His blush was back as Neville shook his head in answer to Hermione's question. Sorry to break this to you, Neville, but those girls will take whatever meaning they want out of you talking to them, no matter what day it is. Knowing Hermione was, as usual, right, Neville could only groan at what was now lying on the table in front of him. Harry then had a quick word of warning for their best friend. Nev, both girls can hardly eat their breakfast for glancing over to see your reaction to their cards. If nothing else, Neville Longbottom had been raised to be a gentleman. Plastering a smile on his face, he made a show of reading both cards again before carefully putting them in his pocket. Seeing how both girls reacted to that had Hermione smiling too. While she and Harry spent a romantic evening together, Neville was going to begin building bridges that might see their Gryffindor year group eventually heal. Sometimes Hermione hated being right, and this was certainly one of those occasions. The Slytherins had been brutal throughout the match, with most of their brutality being focused on Harry. He was battered and bruised but actually seemed to be enjoying himself, which just appeared to infuriate the Slytherin team all the more. That, and the fact their arch-rivals, Gryffindor, were currently hammering them while 3/4 of the school cheered the red and gold on. While everyone in the Quidditch stadium was concentrating on Alicia taking the latest penalty, it would put Gryffindor 150 points ahead, a Slytherin beater silently flew up behind Harry. As the quaffle sailed through the top hoop, Bull's beater bat whistled through the air on its route to the back of Harry's head. Some sixth sense had Harry move at the last second, which saved his head, but was not quick enough to avoid being hurt. The bat still connected solidly against Harry, and with more than enough force to shatter his shoulder blade. Hermione's wand was in her hand. Thinking she was the only person to witness what had just happened to Harry, she was wrong. Dumbledore's Arresto Momentum spell caught Harry just after he was thrown from his broom by the force of the blow. Hermione felt as if she was currently moving faster than her intended, and that was with the young witch having to literally push people out of her way while racing for the stairs. The Gryffindors were slowly stopping celebrating the latest goal as they finally saw their seeker falling from his broom to the ground. Hermione screamed her loudest from the stand, her voice reverberating right across the now silent pitch, and just in time to stop Fred Weasley's desperate rescue attempt. Don't touch him. Fred was trying to grab Harry as he fell. That could actually do more harm than good. She quickly cast a cushioning charm on the patch of the pitch where Harry was going to land. Finally down the stairs and now racing across the grass, Hermione then quantified her reason for shouting at Fred while speeding toward him. He was now standing protectively over Gryffindor's fallen seeker. I'm pretty sure that bastard Bull broke his shoulder, hitting him with a beater's bat. That's why I shouted, Fred. You grabbing Harry's arm could have done even more damage. Dumbledore had Harry's fall under control from the second he was knocked off his broom. Harry was still conscious as she got there and knelt at his side, but pain was written all over his features. You were right, love. Shower of dirty bastards. The grimace showed just how much pain he was in. Hermione wanted to cast the numbing charm on his shoulder, but there were far too many witnesses who would certainly wonder how she knew such advanced magic. She then spotted Dumbledore quickly making his way toward them too. Fred was standing beside Hermione while George was trying to stop Oliver, who'd seen the entire incident while guarding his own set of hoops, from physically ripping Bull's head off. Albus immediately cast a numbing charm on the boy's shoulder. Seeing the pain leave Harry's face was its own reward. He couldn't miss the utter rage being emitted from Harry's intended. Miss Granger had her wand in her hand and probably didn't even realize she hadn't put it away after casting the cushioning charm. Albus remembered her asking him to attend Harry's Quidditch matches. He was beginning to understand that request now. Had she been forced to cast the Arresto Momentum spell, there would now be a large question mark over her seemingly extraordinary magical abilities. He would have to deal with the perpetrators of this attack on Harry most severely. Madame Pomfrey pushed past Albus, her focus solely on her newest patient. With all the players now on the ground, Madame Hooch approached the headmaster. I was watching the penalty being taken and didn't see the incident where Mr. Potter was injured. Can I assume you saw it, headmaster? Mr. Bull attempted to cave the back of Mr. Potter's head in with his beater's bat. My bat slipped. Bull's crass comment had the rest of his team sniggering while their captain now taunted his Gryffindor counterpart. Hey Wood, do you concede? You can't win the match without your seeker. A livid Oliver was in no mood to make any concessions. Neither can you. Fred, George, when the match restarts, take out their seeker. Do what you have to do, within the rules, but I want him on the ground and unable to continue. Don't worry about anything else, we'll look after ourselves. That tactical change from Gryffindor almost started a battle on the pitch, leaving Albus with no other option than to intercede. Mr. Bull, is that your last word on this matter? Just to explain some of the trouble you are currently in. As of right this minute, you are barred from ever playing Quidditch at Hogwarts again. The Slytherins tried to turn their ire onto the headmaster but were quickly silenced by a mere look, and Albus wasn't finished yet. Your bat slipped. Explanation doesn't satisfy me in the slightest, so shall we see what the DMLE make of it? The headmaster was interrupted by a clearly unhappy Poppy. Mr. Potter's scapula is shattered beyond repair. I'm going to have to vanish the bones and regrow them. If the same blow from that bat had struck his head, Mr. Potter would almost certainly have been dead before he hit the ground. The fall alone might have been enough to see us with a fatality here if you hadn't caught him with that spell. Hearing that diagnosis was like a bucket of iced water being flung over each of those involved in this situation, kicking the seriousness level up by quite a few levels too. Albus pinned the offender with his gaze. Well, Mr. Bull, have you anything to add to your previous statement? Bearing in mind, once the DMLE become involved it will cease to be a matter that can be dealt with by Hogwarts. All the color had drained from Bull's features, there was certainly no sniggering from the rest of his teammates this time. We were told to take Potter out, the harder the better. Fred had to physically restrain Hermione from attacking Bull after hearing that. Even although he was bigger and stronger than the first-year witch, it was still a close call. Septima had heard enough. As heads of house to those playing, she and Minerva had both made their way onto the pitch. Slytherin concedes the match. The howls of derision from the members of her house team saw their head of house quickly slapping them down. If you think what happened here today is acceptable behavior for a member of my house, then you are sadly mistaken. Quidditch is a game, not an excuse to settle house vendettas. I will be investigating this matter thoroughly. Should I discover you were all involved, Slytherin will be withdrawing from this year's Quidditch Cup, and requiring an entire new team come September. Nodding his acceptance of that decision, Albus began issuing orders. Professor Vector, could you accompany Mr. Bull to my office? I shall be there shortly to deal with the matter. Professor McGonagall, would you accompany Mr. Potter to the infirmary before joining us in my office to help decide Mr. Bull's punishment? As Harry was gently levitated away, a now barely back under control Hermione at his side, Albus then addressed the stands packed full of spectators. Casting a sonorous charm on himself, his amplified voice passed on the result of their deliberations to the waiting crowd. Due to a player's behavior that bordered on criminal, the head of Slytherin House has conceded the match to Gryffindor. There was no protest or even celebration coming from any section of the stands. Bull was being led away while Potter needed levitated to the infirmary. Both teams walked off the pitch with their heads down, neither feeling like the victors. That alone told the story of what had just happened here. Today would be remembered as the day when Quidditch at Hogwarts changed forever. While what happened on the Quidditch pitch had always tended to be dealt with by the same rules that governed the sport, they had just witnessed a fundamental change. Dumbledore had just demonstrated that, first and foremost, the players were still Hogwarts students. Therefore their behavior would always be judged under the school's rule, not anyone else's. With the shattered bone now vanished, most of Harry's pain left with it. He found it quite disconcerting though to have his arm just flopping about. Can my bone really be regrown? How long will it take? Professor McGonagall was levitating Harry to the infirmary, but it was Madame Pomfrey who answered his medical questions. You'll drink a potion called Skele-Gro and spend an uncomfortable night in the infirmary. Growing bone back isn't exactly fun. You should be free to leave by tomorrow, providing you take care of that shoulder when I discharge you. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey, I'll make sure he follows whatever instructions you give him to the letter. Hermione's declaration left Harry no wiggle room at all. This time, he would be doing exactly what she told him. Harry knew he would be in trouble with his intended from the instant that bat hit his shoulder. Him having to spend the night in the infirmary wouldn't help Hermione's ire either. She was walking at his uninjured side and Harry reached for her hand, giving it a squeeze. I'm sorry, love, you were right. Using those tactics against Slytherin was a bad mistake. Taking a deep breath, Hermione tried to center herself. Harry was lying there in pain. The last thing he needed was to have his head bitten off by her. She attempted to sum up today's situation without any verbal mauling. Harry, what do you think my parents' reactions would have been if that was the Quidditch match they had seen? Knowing Dan and Emma, there was only one way they would react to the sheer brutality that had been on display against him today. They would have withdrawn their daughter from Hogwarts, knowing I would have immediately followed you out the door. Hermione's anger spilled over as she began to rant. That was Quidditch in name only. The only objective of the entire Slytherin team today was to hurt you, and the penalties Madame Hooch kept giving against them didn't curb their disgusting conduct in the slightest. They wanted the chance to hurt Harry Potter, and knew putting you in the infirmary would also win them the game too. Everyone in the stadium could see what their game plan was, yet no one did anything to stop it. Miss Granger, Quidditch can be a dangerous sport. Her head of house wasn't injured, so Hermione didn't feel the need to hold back this time. Professor, please don't insult my intelligence. That was nothing more than an organized assault on my intended by 7 older Slytherin wizards. Gryffindor were playing Quidditch while Slytherin were playing for keeps. My Harry could have been killed, and it would have been passed off as a tragic Quidditch accident. What I saw in that stadium was no accident. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore saw it too. Yes, and the Slytherins' behavior cost them the match. The match? You think I care a jot about the match? Answer me this question, Professor. At any other time, in any other part of Hogwarts, would what those Slytherins were trying to do to Harry have been instantly stopped? Of course it would, and there is your problem. The last war isn't over, Professor. The attack on my parents' house proved that. Hermione cut McGonagall off before she could come back at her. Our home's security system took pictures of 3 wizards, in full Death Eater regalia, as they attacked our Muggle house. Professor Dumbledore told us those pictures were useless in a magical court, even though one of the attackers is clearly identifiable. The Slytherins took that war to the boy who lived today, and the entire staff of Hogwarts sat there and watched them doing so. You heard Madame Pomfrey's assessment of how bad it could have been, or very nearly was. Do you disagree with her? That match should have been stopped long before it got to that stage. Harry then chipped into the conversation, aware Hermione's anger had her sailing close to the edge of what would be considered acceptable behavior by their head of house. In football, our main sport, a bad foul gets the player awarded a yellow card by the referee. Committing a really bad foul draws a red card, an immediate sending off and suspension from at least the next match. Receive 2 yellow cards in the same match and they also count as a red, you're often suspended too. Slytherin would have been down to just their keeper today, that's how bad they were. The young couple discovered they had a supporter for that idea in the Hogwarts healer. Anything that cuts down on the students being injured gets my vote. Their safety is our responsibility after all. Quidditch can be a dangerous sport, and yes, accidents can and will happen. Today though was no accident. It was a premeditated attack on Mr. Potter. A system like that might have stopped today's fiasco from happening. But what about our traditions? They had just entered the castle and Hermione actually stopped to stare at her head of house, not quite believing what she had just heard. I just watched 7 pureblood use your traditions to legally beat the snot out of my intended. Why should Harry and I willingly accept traditions that attempt to make us second-class citizens in comparison to cretins like Bowl? In our society, there are actually laws that prevent someone being discriminated against by their say asterisk, creed or color. What about our traditions, Professor? Taking a deep breath, Hermione lowered her hostility level and started walking beside Harry again. My home was attacked yet the magical courts won't accept our evidence, simply because it's Muggle-generated. If we take that evidence to our courts, where it most certainly will be accepted and acted upon, the magical courts would have us up for breaching the statute of secrecy. It's today's situation all over again, Professor. They make the rules and know exactly how to break them. Are we just supposed to stand back and take the blows? I've always felt that offering someone your other cheek just leaves you with both sides of your face slapped. Minerva so wanted to refute this first-year witch's conclusions but was left trying to defend a system she herself didn't really support. I can sympathize with your arguments, especially since you don't know most of our traditions, or how they came to be. It's something I've long fought for and am pleased to say we can at least address part of that shortly. Madame Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, is going to be in Hogwarts and offering classes on wizarding traditions and our culture. It's hoped this can forge closer links for those students who don't have a magical background. A determined Hermione nodded her acceptance of that. Harry and I will be there, Professor. First rule of war, know thy enemy. Miss Granger, do you think we're your enemy? They went after the Muggle-born before. I don't see them changing that tactic, do you? As Harry's Muggle-born intended, I'll be near the top of their hit list. The fact my home has already been attacked should surely answer that question. Knowing Hermione was close to losing it, and ready to go toe-to-toe with anyone, Harry squeezed her hand in support and attempted to defuse the situation. Yes, we are a wizard and witch, but not all countries in the world are as backward-looking as magical Britain. We're looking for somewhere where we won't be judged on who our parents are, rather concentrating instead on taking the time to discover who we are. We've committed to Hogwarts until the end of term, no further. I think Hermione and I will definitely be discussing the situation with our families over the summer. Hermione squeezing his hand let Harry know he got it right, and again McGonagall was left without an answer. They barely made the infirmary when she left for Dumbledore's office. Both teens would like to have been a fly on the wall at that meeting. Emma was also wishing she could be a fly on a certain wall in Privet Drive as she told Dan how her afternoon tea meeting had gone. Petunia told me her husband and son were digging their heels in over Harry and Hermione staying with them over the summer. They seemed to be prepared to put up with Harry for 10 days to gain the protection. I got the impression they didn't want Hermione there to witness how they treat Harry. Petunia could have done with something stronger than tea after I told her our house had been attacked by wizards. This drew a chuckle out of Dan. I'll bet she changed her mind after hearing that. There's no way Hermione will let Harry go there for 10 days without her. You know, I actually think she was jealous we got to see Hogwarts and spend the weekend inside the castle. Petunia just kept repeating she didn't think that was possible for normal people. Like you, I know there's no chance those two will be apart for 10 days, they wouldn't last 10 hours. Petunia was heading home to convince the men in her life that they need both Harry and Hermione staying there over the summer. It's the only way they'll be protected from an attack. Dobby popping into the lounge was a welcome sight, that was until they saw he was in a state of some distress. Hearing that Harry was currently in the infirmary shared that distress around, Emma now had tears in her eyes too. Hermione's quickly scribbled note, explaining that Harry would be back to normal tomorrow, eased a fair bit of their worries. Dobby saying he would be popping back to Hogwarts later to check on them was the only reason any of the trio were able to face dinner. Harry's bed in the infirmary had people gathered around it all day. The entire Quidditch team turned up to see how he was, staying a while to chat. They had no sooner left when Neville arrived, with a very nervous Parvati and Lavender in tow. They too all stayed to chat. Though pleased to see the gradual rebuilding of relationships within Gryffindor, between all the visitors and the perpetually hovering Madame Pomfrey, Harry and Hermione never got a moment's privacy to discuss anything. When Harry started flagging, due to his injuries and the potions, Madame Pomfrey chased everyone not a patient out of her domain. Due to the pain in his shoulder from having to regrow his shoulder blade, Harry spent a restless evening. Sleep was fitful at best, though hearing a slight pop had him instantly wide awake. Dobby had popped Hermione to him. She climbed in beside her and tended, on Harry's uninjured side, while awaiting the nod from Dobby that he had his wards up before speaking. With the okay from their little friend, both spoke the same words at the same time. "I'm sorry about today." Seeing Hermione smile at that, Harry gently keyed her before speaking again. "Let me go first, love. I'm sorry for not listening to your warnings, and then making you sit through that. I've been lying here trying to imagine how I would feel, left sitting helpless and having to watch you get physically beaten. You must be stronger than me because I don't think, hell I know I couldn't do that." She keyed her intended to show he was forgiven. Now it was her turn. "I'm sorry for going off at you today, Harry. You're right, sitting watching that was torture. We went to all this trouble to come back and save you, then you were almost killed at a stupid Quidditch game. I just totally lost it." Harry keyed her before confessing. "I feel like a bit of a fraud. You see, there is nothing you need forgiving for, not from me anyway." Hermione blushed as she had a confession of her own to make. "After dinner, and knowing I couldn't get back in to see you, I visited Professor McGonagall. I tried to apologize but she too wouldn't let me. We had a nice cup of tea and a bit of shortbread while discussing what happened after she left us. She, like everyone else, had been watching the penalty being taken. Professor Dumbledore used his pensieve to show his memory of the event to both heads of house and bowl. After seeing Dumbledore's memory, McGonagall said she perfectly understood my anger, knowing I would be watching you as it happened." Snuggling into Harry's good side, Hermione told him what else she'd learned. After seeing that memory, and having Dumbledore, McGonagall and Vector all glaring at him, Bull spilled everything he knew. "It turns out Draco had originally offered 100 galleons to whoever put you in the infirmary." Dobby's silencing charms were tested as Harry let out a rather loud, "What?" A grinning Hermione told him there was more to come. Apparently, when Draco sent home for the galleons, his parents went ballistic at the little shit. Not only was Draco ordered to withdraw that offer at once, he was also told in no uncertain terms to stay the hell away from both of us. It would seem the Malfoys are taking our warning seriously. Let's just say Draco isn't Mr. Popular in Slytherin or at home. The Slytherins though didn't need the promise of gold to want to put you in the infirmary. All 7 of the players were involved in the plot and Professor Vector has kicked every single one of them off the team. They've conceded the last match too, throwing this year's Quidditch Cup into disarray. A solution has been proposed and Professor McGonagall told me about it earlier tonight. The 2 best teams this year are clearly us and Hufflepuff. A winner-take-all game has been proposed as the last game of the season. Hermione, I won't play. I can't put you through that again. Harry, if there's one team in Hogwarts that will play Quidditch fairly then it's Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall also admitted Slytherin have been using tactics like that for years, since Snape became their head of house. They would bully the opposition team into submission, using every dirty trick they could get away with. Quidditch in Hogwarts changed today, because of you. She then explained that reasoning to her dumbfounded boyfriend. Dumbledore stepped in and took action. Bull's parents were called to Hogwarts, shown that memory before leaving with their son. He's been expelled from Hogwarts. If you hadn't been playing, and if I didn't ask him to attend your games, Dumbledore probably wouldn't even have been at today's match, far less be properly motivated into taking action. I'll be fine watching you play Hufflepuff. We might even wangle another visit for my mum and dad out of it. A surprised Harry could only key his wonderful intended for that. He had one last thing to ask though. So, are we okay? Since I'm currently in your bed and keying you, I reckon that would be its own answer. Don't you think so? Hey, told you I was clueless. I just had to be sure. Hermione keying him again reassured Harry more than words ever would. His shoulder was still painfully throbbing, but he now felt so much better. Seeing that his two favorite people were now fine, Dobby got ready to leave. His alarm wards would give him enough warning if someone was approaching, and he needed to get Hermione back into her own bed. He also had elven wards around the Grangers that would alert him if he was needed there too. Dobby loved his family and was determined to take care of them. With all four of them currently safe though, that gave him a little time to pop over and see how Darla was doing. Dobby told himself it was to find out if Darla had any more news for him, but neither elf really believed that excuse anymore. Having been popped back to her own room before anyone found them in bed together, Hermione then got ready to face the day. Dobby had actually laid clothes out for Harry too, which she placed in her bag to take to the infirmary. Neville was up early as well and both swung by the infirmary to see how Harry was. After giving Hermione a list of do's and don'ts for her intended to follow, while Harry quickly got changed into the clothes he'd been brought, Madame Pomfrey then released him in time for breakfast. The three headed into the Great Hall and their entry was immediately noticed. Cedric Diggory was the first out of his seat and approaching them. Have you heard the Quidditch Cup proposal? Will you be able to play? Yeah, I heard, and was a bit surprised. Hufflepuff are undefeated this year, surely that wins you the cup. The record books might say we're undefeated, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Yes, we beat Ravenclaw, fair and square. I fluked catching the snitch against you though, and now we have a bye against Slytherin. Hufflepuff really wants to win the Quidditch Cup, but we're not so desperate that we would take it at any cost. We're the two best teams this year and no one will be able to dispute the house that wins this playoff will really have earned the Quidditch Cup. They had now drawn quite a crowd around them, all clearly waiting to hear what Harry's answer would be. Hermione squeezed his good arm to reassure her intended she was fine with this. Cedric, I would shake on it, but Madame Pomfrey doesn't want me doing anything with this shoulder for a day or two. I'm banned from writing until tomorrow, but we'll be fine long before we have our rematch. This actually started some cheering, with Ollie bouncing up and down like a delighted 5-year-old who'd just been given a free pass to their favorite sweet shop. Since their Quidditch-obsessed captain knew his team now had a great shot at winning the cup, his excitement was at least understandable. Even with her previous experience of this phenomenon, Hermione still struggled to understand just how important the sport of Quidditch was inside Hogwarts. As she sat with Harry and Neville at the now excited Gryffindor table, she tried to make some sense of the reactions all around her. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff houses were elated, and already looking forward to the match. The Ravenclaws had been beaten by both teams, so therefore wouldn't expect to be involved in the fight for the cup. They too though would certainly be anticipating watching a match between the two best teams in Hogwarts this year. Slytherin currently didn't have a Quidditch team, and just had one of their house expelled, the first student expelled for 50 years. While visibly they had nothing to celebrate, there was the beginnings of a subtle shift in attitude amongst the students wearing the silver and green. Professor Vector had wrought the changes and laid down her marker. She wanted a Quidditch team that played the sport with skill and enthusiasm, not bruisers out to beat the opposition into submission. This opened the door for everyone in the house to try out for Quidditch, with their head of house promising it would be ability rather than influence that would win spots on the new team. Even though they would be hoping for a Hufflepuff victory in the playoff, they would still be looking forward to watching a good match. The timing of the game was perfect too. Traditionally, the last match was just after everyone's exams finished. This match would take the already rearranged slot that would have seen Hufflepuff playing Slytherin. Hermione was well aware the original schedule had Gryffindor playing Ravenclaw on that date. She was also the only one who knew that, in the original timeline, Gryffindor would have been forced to concede the match. This would be due to Harry lying unconscious in the infirmary after his confrontation with Quirrell Voldemort. This was again going to be a pivotal event, though Hermione intended to ensure Harry would be fit enough to make the match this time around. Before that, however, they had these new lessons with Madame Longbottom to look forward to. There was also the problem of a rather large fire-breathing lizard about to be hatched in their friend's hut that would need to be dealt with. While Hermione really liked Harry's idea of letting someone else deal with Hagrid's baby dragon, she had eventually spotted a potential problem with that solution. Talking it over with Harry, both had rather reluctantly come to the conclusion that his original idea could cause them unforeseen troubles. Should Dumbledore discover Hagrid had hatched a dragon's egg, the headmaster was bound to ask their large friend how he came to possess such a heavily regulated and restricted item. Within moments, Dumbledore would learn Voldemort had used the lure of a dragon's egg to garner the information he was missing. Namely, how to get past Fluffy. Having that knowledge, it was debatable if Dumbledore would answer the false summons from the Ministry when it arrived that first Thursday in June. Since Hermione and Harry had so much riding on that night, this was a chance they really couldn't take. If everything went to their plan, Dan and Emma Granger might have some special company sitting watching Harry play against Hufflepuff. The match might be a little too much and just a tad too soon for a certain Azkaban prisoner, but simply having Sirius meet Harry, and her parents, would be enough for Hermione. Her Harry had never met his godfather. Sirius Black was currently just a name to him. Hermione had known the wizard, though. She also knew Sirius loved Harry almost as much as she did. It had really hurt to leave Sirius in that hellhole even a day longer than they had to. Like everything else in their lives, though, they had to protect the fact that they had knowledge of the future. This was the earliest she and Harry could not only get Sirius out of Azkaban, they wanted him to officially have his freedom too. For that to happen, they needed circumstances to play out as they had so carefully planned. If that meant they had to deal with a heartbroken half-giant and smuggling a baby dragon out of Hogwarts, so be it. As she was eating her breakfast, Hermione started to smile. This wasn't so much in consideration of what they faced in the near future. It was more that, in all of those thoughts, she hadn't wasted a single moment worrying about the upcoming end-of-year exams. Although she had been working Harry hard, and was extremely confident both of them would breeze right through any first-year test, her 12-year-old self had already done so the first time around. For Hermione Granger not to be worrying about imminent exams was a really, really strange feeling. It was three red-faced teens who were certainly enjoying the refreshingly cool spring Scottish Highland air as they slowly made their way back to the castle. Their flushed appearance wasn't all due to the oppressive dragon egg hatching heat of the house they'd just left. An astonished and angry Neville summed it up best. "I can't decide which is crazier. That Hagrid is trying to hatch a Norwegian Ridgeback egg in his hut, or he named the three-headed monster that I still have nightmares over, Fluffy. What the hell is Hagrid playing at? He could end up in Azkaban for either of those stunts." It was one thing to hear stories of events that had happened, quite another to witness them for yourself. That Harry had just seen a real dragon's egg, and Hagrid promised to send word when it began to hatch, left the former veterinarian student in a state of bewildered bliss. It was down to Hermione to try and steady Neville's nerves, before he ran off to a professor and blurbed about everything. "You heard Hagrid, it was Professor Dumbledore who asked to borrow Fluffy. I also heard Hagrid say music puts that three-headed monster right to sleep, something I'm quite prepared to take his word about. If I never see that thing again it will still be too soon. Do you know who this Flammel character is that Hagrid mentioned? He seems important." Hagrid certainly didn't mean to mention his name. Pleased that Neville had picked up on that, Hermione gave him the information that proved so troublesome to unearth the last time around. She even cited one of the sources. Nicholas Flamel is a world-famous alchemist, and a good friend of Professor Dumbledore. It mentions on the professor's chocolate frog card that they worked on discovering the 12 uses of dragon blood together. The reason he's so famous is because Flamel created the only known Philosopher's Stone in existence. By using it, he and his wife are reported to be over 600 years old. It was almost funny for Hermione as she watched Neville join up the dots to reach a conclusion. The Philosopher's Stone. That's what the three-headed monster is guarding. Dumbledore must be looking after it for his friend. Who would be trying to steal it though? Instead of answering, Hermione just raised her eyebrow. This had Neville thinking of an answer for himself, and he didn't like where those thoughts were taking him. It was into this pause in their conversation Harry suddenly declared, "I love magic." That had both Hermione and Neville staring at him, but Harry didn't care, he was far too excited. "Hey you two, we're going to get to witness a dragon being born." "How cool is that?" "Harry, that was the total opposite of cool. I was boiling in there." Muggle expression. "Neville, it means really, really good." Hermione, "My shoulder injury would have taken months to heal, followed by even more months of physiotherapy, and it would never have been the same again. One night in the infirmary and I'm healed, within a week it's as good as new." Think about it. They must have similar treatments for all these wonderful animals too. Neville couldn't help but chuckle at his best friend's enthusiasm. One of the top students in our year and he wants to be Hagrid's apprentice. This gave Hermione the opening she was looking for to broach a rather delicate subject. "That's something I want to ask your Gran a few questions about on Sunday. I hope you don't mind, Neville." His chuckle just deepened. "Hermione, my Gran is a member of the Wizengamot. Trust me, she won't be bothered by a few questions from a first year. I'm gonna be there tomorrow morning too, just to see my Gran though." Minerva entered Dumbledore's office to see her friend nursing a glass of fire whiskey. She had no way of knowing this was Augusta's second, the first one Albus supplied having already been downed. "Surely your lesson couldn't have gone that badly." "I would like to think my lesson went well. As we had discussed, Minerva, I started with the Ministry and Wizengamot, explaining the roles they played in our lives. As I mentioned, things were going well, until I asked if anyone had any questions." There was an audible groan from Minerva. She had a good idea what would have happened next. "Miss Granger. Oh, she was very polite. I doubt I've ever been taken apart so cordially. Neville had of course told me that she and Harry were his best friends. He also mentioned they were very smart, that was no overestimation. Miss Granger asked me about the blood status of departmental heads within the ministry. I of course told the truth, that every one of them was a pureblood. She then asked the same question about the Wizengamot. As you both know, the answer was again all pureblood. She then asked how that could be, since the percentage of purebloods in the British magical population was reckoned to be at best 20%. What could I say? Taking a sip of her drink, the shocked witch continued to relay how her carefully prepared lesson had crumbled to dust under this line of questioning. Miss Granger then explained that she and her parents had met the ministry's expert on muggles. While they all thought Arthur Weasley was a very nice man, they assessed his knowledge of the subject to be comparable to that of a 4-year-old muggle child. That was their top estimate too. That is rather unfortunate. What was unfortunate, Albus, is that Miss Granger was just getting into her stride. Hogwarts didn't escape unscathed either. That girl had really done her homework. She knew Muggle studies in Hogwarts as taught by a pureblood. Having checked the textbooks allocated for that course, Miss Granger claims they are all about a century out of date. She also claimed that a century in Muggle time would see far greater changes than the same period in the wizarding world. The girl then rhymed off important items and events that the course ignored. The only two people in that classroom who didn't know what she was talking about was me and my grandson. Minerva and Albus were getting ready to join Augusta in a tipple. This could be bad. Madame Longbottom then proved it was much worse than they thought. I was then asked why it was felt necessary they learn wizarding culture, when that very same culture ignored or looked down on theirs. Why should they support a system where an elite class they could never hope to join would basically rule over all of them? Why should they stay in a country where their circumstances of birth, rather than their abilities, predetermined what they would be able to achieve? With a deep felt sadness, Augusta told them what had really hurt. My Neville was desperately looking toward me to refute those arguments. I could see the disappointment in his eyes. There simply wasn't anything I could say to defend the status quo. Miss Granger was almost apologetic while asking if I now understood why she and her intended were looking at other options. Harry then chipped in and said he hoped today wouldn't see me stopping Neville accompanying them, if they decided on another option than Hogwarts, since he was their best friend. Uttering a sigh of frustration, Augusta sat her glass down. The answers they needed weren't going to be found in the bottom of a glass. They really are a lovely couple, yet I can't help but think we're failing them. Miss Granger's question just highlighted a problem we all knew existed. Our society just passes the situation off as normal, because that is the way things have always been. It would seem though that the times are changing, with new witches and wizards questioning the system they are basically forced into accepting. If this continues and we don't react, our country could end up losing some of its brightest witches and wizards. Make no mistake, those two leaving Britain would be merely the beginning. It may start off as a trickle, but that could soon turn into a flood I feel powerless to prevent. It was now Albus' turn to sigh. It took a lot of persuading to get those two returning to Hogwarts for this term. Since then, Miss Granger's home has been magically attacked by suspected Death Eaters while Mr. Potter was deliberately seriously assaulted at the last Quidditch match. They've just spent the morning hearing how much the Ministry of Magic will impact on their lives, only to figure out the top echelons is an exclusive club their heritage bars them from ever joining. To be honest, I've got nothing left to persuade them to return here come September. I remember having the customary fifth-year careers talk with Lily Evans. She too was a brilliant witch who'd figured out her status as a Muggle-born would severely limit her opportunities should she choose to work in the ministry. In one sense, Lily was in a more fortunate position. Both Phileas and Horace were trying to woo her to apprentice under them, with a view to eventually becoming a Hogwarts professor. I remember at the end of that meeting feeling I'd failed her, and were still failing those very same children. Knowing it would soon be time to have those same customary career talk with her current fifth-year charges, and this news would spread to every student in the school, a still reminiscing Minerva was left shaking her head in disappointment. We have children of pureblood descent who know they need do no better than acceptable on their exams, because their futures are already assured. How can we push our students to excel when it doesn't matter how many NEWTs some of them achieve, certain positions will always be out of their reach? Silence reigned in the headmaster's office as all three of them thought about the situation. Minerva then had an idea on how to present Hogwarts in a better light to the young couple currently at the center of this. Albus, we now have a showcase final to decide the Quidditch Cup at the end of the year. Perhaps inviting the parents of those playing along to the match again might be a good idea. Knowing what Minerva was really suggesting, Albus thought that was an excellent idea. He really didn't have anything else to offer. He knew Harry and Hermione had their own agenda, and both were easily smart enough to be using him to push that agenda in the direction they wanted. Since Halloween though, this was something Albus had no other option but to blindly accept. That blind acceptance however was tempered by two things. Miss Granger was someone he had obviously implicitly trusted in the past, otherwise she simply wouldn't be here now. The fact that she was here at all also told Albus all hope must have been lost in the future. There was no other way he would have even considered such a desperate measure. The second piece of information that helped Albus with these decisions was that they were undoubtedly all on the same side, the side that wanted to see Voldemort fall. He therefore had to take what Hermione was saying very seriously. The message here was crystal clear. A war had been fought, a war that brought heavy losses to their side, yet nothing had really changed. They were no better equipped to deal with the rise of a Dark Lord today than they were over a decade ago. That the conditions allowing a Dark Lord to draw support from certain sections of their community still existed was actually shameful, and all three of them currently in his office knew that. The twins were invited to sit by their friends. That Hermione then produced butterbeers for all of them raised a few eyebrows, impressed at how she'd gotten her hands on these. Okay, we'll bite. What do you need us for? Sampling his butterbeer, and liking it, Harry didn't keep them waiting any longer. We're planning a prank that my father and his fellow marauders could only dream of, and wondered if you wanted in. Actually, you two being in from the start is an essential part of the prank. Hermione wanted to make something clear right from the beginning though. The thing that's different about this prank however is, even although it's spectacular, only the five of us in this room can ever know about it. There is one other, but I don't want to mention his name just yet. You'll both know exactly who I'm talking about the second you hear what's actually involved. We normally like people to know who pranked them. Yeah, just not be able to prove it was us. You're gonna have to define spectacular before we commit to this. Cutting straight to the chase, Harry laid it out for them. Is smuggling a live dragon out of Hogwarts spectacular enough for you? Both twins looked around for the joke, seeing three serious faces staring back at them had Fred and George in fits of laughter. Oh Harrikins, you don't mess about. A bloody dragon. Yes, you see we have this friend who's about to hatch a dragon's egg in his house. Never mind that house's construction contains a lot of flammable materials, he's determined to proceed. If something isn't done, we just can't see any way this will end in anything other than disaster. Nodding in confirmation, Hermione was in full agreement with Harry. We know you have a brother who works on a dragon reserve. Could you write and ask them if they would be interested in acquiring a baby Norwegian Ridgeback, free of charge of course? If they are, then we need to see about getting it out of Hogwarts without our friend ending up paying Azkaban a visit. Shit, Hagrid has really gone too far this time. He would certainly end up in Azkaban if the Ministry found out. Ah, you guessed. Fred smiled at the young witch's light sarcasm. Just the word, dragon, was enough to give the game away. We didn't need any of the other clues. We'll write to Charlie tonight. He and Hagrid are great friends. If Charlie can help, I'm sure he will. The twins actually borrowed the map and Harry's invisibility cloak, intending to head up to the Ollery with their yet-to-be-written letter, regardless of curfew. They had hardly left to begin their mission when Harry asked Neville a question. You were very quiet tonight, mate. Are you angry about what was said to your gran today? No, Harry, I'm more embarrassed than angry, embarrassed that everything said today was true. Hermione is smarter than both of us, it's not right that she's judged on the fact her parents are not magical. Hermione came over and hugged Neville in thanks, before then nestling on Harry's lap. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, Neville, and neither does your gran. It's easy to see she's a good person and I felt terrible about today. She was giving up her time to teach us things we need to know yet I practically ambushed her. We needed to get that information out there however, information everyone else just conveniently ignores. What do you think my parents would have said to McGonagall if she'd told us about that part of Wizarding Society the day my family discovered I was a witch? She lied. She didn't lie, Neville, McGonagall just didn't tell us the whole truth. Saying to my mum and dad that, in the British magical community, I would be considered a second-class citizen would have seen McGonagall swiftly chucked out of our house on her ear. Having met Hermione's parents, Neville couldn't disagree with that. Harry explained their predicament in more detail. This is not about, our society is better than yours, far from it. Hogwarts was built over 1,000 years ago to teach all the young witches and wizards of Britain about magic. In our society, it only became law that all children must attend school about 120 years ago. We looked at Hogwarts, Muggle Studies course and reckoned it's about a century out of date. The real problem is how far our society has progressed in that time. In technological terms, we've progressed from steam engines to rockets that can and have landed men on the moon. In cultural terms, our society has moved just as far. You will now have Muggle-born witches and wizards arriving at Hogwarts who won't stand for the bigotry they find here. The Ministry and Hogwarts has to realize that ignoring this problem is not the answer. It's not going to go away, rather the new witches and wizards will. We certainly don't expect things to change overnight, but there has to be some signs that they are at least willing to consider changes. While agreeing with everything Harry had just said, Hermione then looked at the other side of the coin. There are people at the Ministry though who think that most of the Muggle-borns leaving Britain is a good thing. They don't want to see their culture tainted by our dirty blood. The more extreme amongst them actually think I stole my magic from a pureblood, and that's their bigoted explanation for how squibs are produced. This shocked Neville so much he was up on his feet. That's bloody ridiculous. A big smile from Hermione told Neville they shared his view. They have no scientific basis for that belief, no facts to support it, but that doesn't stop them spouting it. The trouble starts when no one challenges that belief. Then people start assuming it's fact. We hope your Gran's back here next week. Today was stuff we needed to know. We may have some more questions for her, but she is also welcome to ask us questions too. If it's something we don't know, we can certainly find the information for her. We didn't realize your Gran was making a political statement with her ball, holding it the same night as the Malfoys. If she's holding one next year, and we're lucky enough to be invited, Harry and I will certainly be there. Hearing that really cheered Neville up. He would need to write and let his Gran know most of this. Harry then came at the matter from another angle. What happened today will be all over the school by now. Fifth-year Muggle-borns need to sit with their heads of house and seriously discuss their career options. For some, they might actually be better leaving after their OWLs and returning to Muggle education. There's not much point spending another 2 years at Hogwarts sitting NEWTs if the career you want to pursue is already denied you. Yes, you might gain a position as an Auror. The truth is though that you would then spend the rest of your career watching people getting promoted over you, and not because of their ability. That would simply be unacceptable to most of us, which is why they needed that information now. Hermione found herself snuggling into Harry as she raised the last point of the evening. It was almost time for bed. Your Gran is spending her time helping us learn about your culture and society. How would you like to spend some of the summer staying with us? We can then spend time showing you some of our culture. All three knew this was something else that would need to be added to the long letter Neville was going to be writing home. All three of them also understood Neville was really keen to spend some of the summer with his friends. Minerva was anxiously awaiting to hear from her friend about how Augusta's second lesson had gone. When the clock confirmed Augusta's lesson should have finished 15 minutes ago, Minerva could wait no longer. Quietly slipping into the back of the class, she found a lively yet polite discussion going on. The Hogwarts deputy couldn't help but notice there were actually more students at this week's lesson than there were for the first. That these extra numbers had come from those of different blood status originally surprised Minerva, until she listened into the discussion. Here was a forum where their differences could be aired in a non-judgmental format. Everyone, including Augusta, was learning here. That the only first year from her own house who hadn't attended was Ronald Weasley didn't surprise Minerva. Extra lessons was not something that would ever appeal to the youngest Weasley. Both Miss Patel and Miss Brown obviously thought they were missing out on something. Knowing those girls, that would never do. Augusta was so engrossed in what she was doing, it took her a while before she noticed Minerva had entered the classroom. A quick check of her watch told her why Minerva was here. Oh dear, we seem to have run way over time. Thank you so much for coming along and I hope to see you next week. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom, could you remain behind for a moment? It was a happy class who headed out. Today had been fun. Augusta immediately put her grandson and his friends at ease. I wanted to talk with you concerning Neville spending some time with his friends over the summer. This is something I'm certainly in favor of. Some of the very interesting discussions we had in class today just reinforced that decision. It's a great big world out there and this can only help Neville prepare to face it. One thing I would like though was for you two to spend some time at Longbottom Manor with Neville and I. With a wide smile, Harry and Hermione instantly agreed with that. My mum and dad are coming to see the final Quidditch match, we could get everything sorted out then. It should be just a matter of settling on dates that suit everyone. Seeing her friend appeared a lot happier than she did this time last week, Minerva decided to help out here. Augusta, as a member of the school board, you will of course be receiving an invitation to the match too. That would give you a chance to sit down with everyone involved and talk over any arrangements needing to be made. Seeing how happy that suggestion made the trio standing in front of her, Augusta quickly agreed. She was shocked when Neville actually hugged her, before the three friends left. Both Minerva and Augusta could hear summer plans being discussed as they left the classroom on their way to a late Sunday lunch. I don't need to ask how it went this week, I saw for myself. No you didn't, you only caught the end, Minerva, the lesson turned out to be a revelation for all of us. I was covering formal courtships, betrothals, and the need for them. Did you know Mr. Potter publicly claimed Miss Granger was his intended before asking her parents, or even the girl herself? Augusta, I was there when he did it. At Severus' trial, His litigator was casting aspersions on Miss Granger's suitability to be Mr. Potter's girlfriend, based solely on her blood status. Harry was on his feet and ready to attack the fool. I thought Albus or I were going to be forced to intervene. He then cut the legs from under the litigator by claiming Hermione was his intended. An angry Harry next took the stand and said something that terrified Severus, forcing him to plead guilty when he clearly didn't want to. Anticipating her friend's next question, Minerva just gave Augusta the only answer she had. Only Albus knows what Harry was referring to, and he's not in the habit of spilling secrets. He did say though that, had Severus not changed his plea and Harry carried out his threat, our former potions professor could have had a date with a Dementor. Not one person in the chamber, including Severus, doubted Harry's willingness to carry out his threat. He'd already attacked a troll with his bare hands to protect that girl. He wasn't going to back down that day either. Harry said he was really nervous asking Hermione's parents' permission before placing the Potter ring on her finger. Albus apparently took both of them to Diagon Alley and allowed them to buy a few books explaining the procedure. I must say, it is the only time I've saw Harry acting his age. Both he and Hermione appear more mature than their years. I thought it was their Muggle upbringing. My Neville is certainly benefiting from being in their company as much. I see signs of him growing into the wizard I always knew was in there. It really is a shame. Those two don't really want to leave Hogwarts, and we certainly would like them to stay. The Grangers are lovely people who've already spent a weekend in Hogwarts, and are looking forward to returning. It's only circumstances that are forcing their hands to look for alternatives. This had Augusta sighing in frustration. We both know Cornelius and Albus certainly don't want to see them going elsewhere. Have things really gotten so bad when all of us combined can't provide the conditions necessary for them to stay? After seeing how well my Neville gets on with both of them, I really couldn't object if he wanted to attend another school with his friends. That would really send out a powerful message, and also mean I would need to resign my position from the Hogwarts School Board. We must be able to do something to help. With that, Harry and Hermione were assured of another powerful player to their cause of changes in magical Britain. The short note the owl had delivered from Hagrid saw the three of them quickly making their way to their large friend's hut. The difference in attitude between the two boys was so startling as to almost be funny. Neville seemed to be flitting between anxiety and trepidation. He was a Gryffindor though and determined to be there for his friends. Harry on the other hand was pure excitement. Watching him sitting there staring at the cracking egg reminded Hermione of a scene from Jurassic Park. Harry however didn't need to act. Watching a real-life dragon being born was almost a religious experience for her betrothed. Knowing that movie was at least a year away from hitting the cinemas, she made a mental note to take both Harry and Neville to see it. As the newly hatched and named Norbert singed his mummy's beard, Hermione felt her arm being gripped tightly. We need to get that thing out of here as quickly as possible. At least before Harry becomes as attached to it as Hagrid already is. This had Hermione giggling, until she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. She'd forgotten about that little shit Malfoy looking through the window. He took great delight in getting them into trouble the last time, before McGonagall wiped the smile of his pasty face. Hermione would like to launch him off Hogwarts' tallest tower, without Draco having a broom under him. This was just something else she would have to factor into their plans. Relax, Neville. Let them enjoy the little time they have with the dragon. Until we get word from the twins there is not much we can do. Trust me, if things get out of hand I'll be heading straight for Dumbledore's office. This calmed Neville somewhat, though both he and Hermione thought they would need crowbars to get Harry away from the dragon and back into the castle. Even in bed that night, he seemed far too excited to sleep. A now tired and exasperated Hermione was getting ready to snap at him when Harry inadvertently saved the situation. We witnessed a dragon being born. I still can't get over it. Won't that be something to tell our children? This led to a key from Hermione, and a gentle warning. Harry, if you don't get to sleep soon, our children might never see their father. I'm likely to strangle him. A smiling Harry snuggled in. I can't help it, love. Next to meeting you, that's probably the most exiting thing that I've ever seen. After a quiet giggle that Harry felt rather than heard, Hermione had one last quip for him. Nice to know I'm in there somewhere. Now, let's get to sleep. Just like last time, Hagrid would have Norbert for about 2 weeks before Charlie and his friends would be arriving to take the baby dragon away. Harry spent as much time as possible down at the hut, but even he could see Hagrid's baby was becoming very dangerous to be around. Hermione had explained how devastated Hagrid had been the last time, and they had come up with a plan to help prevent that. A weeping half-giant was no fun to be around. They were sitting out front of Hagrid's hut when Harry made his opening gambit. "I'm really going to miss him, Hagrid, but we always have to do what's best for Norbert." An emotionally choked Hagrid couldn't really answer Harry, other than to nod in agreement. It was easy to see the tears escaping from the corner of his eyes. Now was the time to put their plan into operation. "I've grown fond of Norbert, and I don't know this Charlie Weasley." Hagrid was about to sing Charlie's praises, but Harry held his hand up. "I do know you, and if you tell me Norbert is happy and being looked after, then I know we'll have done the right thing. Could you do this for me, Hagrid?" It was clear he didn't have a clue what he was being asked, which was exactly what they had planned. "What are ye talking about, Ari?" Deliberately drawing this out, Harry started to ramble. "Hermione and I are going to be busy all summer, otherwise I wouldn't be asking. I know it's a bit much, but there really isn't anyone else we could ask to do this. Will you help us?" "Ari, I can help if I don't know what you're asking." "Oh, sorry Hagrid, we want you to visit Norbert over the summer. If you say he's fine, we'll know he's really okay. It would certainly put our minds at rest." Hermione then joined in to double-team Hagrid. "Please say you will. We've already received permission from the Dragon Reserve for you to visit, and arranged a portkey to Romania." After hearing that, the tears that had been threatening made an appearance. Hagrid had both of them engulfed in a hug as those fat tears flowed into his vast beard. While he still had some breath left, Harry managed to squeak out a question. "So, does that mean you'll go?" "Course I will, and thank ye so much for thinking o' me. Wait until I tell Norbert." With that, Hagrid released them and shot back into his hut to waken the sleeping dragon. Harry and Hermione got out of there fast. A half-giant's hugs were almost as dangerous as a grumpy baby dragon, almost. Minerva securely tied the dressing gown around her before answering the incessant knocking at her door. Seeing their excited caretaker standing there with a stupid grin on his face pre-warned the deputy headmistress that this was not good news. "Yes, Argus, how can I help you?" He was actually hopping from foot to foot, unable to contain his excitement. "Student out of bed, Professor." Raising her right eyebrow, Minerva pinned the man with her gaze. "You got me out of my bed for that." "Begging your pardon, Professor. I was unable to do anything to or with the student. The situation requires another member of staff." Knowing what Argus was implying, she nodded for him to lead the way. The man would never actually say that the situation he found needed someone who could perform magic to resolve it. He led her unerringly to a sight that had Minerva wishing she was still tucked up in bed. "Argus, surely you could have done something to help this poor child. To even reach him I would have needed to fetch a ladder. I thought he would get down quicker if I came for you." He may be silenced, but it wasn't difficult to work out what he was trying to say, and it wasn't "Good evening, Mr. Filch." She couldn't argue with Argus on that matter. The boy was trying to shout while gesticulating wildly that they should help him. Minerva took out her wand and conjured a pair of shorts. Draco Malfoy hanging upside down in a corridor was bad enough. A naked Draco Malfoy was not something Minerva wished to look upon a moment longer than she had to. With the boy at least now decent, she used her wand to release Draco from the spell that kept him suspended before controlling his descent. "Mr. Malfoy, I am about to lift the silencing charm. I would remind you what time it is and strongly advise you not to shout. Do you understand?" A livid Draco appeared as if he wanted to shout his lungs out about the latest injustices heaped upon his person, but knew he needed McGonagall to lift the charm. He nodded his understanding and compliance. After lifting the charm, Minerva issued precise instructions to the Slytherin. "Now, I would like you to calmly tell me exactly what happened here." Taking a deep, calming breath, Draco began his tale. "I was following Potter, his mudblood and their squib when I was attacked from behind." Noting the boy's language for later, Minerva was more interested in establishing some details at the moment. Can you tell me approximately what time this attack took place? Oh, between 11:15 and 11:30. They were making their way down to the gamekeeper's hut. That imbecilic oaf, Hagrid, has hatched a dragon in his hovel. You just know St. Potter would try and help. Interrupting his rant, Minerva again wanted facts. Did you see who attacked you? Unhappy at being interrupted while he was venting his spleen on Potter, Draco was rather abrupt with his answer. No, I told you, the cowards attacked me from behind. I woke up like you found me. How long was I left dangling there? You need to be quick or they'll get away with it, again. Instead of asking me all these stupid questions, you should be checking up on them. Is that why you're still here? You don't want to catch your perfect Potter breaking the rules. Ah yes, breaking the rules. The guilty really should be punished. About bloody time. With Draco's last remark, Minerva's final remaining thread of patience with the boy snapped. That will be 30 points from Slytherin for your disgusting use of language. Another 20 points for disrespecting a professor, namely me. I'm also taking 50 points for being out in the corridors past curfew. It had taken a moment for what was happening here to sink in. Draco finally got it though. I was the one attacked, yet you're punishing me. Are you mental? I can assure you, Mr. Malfoy, I am in full control of my faculties. You yourself admitted you were out well past curfew. I was following Potter and his. The look from McGonagall meant the word mudblood didn't pass his lips. So you claim, Mr. Malfoy. I am just about to investigate those claims, but it still doesn't excuse your own rule breaking. Mr. Filch, could you please take this student to my office? We shall discuss this situation further when I get there. Without looking back, Minerva strode away. She was trying to ignore Filch's taunting of the boy regarding how he would like to punish him. It was Harry who answered the door to their head of house, supposedly rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Professor McGonagall, what's the... Dan and Emma, has something happened? My mum and dad. As Minerva entered, she soon caught sight of a now worried Hermione bursting into their common room while trying to pull her housecoat over her pajamas. Your parents are fine, everyone is fine, and I'm really sorry for disturbing you. They were then joined by a sleepy Neville as Minerva was forced to tell them why she was here. I just found Mr. Malfoy, dangling naked from a corridor ceiling. Hermione couldn't help it. She just burst out laughing at hearing that. Neville and Harry soon joined her. Oh Professor, you could have made a fortune if you'd taken a picture of that. I'm glad you think it's funny, Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy claims you were involved. Nah, I would have had photographs of that all over the castle by breakfast time. It would almost have been worth whatever punishment you would give me. Professor, Draco blamed me for his father getting kicked off the Hogwarts school board. You know I wasn't involved in that either. In Draco's world, Harry Potter is to blame for everything that goes wrong in his life. Wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes, Hermione tried to be serious. Professor, you must have noticed Draco isn't exactly one of our friends. I couldn't say for certain when the last time we saw him was. What I can swear to is that I have never, and have no wish to ever, see him naked. You have our sympathies for having to suffer that. Yuck. Professor, you must know that goes doubly for Neville and I. All three once more broke into giggles, with even McGonagall's severe expression softening somewhat. I didn't think you three would be involved, but I had to check. I'm left wondering if the boy was also hit with a confundus spell too. You three, Hagrid and a dragon, you couldn't make a story like that up. When Hermione again started giggling, the two boys laughed along too. McGonagall was soon bidding the happy trio a good night. She still had another student to deal with. As McGonagall closed the door behind her, Harry held his finger in front of his lips for silence. Pulling out the map, it wasn't until they saw the footsteps with McGonagall's name beside them leave Gryffindor that they all relaxed. I can't believe we pulled it off. Hey Nev, Hermione planned it. I have to say though, slipping Norbert that meat soaked in sleeping potion was sheer genius, certainly more effective than Hagrid putting a teddy bear in. That crate would have been a bloody nightmare to deal with otherwise. Norbert was getting to be a right handful. If that was genius, what was asking the twins to head off Malfoy? Neville didn't even try to hide the admiration in his voice. Hermione, that was inspired. Did you know what they would do to him? Hermione could only shake her head, opening her mouth just released the laughter she was trying to hold back. All three sat there giggling. Just a glance at each other was enough to set them off again. This had been one of the worst nights of first year for Hermione in the original timeline. McGonagall had ripped into them, then removed so many house points that the rest of Gryffindor wouldn't speak to them. Sitting here snuggling into Harry while all three of them kept getting attacks of the giggles was a vast improvement on the first time around. With the Slytherin Quidditch team disbanded, they were obviously out of this year's Quidditch Cup. That Draco had thrown a tantrum in McGonagall's office, after hearing all three of the people he'd accused were safely tucked up in bed, saw him exceed the Hogwarts, most points docked in a single incident, record. That the 180 points he'd lost took Slytherin out of the running for the House Cup 2 meant the Malfoy heir became the lowest of the low in the House of the Snakes. That Malfoy shot across the Great Hall, intercepting a certain 3 Gryffindors before they could even sit down to breakfast, surprised no one. Certainly not the 2 heads of house who were closely monitoring the situation. Potter, I know you were involved in last night. Malfoy, my intended was ready to swear to Professor McGonagall that she'd never even wished to see you naked, far less was involved in you being found dangling from a corridor ceiling in your birthday suit. Unlike the 2 boys who follow you everywhere, Neville and I have absolutely no interest in seeing you dangling naked either. This started off waves of laughter that spread through the hall. There were even people sitting at the Slytherin table who were having a good laugh at Malfoy's expense. Now, little dragon, some of us would like to eat breakfast. The mere thought of you dangling there though means none of us will be eating sausages today. The laughter this time was even louder and an impotent Draco was helpless to stop the 3 who just basically ignored him and sat down to breakfast. With returning to the Slytherin table not an attractive option, Draco left. Fred and George Weasley making a point to shake all 3 of their hands had the rest of Gryffindor practically cheering. They may not believe an actual dragon was involved but they could guess who was behind Malfoy's humiliation. Ron Weasley just sat and stared daggers at the trio. Sitting eating his breakfast, Albus couldn't miss overhearing the news that Hagrid was telling everyone. He was going to be holidaying at a dragon reserve this summer, and Harry had arranged it. Also putting together the clues, Albus was able to construct some idea of what had happened last night. He knew his large friend would jump at the chance of owning a dragon's egg. Albus was actually delighted Harry and Hermione not only cared enough about Hagrid to help him out of a bind, to then arrange this holiday was really thoughtful. Seeing Harry looking toward the staff table, Albus raised his cup of tea in a salute to a job well done. He saw Hermione lean in and whisper something to her intended. Albus had no way of knowing it was about him. Hermione was saying to Harry she hoped Dumbledore reacted as well to their next plan. Also sitting at the staff table, Quirrell Voldemort thought it was about time he initiated a plan of their own. Harry and Hermione were sitting on their sofa, intently studying the Marauders map. Neville had been spending more and more of his time with Lavender and Parvati lately so was currently down in the common room while they secretly kept watch for Dumbledore leaving the castle. With a sigh, Hermione knew it was now showtime. Dumbledore's right on schedule, exactly the same as last time. This time though I think we have a much better plan. Keying a nervous Hermione, Harry rose to put that plan into action. Relax love, it's a good plan. I especially like the part where we don't have to leave our rooms. Well girl, you up for a flight to London? Proudly pushing out her chest, Hedwig indicated she was ready for anything. Take this to Madam Bones, no one else. Harry found himself being hit with a wing for even suggesting Hedwig would give a letter to the wrong person. I know girl, just be quick, and safe. A playful nip of his finger and the magnificent snowy owl was heading out the open window on her way to London. Hermione had been adamant that going to McGonagall wouldn't help them any. Harry Potter sending a letter to Madam Bones, Hedwig delivering it adding authenticity to the sender's identity, should get some action. Since the letter basically said that Voldemort was in the castle, placing all of the students in deadly danger, Amelia Bones should come running. That she would undoubtedly bring every Auror she could get her hands on should take care of the Quirrell Voldemort problem. Hermione's plan had their only involvement being using the map to monitor the situation from the safety of their rooms. Both though had underestimated the tension involved in sitting there and just waiting for things to happen. They barely noticed Neville as he came in and wished them good night. They certainly didn't miss their target making his way to the forbidden third-floor corridor. It was something else they saw on the map about 10 minutes later that had them really worried. That stupid ass. I swear what happened to Malfoy will seem like a picnic compared to what I'll do to them if they bollocks this up. When the last shred of doubt about their intended destination disappeared, Harry let go with a string of expletives that was so loud and long, Neville reappeared to see if there was anything wrong. "Nev, we have an emergency here. Come with us and we'll explain everything." At that, Harry and Hermione shot out the door. Knowing Harry would never use the word emergency, unless it really was one, Neville was hot on their heels. The three of them reached the common room and found a body-bound Parvati lying on the floor. Hermione soon had her released from the spell and Parvati couldn't wait to tell them what happened. In her own conversational style though. "Oh thanks, Hermione. That bloody Dean cursed me in the back. I tried to talk them out of it, threatened to go to McGonagall, that's when I was cursed." "Parvati, we just need the facts, but we need them now." "Okay, Harry, Ron thinks the thing on the third floor is a test of a student's bravery. He's convinced the rest of them they need to do this to get back into Gryffindor." When Neville let slip he knew how to get past this giant three-headed dog, Lavender couldn't wait to tell Ron that bit of gossip. The minute he heard about music putting it to sleep, there was no stopping him, or the rest of them. Harry so wanted to curse up a storm but they didn't have time at the moment. "Neville, you take Parvati and get to McGonagall. Not Dumbledore. He's not in the castle, Nev. Voldemort is though, and he's just gone after the stone. Ron has no idea what he's leading the rest of them into. Tell McGonagall we've already contacted the DMLE and they're hopefully on their way. Ron's a idiot, but we can't let him blunder into this. Hermione and I are going after them. With a bit of luck, we should be able to drag them out of there without any of us having to face Voldemort." Looking to Hermione for agreement, his intended just nodded. The Harry Potter she knew could never sit back and let people blunder into danger. Knowing what they would have to face down there, Harry then needfully keyed Hermione for luck before both of them raced out of Gryffindor. Neville thought that exit looked so bloody cool. The very idea that Voldemort might be in the castle terrified Neville too. He then took a page out of Harry Potter's book. Neville keyed a startled Parvati before dragging her in the direction of McGonagall's office. For once, Parvati was left with nothing to say. What she was thinking though as Neville held her hand while running through the corridors was that her best friend had chosen to follow the wrong wizard, again. Minerva was ready to lose her temper at 2 of her first years. "You're not even supposed to know about the stone, and you know who is gone. There are also other safeguards protecting the stone." Having been given a simple task, Neville was not about to fail his best friends. It was actually his temper that snapped first. So much so, he didn't even realize he was saying the Dark Lord's name. Ron and the others don't know anything about Voldemort, or any of these other safeguards. All they know is how to get past Fluffy. If the rest of these safeguards are as dangerous as that three-headed monster then they won't have to worry about Voldemort. Unless Harry and Hermione can get to them first, they're all going to be dead anyway. Parvati was now crying while their head of house tried to find fault in a pajama-clad first-year's logic. A cold shiver ran down her spine when Minerva discovered she couldn't. She only knew her own contribution to the stone's protection, not anyone else's. It dawned on the Hogwarts deputy that, the claims of you-know-who, return aside, 6 of her Gryffindor first years were currently facing deadly danger. This was the exact moment her flow activated, a very familiar head appearing in the flames. "Minerva, I see you're still up. Amelia, why are you calling at this time of night? I received a note from Harry Potter. He claims Voldemort is in Hogwarts. We both know he's gone. So, Dumbledore didn't set a trap on the 3rd floor, using the Philosopher's Stone as bait." Minerva had no answer for that, but Neville did. "Madam Bones, Harry has an old map of his father's that shows everyone inside Hogwarts. If Harry says he's here, you can bank on it. Parvati was sobbing now as she pleaded for help. Some of our friends have gone down there too, they're all going to die. Minerva explained that outburst to the head of the DMLE. Despite being warned to stay away, some of my first years have stumbled into this situation. I was just about to raise some of the senior staff and head there. Minerva, my department have received a call for help. This is now a matter for the DMLE. By all means call your senior staff. Myself and as many ores as I can get my hands on will be flowing into your office in about 5 minutes. I'll want to know just what traps we'll face while investigating this matter. Minerva could only nod in agreement, but Neville had one more thing to say. Madam Bones, Harry must have spotted the rest of them heading off to the 3rd floor on his map. He and Hermione have gone after them. With a determined nod as an answer, Amelia's features hardened. 5 minutes, Minerva. We can be briefed as we head toward this corridor. Time is of the essence here. As they approached the door leading to Fluffy, Hermione took the shrunken music box Dumbledore had given them from her pocket and resized it. You just happened to have that on you. After opening the lid to start the music playing, Hermione shrugged her shoulders. Better to have it ready and not need it than to be left trying to sing a lullaby to a slobbering monster with 3 heads. Once they entered the room itself, Harry agreed wholeheartedly with his intended. His voice was barely above a whisper. Waking Fluffy would be a really bad idea. Shit, no wonder Neville is terrified of this. Hagrid really has a serious monster complex, doesn't he? Hey, wait until you meet Aragog. A carnivorous spider about the size of a truck, you told me. I thankfully never met the creature, and hope not to this time around either. Sitting the playing music box down on the floor, hopefully to provide safe passage for the Aurors too, both edged carefully around the sleeping beast before jumping through the hatch in the floor. There was barely enough devil's snare left to halt their fall. They kept perfectly still while surveying the damage. Must have been Seamus. He sets fire to things without even trying. It's amazing to see what damage he can cause when he actually means to set something alight. Harry was soon proven right. As they dropped to the floor, Seamus was lying in a corner of the room. He'd not only roasted the devil's snare but himself as well. His robes were scorched and charred, his hair severely singed, but his hands seemed to have taken the brunt of the damage. They were red, blistered, and some of his fingers had skin missing. His right foot was also at such an angle that his ankle simply had to be broken. It appeared the other 3 had left him here and simply pushed on ahead. He was shaking like a leaf and didn't seem to know they were there. Harry knew at once what the problem was. Hermione, he's going into shock. What can we do? Knowing they simply had to help, Hermione was working out excuses for explaining the spells she was about to cast. I watched Madame Pomfrey treat you on the Quidditch pitch. A numbing charm was soon followed by vanishing the bones in his ankle. He'll need to have those burns treated in the infirmary, but I can at least numb the pain for now. She again cast the numbing charm on each of his hands. Harry removed his robe, intending to cover the shivering boy, but Hermione transfigured that robe into a warm blanket. The lessening of pain and the comforting heat from the blanket saw Seamus begin to take notice of his surroundings, and who was helping him. Harry, Hermione, what are you doing here? Ron will be raging if you get to the prize first. Seamus, Ron's an idiot, and there is no prize. We've sent for the Aurors and they should be here soon. Hermione and I need to try and catch these idiots, before Ron gets one of you killed. You hang in there and try to stay awake. I'm so tired. You need to stay awake. Recite poetry or something. They left the room to the strains of 100 Green Bottles hanging on the wall, assaulting their ears as it was tunelessly being sung in Seamus' thick Irish accent. While the terrible singing faded, it was soon replaced by the noise generated from hundreds of flying keys flapping their metallic wings. The particular key needed to open the door wasn't having a very good night. It had now been captured twice and both its delicate wings were showing signs of damage. It couldn't really gain much height or speed, so was relying more on stealth. Unfortunately, it was now faced with one of the best seekers ever to grace Hogwarts. Harry didn't even need to use one of the supplied brooms. The key was barely 6 feet off the ground. With a running jump, he was able to pluck it out of the air and stick it in the lock for the 3rd time tonight. They hurried along and soon came upon McGonagall's chess set, or what was left of it. There were bits of chessmen scattered everywhere, setting the scene of an epic battle. A casualty of that battle was lying in the middle of the chessboard, preventing the game from resetting. Hermione ran her wand along an unconscious Dean Thomas as Harry struggled with something. "You told me that last time. Ron sacrificed himself so we could go on. What is so different this time?" "Everything's different, Harry. Ron doesn't know anything about the stone, or that Voldemort's after it. Last time he did, we all also knew only one person had ever stopped Voldemort. You really had to go on. This time he's sure there is some sort of prize or treasure involved. In Ron's mind, that will wipe the slate for this year clean. He'll be the Gryffindor hero. Ron will want that, badly. Badly enough to ignore all the warnings and even get people injured. Dean has concussion, not much we can do for him." Harry transfigured some of the rubble into a pillow and a blanket. They made Dean comfortable before continuing. Knowing what was in the next room, Hermione was tempted to cast a bubble head charm on each of them before entering. That charm though was way beyond the capabilities of a normal first year and there was a chance of being caught. They would have to make do with holding their breath, and of course their noses. Opening the door to escape, the smelly troll saw them facing an unexpected problem. Fortunately it was one Hermione recognized. They're trapped in the potions room. The overpowering smell of their current location saw them retreating back to the chess set to discuss this latest challenge. "When I left you in that room, the purple flames disappeared. Instead, I was left facing that shimmering silver curtain we both saw. I stood there until the curtain disappeared, showing me the empty room because you had gone through the black flames. So, if Ron and Lavender are trapped in there, we sit here and wait for the cavalry." After thinking that suggestion over, the grimace on Hermione's face told Harry she didn't like it. Two things wrong with that, love. Voldemort might get fed up staring at the mirror, he would then walk right into them. Seeing that as a distinct possibility, Harry asked what the other reason was. "I think Ron's too stubborn to admit he's beaten. I think he'll do something really stupid. Stupider than coming down here in the first place. He'd be hard pushed to beat that. It's Ron we're talking about here, he has a natural talent for it." Not being able to argue with any of that, Harry came to the obvious conclusion. "So, we go on. Will we get burned entering the room?" "I think it will let us enter, it's designed to stop anyone leaving. I'm going to cast the flame freezing charm on it, just to be extra sure." With their plan made, and no time to waste, they headed back in and past the troll. Hermione was glad she could silently cast, it saved her having to open her mouth, or let go of her nose. They gained entrance to the potions room where a sobbing Lavender was lying curled up on the floor. Harry knelt down to see if she was alright while Hermione checked whether the puzzle was still the same. A distraught Lavender grabbed Harry and held on like a limpet. "He left me here. I can't believe he left me here. I can't believe he solved the puzzle." Still holding on to Harry, Lavender provided information that shocked both of them. "He didn't, Hermione. Ron kept shuffling the bottles about, trying to work it out. He then decided the ones that were supposed to be poison must surely be just a bluff. He said Dumbledore would never allow anyone to be poisoned for a test. Ron began drinking from different flasks until one made him feel cold. He then said there wasn't enough potion for two and just bloody left me here." Trying to get her head around this, Hermione figured out just how much trouble they were in. "Harry, Ron's mixed up all the bottles. I just don't know which is which. While we both know Dumbledore wouldn't use poison, Snape certainly would. I don't know which flasks Ron drank from either, but the chances are the clock's already ticking." Getting Lavender to her feet, and releasing her arms from around him, Harry then put forward the decision they were now faced with. "So, do we go back and leave the Prat, or forward and try to save him?" It was Hermione's arms which now snaked around him. "You're a great wizard, Harry. You know what you have to do." A gentle key followed before Harry reached his decision. Amelia and a dozen Aurors flowed into the deputy headmistress's office, to find an argument already underway. Amelia was even more shocked to discover it was Augusta's grandson who was standing up to his head of house. She had to admit, Neville made a good point. "If we're not safe with you and the Aurors, we won't be safe anywhere else in the castle." I can't go back and just sit there, knowing what my friends are facing. Minerva, we need to move, now. You two, stay at the back and out of trouble. I'm charged with these children's safety. And what about the children who are already down there? Move, Minerva. Amelia left no one in any doubt who was in charge here. Minerva may not like it, but Amelia had a job to do, and children's lives were on the line. Getting briefed on what they would face as they headed for the third floor, Minerva's hurt feelings became less and less of an issue for the enraged head of law enforcement. Seeing the first guardian had her ready to explode, she just didn't want to wake the beast. Amelia was about to order the children to remain outside this door when she caught sight of them jumping down the hatch. Neville had seen Fluffy before, and awake too, he didn't stand and stare. He had also heard the next trap was Devil's Snare and knew exactly how to deal with that. Taking Parvati's hand, they jumped in and were soon caught by the Devil's Snare. Holding Neville's hand gave Parvati the confidence to relax and not struggle as the plant tightened its grip. As she'd been assured, they soon slipped through and dropped to the ground. Parvati wasn't sure what to expect, but someone singing never entered her mind. 38 green bottles, hanging on the... Neville, what are you doing here? Parvati, you too, you were so right to stay behind. At that, Professor Sprout dropped to the floor. Mr. Longbottom, I would hate to have to stun one of my favorite students. Stay there while I deal with this. The herbology professor soon had the Devil's Snare gone, and even placed a cushioning charm on the floor. There were soon ores dropping into the room, much to Seamus' relief. Harry told me the ores would come, and I believed him. Ron took us on this useless glory hunt, and I stupidly believed him too. Never again. McGonagall took one look at the fallen Gryffindor and her heart sank. This was turning out to be worse than she'd ever thought possible, and this was only the second trap. Pomona volunteered to stay with the 3 students while Phileas promised to return with a few brooms to get the students to safety. Minerva had sent a Patronus message to Hagrid before Amelia had arrived, asking him to come to the castle and remove Fluffy. The music should keep the animals sleeping for now. The deputy headmistress pushed on. Phileas quickly had them through the flying keys and, with great trepidation, she approached her own trap. Spotting another of her Gryffindors lying injured on the floor saw Minerva McGonagall in tears, and Amelia's control on her temper run out. This is supposed to be a school. I sent my niece here and expect her to be kept safe. My department will be holding a full investigation on this matter. Stuff like this in a school is bloody outrageous. Minerva didn't even hear Amelia. She was too busy sinking to her knees in relief when her scan showed Dean Thomas was only concussed. Amelia left the both of them there as she and her oars pushed ahead. Lavender, we need to go forward. You'd be much safer staying here. The girl in question was now clinging needfully to the couple. Don't leave me here. I was going crazy by myself. I can't stay here. I'll feel much safer with you two, and I want a chance to kick Ron Weasley in the nuts for leaving me here. That gets my vote, Harry, and she should be safe with us. How are we getting through the flames? Lifting the bottles off the wooden table and placing them on the floor, Harry took out his wand and began transfiguring the now empty table. Harry soon had the table morphed into a hollow rectangle, about 5 feet high, just over 2 feet wide and around a foot deep. When Harry transfigured the wood into steel, Hermione figured out what he was up to. Genius, love, we'll have to be careful and not touch the sides, they'll get hot. Nodding, Harry asked if they were ready before levitating his rectangle into the black flames. Lavender stood in awe as the structure pierced the black flames, leaving the inside portion of the transfigured table free from the deadly fire. They now had a doorway out of here. Stepping through the space, Harry then pulled on his invisibility cloak. Facing the potions room and holding the cloak open, he gestured for the girls to join him. Hermione stepped through and snuggled into his right side, leaving Lavender clinging to his left. Closing the cloak, Harry now had an arm around each girl and all 3 were invisible to anyone else in the room. The black flames died, but Harry's improvised entrance stayed in place, ready for the next person to use it. Cautioning Lavender to remain silent, they quietly shuffled off. It took only seconds for the trio to turn a corner and come upon a strange scene. A Professor Quirrell who no longer stuttered had a bound Ron held in front of an old mirror. "Tell me what you see, boy." Ron's nerves seemed to disappear as he studied the mirror. He actually began to smile. "I see me, and I look bloody good. I'm Quidditch captain, and head boy. Dumbledore is just about to present me with the Quidditch cup. Stupid fool. The stone. Tell me how to get the stone. I can see it but don't know how to get my hands on it." "I don't know what you're talking about, I can't see any stone." "Wow. Dumbledore's now giving me the house cup. Let me speak with the boy." "Master, you're not strong enough. I have strength for this, do it." As Quirrell began unwinding his turban, Harry's hand slid up and covered Lavender's mouth. She knew what Harry was doing yet didn't understand the reason why. That was until that turban came off, then both of her own hands joined Harry's, pressed over her mouth too. Harry took his hand away and carefully passed Lavender onto Hermione. It would soon be time for him to make an appearance. The face that appeared out of the back of Quirrell's head absolutely terrified Ron. When those red eyes focused on him, and it spoke, Ron pissed himself. "I see you know who I am. You can see what I've been reduced to. The stone held in that mirror can grant me a new body. Help me get that stone and I'll reward you greatly. You will also live beyond today. If you can't or won't help me, I will have no further use for you. Whether you live or die is now in your own hands." Ron was again facing the mirror, and ready to say anything that would see him walk out of here. Then he had his brainwave. "I see the stone but someone else is holding it. It's Potter. Potter has the stone you want." Only the fact he'd just pissed himself stopped Ron from doing so again as he heard his name called. "Weasley, you are so full of shit." Ron and Voldemort turned to face a Harry Potter who was standing there with his wand in his hand. "Ah, Harry, I was hoping you could join us. So glad you didn't disappoint." At that, Quirrell turned side on and a curse came Harry's way. A curse he easily shielded against. It would seem Quirrell is a better teacher than I gave him credit for. "Don't flatter yourself, I had a far better teacher." "Ah yes, your little mudblood. What is it with you Potter men that you deliberately insult your proud and ancient heritage with filth like that?" After needlessly telling Lavender to stay quiet and remain under the cloak, Hermione slipped out to help Harry. "You're growing out the back of a walking dead man's head yet you insult my heritage, what arrogance. You seem to forget, Tom, both of us have Muggle fathers." The scream of rage from Voldemort at hearing that saw Quirrell spin and start firing curses at Hermione. This had Hermione moving and shielding before an overpowered Expelliarmus shot from Harry at the person who would dare attack his intended. A shocked Quirrell saw his wand ripped right out his hand, though his enraged master paid that loss no mind. "Kill the bitch. I want her dead. Strangle her with your bare hands if you have to. Make sure she never utters that foul name again." Hermione was ready to drop the now unarmed possessed wizard when she spotted an enraged Harry rapidly bearing down on him. With all thoughts of magic forgotten, Harry tackled the much larger wizard to the floor. He was on Quirrell's back and landing vicious punches into Voldemort's face. "You took my parents, you'll never touch her. Never, never, never." The screams from Riddle and Voldemort rang throughout the room as Harry's punches hit home, doing unbelievable damage to their intended target. The anger amongst Amelia and her Aurors built as they came upon the unconscious troll. Pushing on they entered the potions room. It hadn't been designed for this and didn't know how to deal with so many people entering at once. As the purple and black flames burst into life, Harry's configured exit was still in place. Through this opening, they all heard the screams coming from the other room. Amelia was through the improvised doorway in seconds, closely followed by her Aurors streaming behind their boss. Amelia went over and immediately pulled Harry off the figure on the ground, her Aurors keeping it covered with their wands. Even although the face and head was beginning to slowly disintegrate, all could easily discern who the face belonged to. If that identity was in any doubt, the verbal bile it was spouting offered confirmation. "Potter, you and your mudblood will die under my wand. Lord Voldemort will return." Hermione dashed over and now had her arms protectively around Harry, a shocked Amelia releasing him into her care. Harry wasn't about to stand there quietly though. "We'll still be waiting to kick your ass if you return, Tom. Now, Do us all a favor and F*** off. The room was packed with Aurors, all standing there in awe of what they were witnessing. Here was the fabled boy who lived telling the supposedly deceased Dark Lord to F*** off. How in the name of Merlin were they supposed to write this one up? Hermione was holding a trembling Harry tight and whispering in his ear. I'm here, Harry. I'm never going to leave you. I'll always be here for you. I love you. Now, however, would be a good time for Prongs to make an appearance. They'd kept up their practice all year, but Harry hadn't quite managed a corporal patronus yet. With a dying scream of, "Potter," Voldemort's dark essence began to leave the dead body. That was enough provocation for Harry. With a cry of, "Expecto Patronum," Prongs shot out the tip of his wand. The specter of Voldemort was ready to attack the young couple when a golden glowing rack of antlers slammed into what was left of the Dark Lord. Those screams were drowned out by Harry shouting at him, "You'll never get near me or mine. You hear me, Riddle? You're finished in Britain. No one wants you back. Even your supposed servants all deserted you. Get out of here, now." Prongs then slammed the dark spirit right into a wall, pushing it out the room, before returning to protect his caster. It was then Harry noticed Albus Dumbledore had entered the room. "Good evening, sir. You missed a hell of a party." Grabbing his moment, Ron began to shout accusations. "Professor Dumbledore, I got here first. The treasure is rightfully mine. Potter turned up late and then killed Quirrell." Figuring it was now safe, Lavender pulled the invisibility cloak off. "You're a liar, Weasley. A liar that nearly got all of us killed." It looked as though Lavender was going to carry out her threat and violently introduce her foot to Ron's nuts when he suddenly collapsed to the floor. Ron was now shaking and beginning to foam at the mouth. Hermione offered an explanation that terrified Albus. "Professor, Ron didn't solve the potion's logic puzzle. Ignoring the fact 3 of those flasks supposedly held poison, he just kept drinking until one made him feel cold." It was now Dumbledore who felt his blood had just turned to ice. "Amelia, we all have questions here. Can we transfer everyone injured to the infirmary and then you'll get those answers in my office?" "No evasions, Albus. If I don't hear answers that satisfy me, you and a lot of your staff will be getting arrested tonight. I give you fair warning though, there's a lot to answer for." Amelia had a dead Hogwarts professor, 3 seriously injured first-year students and multiple irrefutable confirmed sighting of someone they thought to be dead for over a decade. No one was going to put a lid on this enquiry. She would have her answers. 2 Aurors were assigned to guard what was left of Quirrell's body. She'd sent a request for the Department of Mysteries to investigate how Voldemort came to be possessing a Hogwarts professor. She'd also sent another 4 Aurors to the Hogwarts infirmary. They would take statements from the injured students before anyone else could get a chance to talk to them. One of those 4 Aurors soon showed up at the headmaster's office, with a couple of uninjured students in tow. Neville and Parvati burst into the office to be reunited with their friends. Dumbledore soon had seats provided for all his students, the house elves supplying much-needed mugs of hot chocolate. Amelia also sat while the rest of her Aurors took up positions around the room. After what they had seen tonight, everyone meant business. "I think we should get the ball rolling by asking Mr. Potter what was behind the letter he sent to me tonight, asking for help." This was the first of questions Harry and Hermione had been preparing answers to for months. They were ready. Sipping his hot chocolate, Harry began his explanation. "I have a map that my father and his friends made of Hogwarts. This is no ordinary map though, it shows the position and name of everyone inside Hogwarts." Hermione offered to hold his mug, allowing Harry to take out the map and activate it. "Ma'am, there is absolutely no way I could know the names of the Aurors inside this room, far less where they would be standing. Please look at the map and tell me if it's correct." Having heard about this map from young Neville, she was prepared for this answer. Staring at the map, however, Amelia was amazed to see everyone in the room named, and in the correct position. She swapped 2 of her Aurors around and watched in awe as the map matched and displayed their movements exactly. "This is unbelievable, but how do we get from this to your cry for help?" "We noticed that Professor Quirrell had 2 names beside his figure, the other being Tom Riddle." A sharp intake of breath from Dumbledore told everyone he knew who that was. Harry however continued with their carefully prepared explanation. Dumbledore would know it was a load of shit they were shoveling, but it was everyone else they would have to convince. With the big Quidditch match coming up, Hermione and I were looking at the trophy cabinet. My father's name is listed there for winning the same trophy we play for on Saturday, or should that be tomorrow now? We noticed there was a Tom Marvolo Riddle who received a special award to the school, and wondered if this could be the same person. Taking his mug back from Hermione, he then brought her into the tale. If you'll excuse the pun, my Hermione hates riddles. She solved this particular one tonight. With a deep drink from his mug, Harry passed the explanation baton on to Hermione. I was doodling when I discovered something that sent shivers down my spine. If you rearrange the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle, they spell I am Lord Voldemort. The silence that followed was broken by Harry. Yes, it would seem the magical community are terrified to say an anagram. Anyway, we wanted to tell the headmaster but he wasn't in the castle. When we noticed Quirrell Riddle head toward the forbidden third-floor corridor, that's when we sent for help. Looking straight at Dumbledore, Hermione made sure he knew tonight's fiasco wasn't their fault. We intended to stay in our dorm until Madam Bones and the Aurors arrived. Neither Harry nor I had any intention of getting involved. Nodding, Harry continued, as you can imagine, we were watching the map closely to monitor the situation. We couldn't believe it when the map showed a bunch of first-years sneaking out of Gryffindor, and heading straight for the third-floor corridor. I swore so loud I actually woke Neville. The three of us found Parvati in a full-body bind and lying on the common room floor. She and Neville then headed off to warn Professor McGonagall. As if by magic, mentioning McGonagall's name saw her enter Dumbledore's office. This was not the Professor McGonagall they were used to seeing though, she appeared to be shaken to her very core. Albus, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Finnegan have injuries that Poppy is easily capable of dealing with. Poppy says Miss Granger's initial treatment of Finnegan could possibly have saved his life. Hermione nipped any speculation over her own abilities in the bud. When Harry was injured playing Quidditch, I could only stand there helpless. I watched Madame Pomfrey closely and learned the first spells she used. I just did the exact same for Seamus. Her head of house was far too concerned with someone else however to worry about that. It's Ronald Weasley we have the problem with. It would seem he drank the poison Severus prepared. With tears rolling down her cheeks, Lavender told everyone what had happened. We were in that room with the flasks of potion and Ron hadn't a clue what to do next, neither did I. He kept saying that the traps we'd made it past must mean the treasure they'd protected was really something special. He desperately wanted that treasure, and was sure we were close. Ron was prepared to do anything to get his hands on it. He drank from the flasks until one made him feel cold. Ron drank from at least 3, possibly 4. A horrified McGonagall then broke the terrible news. Poppy has no idea what he ingested. Knowing Severus, it would be something of his own invention. Poppy has the boy in stasis but estimates we have no more than 48 hours to produce an antidote before Mr. Weasley is beyond our help. Amelia had 2 of her Aurors writing down everything that was said here and wanted to clear a couple of things up before questioning the staff. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, could you describe how you got past these so-called traps? Looking at each other, Harry let Hermione answer. Hagrid had let slip that Fluffy was his, and that music sent him right to sleep. We had a music box that I've been using to help teach Harry dancing, it soon had Fluffy snoring. You just have to relax and Devil's Snare will ignore you. Seamus had already burned most of it off anyway. After performing first aid on Seamus, we pushed on to the next test. The flying key had already been caught twice and could barely fly by the time we got there. Harry didn't even have to mount a broom. Dean lying injured in the middle of the chessboard stopped that test from resetting, so we didn't have to face it. The troll was already down and Ron had wrecked the potions challenge. Harry simply transfigured the table to get us through the flames. Shaking her head in sheer admiration of how well they had dealt with all of that, Amelia then asked Harry what spells he'd used on the possessed professor. Calmly handing his wand over for inspection, without even being asked, Harry rhymed off exactly what he'd cast. A shield charm, an Expelliarmus, and that is the first time I've managed the Patronus. Hermione said that's what protected me when Snape attacked my mind. I've been practicing to see if I could cast it on purpose. I disarmed Quirrell, but then Voldemort ordered him to kill Hermione with his bare hands. To be honest, I forgot all about magic and just tackled him to the ground. I was trying to punch his head off when you pulled me away. For some reason, my punches seemed to really affect him. With Hermione and Lavender agreeing that's exactly what happened, and Harry's wand collaborating his story exactly, Amelia felt she now had the truth of the matter. Mr. Potter, myself and a dozen of my Aurors witnessed you stopping Voldemort tonight. For that, you will face no charges for what happened to the possessed Professor Quirrell. In fact, your country thanks you. I'm sure we'll make that more official once we get everything sorted. Hermione was leaning against Harry, and those words had the tension flowing out of both of them. They had pulled it off. Before they could implement Stage 2 though, Amelia switched targets. Now, Albus and Minerva, I want to know exactly what in the name of Merlin was going on in that third-floor corridor. Everyone in that room knew the question was really aimed at the headmaster. Albus didn't disappoint. Amelia, I want it recorded that I am solely responsible for what happened down there. The staff were working under my orders, and could only guess at what the other members of staff involved had devised. I had heard whispers that Voldemort wasn't really gone. Not only that, he was trying to return. Why am I just hearing this now? When I say whispers, that's all it was. You couldn't even call it rumors. The whispers I heard were that his spirit was targeting my friend, Nicholas Stone. It was moved from Gringotts a matter of hours before someone made an attempt to steal it. These traps were set with the sole purpose of confirming whether he had returned. And what if he'd gotten his hands on that stone? A resurrected Voldemort with the power of immortality would have been the end of all of us. Here Harry interrupted Amelia, trying to help the old wizard out. Forgive me, ma'am, but Voldemort hadn't a clue how to get his hands on that stone. I'm assuming that was planned. Keep him there until you could confront him. When Albus nodded, Harry had more to say. Hermione and I had figured that out. That's why we weren't going anywhere near that floor. There was no need to. If Ron hadn't dragged the rest of them down there, Madame Bones, her Aurors and Professor Dumbledore would have dealt with the situation. We would all have been in bed by now, and you lot would have been breaking out the fire whiskey. This actually got a few laughs from a couple of the Aurors, until Amelia silenced them with a glare. While delighted for the support, Albus again accepted responsibility for the children who had been injured tonight. After asking Amelia if she was finished questioning the students, Albus was about to send them off to bed when Harry played their final card of the night. Reaching over to retrieve his map, Harry had something else to bring to their attention. We actually thought Ron Weasley was possessed for a while. It seemed that everywhere he went, there were the same two people present. The funny thing is though, unlike Quirrell, the map showed them as two different people. When we saw them in separate places at the same time, we didn't know what to think. Look for yourselves. Someone called Peter Pettigrew is currently in the Gryffindor dorms, probably sleeping in Ron's bed. The silence that caused was total, then all hell broke loose. It wasn't really fair to say that dawn broke over the island prison of Azkaban. This far north, and only a couple of weeks from the summer solstice, it never actually got dark enough for dawn to be really noticeable. Today's dawn though was certainly going to be different on the island, a day like no other on the Rock. Prisoners get used to the routine of being incarcerated. For the longer-term prisoners, it becomes all they have. Even small changes to that routine could be startling. Someone opening your cell door outside of routine certainly qualified as something startling. Squinting his eyes to ensure the information they provided was correct, Merlin forbid he blurt the imagined person's name out loud and possibly make a right fool of himself. A single word finally found its way past a pair of cracked lips. Amy. She stood there for what seemed like an eternity before answering. You look like shit, Sirius. Yip, that was definitely Amy Bones. And you still tell it like it is. Desperately trying not to get his hopes up, the Marauder attempted to insert some humor into a situation that clearly didn't have any. Don't take this the wrong way, Amy, but I hope you're not sneaking into my room to have your wicked way with me. Sirius, we caught Pettigrew. He tried not to react, he really did. Stopping the tears running down his cheeks was just never going to happen. That Sirius managed not to break down sobbing was going to be counted by him as a massive victory. Of all the questions that now flooded into his thoughts, there was one that he really needed to know the answer to. My godson, Harry. It was Harry who discovered him. Your godson has this unbelievable map of Hogwarts that led us straight to the little rat bastard. We hardly had to lean on Pettigrew at all before he was spilling his guts and telling us everything. How he got sorted into Gryffindor I'll never know. You're free, Sirius, and I'll make sure the rat gets allocated this cell when we ship his ass to Azkaban. Sirius then lost his so recently hard-won victory. Sirius Black sobbed like a baby. As Amelia helped him to his feet and out of the cell door, Sirius just kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. My godson's a marauder, my godson's a marauder. In a different part of the prison, another cell door opened. Well, you are the last person I expected to see. If there is one thing my many years have taught me, it's that none of us know what's around the corner. How have you been, Severus? This is obviously not a social call, Albus. Do us both a favor and get straight to the point. Oh, I'm sorry, Severus. I didn't realize you got to talk with people all day and were tired of conversation. You were right though, I am here for a specific reason. The traps on the 3rd floor were sprung. Unfortunately, some students thought they were set up specifically as a challenge to them. Let me guess, stupid Gryffindors. Why should I care? A student consumed at least one of your poison potions. There was nothing said for a moment or two before Severus reiterated his earlier position. Again, why should I care? You were the headmaster, I did exactly what you asked. The fault is yours. That is the position I have taken on this matter, but, unfortunately, it is known who brewed the potions. If you refuse to help, you may find yourself facing further charges. At the very least, those 2 years of your sentence currently suspended will be enforced. Finding himself once more between a rock and a hard place, Severus wanted to rage at the injustice of this. The fact that he'd been a model prisoner from the day and hour he'd been dumped in this shithole apparently just counted for nothing. He was now being held accountable for something Dumbledore had practically ordered him to do, and he'd actually almost forgotten all about. Sometimes, fate just had it in for him. If I do help, what's in it for me? Anticipating this argument, Albus had discussed this specific scenario with Amelia on their way to Azkaban. Save this boy's life and I'm positive we can at least waive those extra 2 years, with a distinct possibility of early release. You do realize, however, that working in Britain again wouldn't really be an option. Having worked that out the same day he'd been sentenced, Severus only nodded. If the boy dies, I'm afraid the future is looking bleak for both of us. I understand this is not your fault, rather a miscalculation on my part. I will state that very fact in court, but I fear, should the worst happen, the student's death would have a terrible effect on everyone involved. Suddenly having a horrendous thought, Severus just had to ask the question that popped into his head. This boy who drank the poison, is it Potter? Severus, I'm disappointed that information would make a difference to your decision. Let me categorically state that the boy in question is not Harry Potter. I'll give you a magical oath to that effect if you so wish. Albus had no intention of telling Severus any details of what happened tonight, and Amelia agreed he would be kept incommunicado while working on this. Knowing the complexity of Severus' potions, Albus had to concede that a simple bezoar wouldn't save Ronald Weasley. The boy would also be dead long before any other potions master could begin to decipher what specific poisons he had actually drank. Albus really didn't want to consider the possibility that the boy might have consumed more than one. If that were to be the case, then even Severus' great skill might not be enough to save Molly and Arthur's youngest son. Although he was taking a few minutes to supposedly make his mind up, both wizards in that cell understood Severus really didn't have a decision to make. The mere chance of early release, balanced against the absolute certainty of at least another 2 years added to his sentence, ensured Severus Snape was going to do his utmost to save this stupid Gryffindor. I'm assuming we won't be doing any brewing in this cell. If you're agreeable, we'll leave at once for St. Mungo's. Severus stood and walked out of his cell, hopefully for the last time. With the senior staff being up all night, and the defense professor being dead, classes were cancelled on Friday. Since exams had finished yesterday, This was looked upon by the students as a welcome break. That was until Lavender and Parvati began to spread throughout the school the epic story of what had actually taken place last night. Harry and Hermione grabbed the twins for a quiet chat, only to discover McGonagall had already told them Ron was in a bad way. He'd been transferred to St. Mungo's and both their parents were now keeping a vigil by his bedside. Harry tried to apologize for not getting to Ron quickly enough, but the twins were having none of it. The way we heard it, Ron was facing you-know-who on his own. Yeah, and about to be murdered, until you stepped out from under your cloak. Fred then got as serious as the twins ever get. It's only thanks to both of you we've still got a younger brother. If Ron loses this battle, it's not your fault. You did everything you possibly could, no one can ask for more than that. There were some strong embraces between the four, and a lot of surreptitious eye-wiping. George then got things back to normal. Well, as normal as possible for when the Weasley twins were involved. Just one thing, Harry. Did you really tell one of the deadliest Dark Lords in history to F*** off? Hermione wrapped her arms around her man, offering Harry all the comfort she could while trying to keep things light. Only she knew Harry had cried in her arms last night because he had ended a man's life. Yes, he did. That was after my hero sprung to my defense. He disarmed Voldemort and then punched his face in. Harry tried to smile, but it was hard. As the day progressed, the unwanted attention got so bad it was actually a welcome break to sit in their private rooms and listen to Neville's somewhat normal problems. I like Parvati, I really do. One key though, and she's already picking the wedding dress, with her sister and Lavender as bridesmaids. I know you two are very happy with the commitment you've made, but I'm nowhere near ready for something like that. How did you two figure out what you wanted? Hermione was sitting on Harry's knee. She hadn't been out of physical contact with him since the incident last night. She'd almost dragged Harry in the shower with her this morning. He'd passed the offer by, saying he wanted the first time they saw each other naked in these bodies to be special, and he didn't feel special today. Since the key he gave her in thanks for offering just about curled her toes, Hermione wasn't really complaining. While the spirit was certainly willing, both of them thought these bodies were still too young for anything other than keying. It was simple, Neville. Any boy who would take on a troll with his bare hands to save you really has to be a keeper. This actually drew a small smile from Harry, before he got serious again. It really is simple, Nev. I love her with everything that I am. Explaining that is the hard part. Her happiness means much more to me than my own, her life too. When Voldemort ordered Quirrell to kill the bitch with his bare hands, I forgot all about magic and attacked him like a wild animal. I would have bitten the ugly bastard's nose off, if he had one to bite. No one is taking my Hermione away from me. They'll need to kill me first. It was a wide-eyed Neville who stared back at them. Well, I certainly don't feel that way about Parvati. I don't know if I could ever feel that way about anyone. It'll come, Nev, though probably not after just one key. Hermione is my future. She'll be my wife, the mother of our children. That's what Voldemort tried to take from me last night, that's why I reacted the way I did. I hope you understand, Nev, because we really value your friendship. I'd hate for this to change things between us. Recognizing this was important to Harry, Neville spoke straight from the heart. I'm only sorry I wasn't down there with you to lend a hand. I can also only hope I would react as well, placed in a similar situation. It's obvious you're hurting over this, just like I can see Hermione is trying to help you. Anything I can do, just ask, though no keying or cuddling. I'm leaving Hermione in charge of that. Thanks Nev, for everything. The rest of the school canon will think what the hell they like. Losing friends over this would have really hurt though. Never going to happen, mate. Hermione again held her man in bed all night. Harry might have been restless, but she counted this as an improvement on the previous night. She was relieved and delighted her parents would be in the castle tomorrow. Dobby would have kept them informed and they would certainly help both of them cope with this. At breakfast next morning, however, things once more took a turn for the worse, from Harry's point of view that is. Far too many people knew what had actually happened, so neither Harry nor Hermione had expected the story to be kept quiet. Between Lavender and Parvati, they knew just about everything that had taken place that night. Also, thanks to both the gossiping girls, the entire castle had been made aware of this, with blow-by-blow accounts being told to anyone who stood still long enough to hear the story. The Daily Prophet had surprised Hermione. She'd expected all knowledge that Voldemort had tried to make a comeback to be quashed by the Ministry of Magic. The view adopted by the newspaper appeared to be that, as long as they had Harry Potter, the Dark Lord needn't be feared. This view frightened and excited Hermione, almost in equal measures. While it gave them great leverage to begin introducing the changes they needed, the backlash should they decide to leave Hogwarts and Britain would now be off the scale. It was going to be a hard balance to maintain. It would appear too that Harry was no longer the boy who lived, at least if the Prophet's headline were to be believed. In a banner headline, they had rechristened him the boy who banished. Skimming over the story, which appeared almost factual, Hermione had to delve into the newspaper before finding what she was looking for on page 7. With a delighted squeal, she drew Harry's attention to it. She saw his first genuine smile in a couple of days while reading that a miscarriage of justice had been rectified. The supposedly deceased Peter Pettigrew had of course been stripped of his Order of Merlin and was now in Azkaban. That Sirius Black had been cleared of all charges and currently spending some time in St. Mungo's recuperating was certainly welcome news to his godson. His morning improved even more when Dean and Seamus approached them. Both had just been released from the infirmary, though Seamus was only being let out for the duration of the Quidditch match. His hands were still wrapped in bandages so he couldn't shake theirs in thanks. Hermione solved that problem by pulling him into a hug. "I'm just glad to see you looking a lot better than when we found you." Just then, Dumbledore stood to address the hall. The time travelers knew a long conversation with the headmaster was in their future. Things would need time to settle down first, however. By now, all of you will have heard what transpired on the 3rd floor the other night, and why I specifically forbade anyone from going there. I'm delighted to say that our missing student, Mr. Ronald Weasley, is making great strides with his latest treatment. He's now expected to make a full recovery, though probably won't be rejoining us before the end of term. There was no cheering of that news, more a mass feeling of relief sweeping along the Gryffindor table. Fred and George wore genuine smiles for the first time since the news of the incident broke. Harry sat beside Hermione to try and eat some breakfast, relieved his morning appeared to be improving. The rate of that improvement reached stratospheric proportions as Hagrid led 3 people into the hall. Harry and Hermione were expecting 2 of them, the third was a total surprise. He was out his seat and moving before even realizing it. Here was the person who had comforted him his entire life. Harry actually broke into a run. Feeling as if her senses were shutting down from information overload, Petunia was physically shocked back to reality by her nephew slamming into her and holding on for dear life. "Oh, Aunt Petunia, I've missed you so much." Petunia was standing in the Hogwarts Great Hall with a tearful child clinging to her. She did the only thing she could. She wrapped her arms around him while making nonsensical but comforting noises to the child. While wiping her own eyes at the scene she was watching, and desperate to race to her own parents, Hermione had one thing she needed to do first. She leaned in to speak quietly with the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. "Oliver, Harry will be staying with us as long as possible before the match. He won't need a team talk today. With his aunt here, he would fly through a brick wall to win the game. Play this right and you'll get your hands on that cup today." Having heard and now read what had happened the other night, Oliver had been very concerned that 3 of his team might not be able to play today. Looking over at his beaters who were now laughing and joking too, Oliver just nodded. He never expected to be in this position at the start of the season anyway, so he was just going to cut all of them some slack and enjoy today's final game. Hermione then slammed into her mum. "You like our surprise, dear? Mum, you and Dad are the greatest. This is the best thing you could possibly have done for Harry. You will need to tell me how you managed it though." Hermione was soon in her father's arms as her mother whispered she would find out later. Hermione could wait. When Emma presented the opportunity to visit Hogwarts and watch her nephew playing some sort of magical sport, Petunia had jumped at the chance. It had been a long-held dream of her youth to visit the enchanted castle where her sister had attended school. Through her teenage years, Petunia had been forced to accept it was a dream she was being deliberately excluded from, yet her younger sister got to go and live there for most of the year. She had buried that unfulfilled desire deep in her psyche, and that's where the trouble began. Like a seed planted in fertile ground, it had started to grow. This germination was not a healthy cultivation though. It was a malignant weed, and its name was resentment. As resentment grew stronger and stronger, it started to lignify into its terrible relative, hatred. Petunia could admit that now. Admit that over the years her resentment had grown into hatred, and that hatred had become focused on the roots of her resentment, Lily. It had been oh so easy to transfer that hatred from her now dead sister to a baby that looked back at her with Lily's eyes. The invitation for Petunia to finally visit Hogwarts not only felled the now virtual forest of hatred like a chainsaw cutting through butter, it ripped any remaining stumps of resentment out by their roots and left a fertile field waiting to be sown with whatever dreams and aspirations she chose. She had been reminded by Emma that Harry had different memories of his time spent at Privet Drive. She didn't say more pleasant memories, but Petunia knew that's what Emma meant. With her weekend visit to Hogwarts now confirmed, Petunia was as giddy as a schoolgirl. Here was a fresh start, her chance to see what was denied her the first time around with Lily. This time Petunia Dursley, née Evans, was wanted too. By the time Lily died, their relationship had deteriorated to the point where she hadn't even grieved for her baby sister. Petunia was far too busy cursing the magical people for dumping her unwanted nephew on their doorstep. With both Granger ladies making it abundantly clear the status quo regarding Harry's treatment by her family simply wasn't an option anymore, it was time to reconsider what sort of relationship she could build with her nephew. Arriving at the Grangers on the Friday evening, Petunia was instantly aware something was wrong. Emma said there had been some sort of attack at Hogwarts, and of course their children had been right in the middle of it. While assured both Hermione and Harry were fine, there had been a fatality. They were sitting around the dining table, waiting on someone called Dobby arriving, when Petunia gave a startled squeal. Their starters had just appeared on the table, and a strange little creature now sat amongst them. While Petunia had already decided her treatment of Harry would have to change, discovering this little creature was looking out for her nephew radically altered the situation. They had apparently been expecting trouble the evening before, and Dobby had shadowed them all night, providing the three avid listeners with a blow-by-blow account of exactly what had happened. On hearing that her nephew had killed a professor, who was admittedly trying to murder Hermione at the time, Petunia just didn't know what to think. Dan Granger seemed to sit that little bit straighter while Emma was in tears at what poor Harry was forced to do. Dobby must have said he would protect his family on at least 3 separate occasions before Petunia understood that message was aimed at her. Dan explained that Dobby was their secret weapon, and had orders to remain invisible unless the two children found themselves in a situation they couldn't handle. Watching as the little creature snapped its fingers and their delicious starters were replaced by a main course sent a shiver of dread down Petunia's spine. The creature's size obviously bore no relation to the magical power it possessed. She could easily imagine those fingers being snapped at Vernon or Dudley if they treated the boy cruelly. It was harder to imagine what the creature's magic would do to the men in her life. It took no imagination whatsoever to understand this little creature was totally devoted to her nephew and his girlfriend. Dobby would react if either was threatened, though he would apparently need to be quick to beat Harry to the task if Hermione was in danger. Thinking of her nephew's words spoken back before Christmas, when Dudley had tried to intimidate Hermione, it would now seem they'd had a lucky escape. Going anywhere near the girl with bad intentions was certainly something Vernon and Dudley would have to avoid. Petunia didn't sleep much that night, and then thought a cruel joke was being played on her when invited to touch an old boot next morning. Traveling from Crawley to the Scottish Highlands in a matter of seconds was something Petunia would never forget. She could hardly forget the giant of a man who was waiting to greet them when they arrived either. The last time they met, this brute had given her Dudley a tail. Her first sight of the castle though was everything she had imagined, and more. Petunia had found herself becoming overawed by the strange sights continually assaulting her senses, that stopped abruptly when her nephew crashed into her in that hall. She looked down and saw her baby sister's eyes looking back up at her, almost begging to be comforted. Petunia couldn't help it, her arms just closed around Harry. Hermione was again proven right. While Hufflepuff were a good team, and playing a great match, Gryffindor were in the process of forging a great team. Gryffindor were also a team currently inspired to reach beyond their best. The twins had just discovered their youngest brother was going to pull through after drinking deadly poison. They played today with a vim and verve that unbelievably eclipsed their usual enthusiasm. Harry, however, was simply sensational. The reason for Harry's phenomenal flying was currently sitting in the stands, wedged between Hermione and Emma. While the only time Emma's gaze left Harry was when she couldn't help fearfully covering her eyes with her hands, Petunia was trying to absorb the entire experience. Her biggest problem would be not being able to tell anyone, other than Vernon and Dudley, what she had seen. As her dad was on his feet, cheering and applauding another Gryffindor goal, Hermione took the opportunity to speak with Petunia. "I'd like to thank you for coming today. You can clearly see it means the world to Harry." This girl confused Petunia. She decided just to air that confusion. "I understand you were Harry's girlfriend before he lost his memory. Your mum also said Harry had talked to you about his time living at Privet Drive." Shrugging her shoulders, Hermione told Petunia what she needed to know. "You're Harry's family. One day you'll be my family too. We each have a choice to make about just how close that family will be. I know what Harry wants, and I'll try my damnedest to see he gets it." Seeing the confusion, Hermione explained further. "When Harry came around on Halloween, he didn't know where he was, or who any of the people around us were. All he remembered was me. We'd been growing close before that night. After Halloween, we were inseparable. Harry thinks of you as his mother, and Dudley as his brother." When I mentioned he hadn't said that before injuring his head, he said something that really made me stop and think. She actually had to stop for a moment again as the stadium erupted when Gryffindor scored yet another goal. Petunia, though, was now more interested in hearing what this girl had to say than watching the match. "Harry asked if someone telling me all the memories I had of my parents were wrong would change the way I felt about them. I love my mum and dad very much, so I had to say no. That's the position Harry finds himself in. He loves you very much, and our Christmas visit to Privet Drive broke his heart. The other night Harry had to do something terrible. Deep inside he knows he did the right thing. He needed to hear that, though, from someone he loves. I've been helping him cope, but just by turning up here today, you've helped him more." The yells of the crowd again interrupted their discussion as Cedric went into a dive. Harry was soon right beside him, with both seekers pulling out at the very last second, almost brushing against the grass on the pitch. Everyone in the stadium already knew what Lee was only now announcing. Cedric had attempted a fake and Harry had covered it, without being fooled. They were laughing and high-fived each other before both seekers got themselves back into the game. Hermione had seen the camera flashes from the crowd and was thankful that, once again, Dumbledore had barred the press from speaking to the players, especially Harry. When his search pattern saw him flying right alongside where they were sitting, the cheers for Harry from the Gryffindors was deafening. "I can't believe that's the same boy we took to King's Cross back in September." Smiling at Petunia, Hermione confessed her parents had said almost exactly the same thing to her when they arrived home for Christmas. Coming to Hogwarts from a non-magical home puts you at a hellish disadvantage when you first enter the castle. Things that others take for granted, we haven't a clue about. It really is a different world and you have to adapt fast or sink. Both of us almost sank. Although this was a young girl speaking, the hurt in her words belied those years. That Halloween, something was said to me that I thought was the final straw. I was sitting in a girl's bathroom, crying my eyes out, when a 10-foot-tall troll decided to wreck the place. I was trapped in a corner as it closed in on me, only for Harry to come bursting in and jump on it as a distraction. Harry, now being in deadly danger, forced me get up and take action. I used my magic and forced the troll's own club to knock it out, but I didn't manage to do all that before Harry got injured." Petunia had lost all interest in the match now. She was far more concerned with what Hermione was going to say next. All that we had learned in those 2 hard months of being dropped into an alien culture, Harry had now forgotten. He didn't even know he was a wizard. Harry wanted to go home, go back to his family. He only stayed because of me. The school, hell, even the government, are now bending over backwards to keep Harry at Hogwarts. We know this and are angling for changes to be made, changes like you and my parents being here today. 3 Muggles at a Hogwarts Quidditch match, that has never happened before. It was a thoughtful Petunia who was now joining the dots, not forgetting to add the one where Hermione had earlier said they were almost certain to meet the magical equivalent of the Prime Minister today. When Lily came home from Hogwarts, she had changed so much. Looking around today, I can now understand some of the reasons for those changes. As a young teenage girl, I just saw something taking my sister away from me, and I was so angry at Lily for letting it happen. We were once very close, you know. So close that, even although magic terrified me, I wrote to Dumbledore and asked if I could attend Hogwarts too. I didn't want to be parted from Lily for 10 months every year. Not only was I told I wasn't wanted, they took my baby sister away from me too. If I could have spent the odd weekend here, saw some of what Lily was doing, met her friends, shared more common ground we could talk about when she was home, who knows what might have happened. What happened next was the stadium erupting as Harry shot up and snatched the snitch from just above Oliver's goals. This meant his captain was the first person to tackle Harry in celebration, though the other 5 were close behind. Hermione was on her feet too, applauding like mad. Harry broke from the airborne scrum of Gryffindor players and flew toward her. After a congratulatory key asterisk, Harry turned to the person next to her. "Aunt Petunia, I would like you to have this, as a memento of your visit." She could see the thing flapping in his hand. It was obviously magical and Petunia was already beginning to back away. "Oh, I couldn't, is that?" Seeing the change come over Petunia, Hermione helped her reach the decision that would delight Harry. "Yes, that's a golden snitch." Harry catching it won the cup for Gryffindor. "I keep mine in a special box. I'll make you a copy of my box for yours when we get back to our rooms." With trembling hands, Petunia wrapped her fingers around the walnut-sized golden ball, trying not to notice the flapping silver wings. "Gotta go, we've a cup to collect." Wearing a massive smile, Harry flew back down to rejoin his teammates. Hermione advised Petunia to put the snitch in her bag for now, lest it fly away. It was soon safely ensconced in her favorite designer handbag, with the thought that selling this snitch could probably raise enough money to buy another 6 bags like this one. With even the Hufflepuffs applauding the Gryffindor captain being presented with the cup, it had turned into a fabulous final for all the visitors to see. The reception after the match should be fun, but Hermione already knew they would be giving the after-match party in Gryffindor Tower a miss. Both she and Harry would want to spend as much time with their visitors as possible. Petunia was really not comfortable attending the reception held after the match, but both Granger ladies promised to stick close. This in turn gave Petunia a front-row seat for the events that unfolded during the get-together. Arthur Weasley had made his way to Hogwarts, again bringing Ginny along too, but this time there was no questioning of Dan and Emma. Until Harry arrived, his main focus of attention was Hermione. "I really can't put our family's gratitude into words. Without yours and Harry's interventions, it would have been a coin toss which killed Ron first, the poison he drank or you know who. Either way, he wasn't coming out of there alive." Instead of answering Arthur, Hermione was far more concerned about his daughter. Ginny had tears streaming down her cheeks, so Hermione placed a comforting arm around her shoulder. This was the final straw for the littlest Weasley. She broke into sobs while clinging to the older witch. Ginny's emotional breakdown was missed by most in the room, since that was the same moment both Quidditch teams arrived. Harry and the twins though had certainly noticed. Shaking hands with those that couldn't be avoided, they quickly made their way over to their families. It was Arthur who offered an explanation to the group, his own fragile emotional state clear for everyone to see. "She's been really strong over the last few days. Hearing the news that Ron is going to recover has affected all of us. Molly wouldn't leave Ron's bedside, she hasn't left it since we got to St. Mungo's. Harry, I need to thank you too for what you did." He found himself being interrupted by a scoffing Fred. "Good luck with that, Dad." "Yeah, our Harry here tried to apologize to us for not getting to Ron quicker." It was Ginny who then managed to speak between her sobs. "But Ron was the one who tried to get you chucked out of Gryffindor. Why would you fight you know who to save him?" "Because it was the right thing to do, and that's who my Harry is." With one arm still holding Ginny, Hermione's free arm snaked around Harry's waist as the couple shared a gentle key. The inclusion of Harry to this group had greatly increased people's interest in it, something the politician in Cornelius was naturally aware of. He chose this as his moment to act, understanding that soon everyone in the room would be focused on them. With Amelia at his side, the Minister of Magic made his presence known. Miss Granger is of course correct. What she omitted to mention, however, is that she was at his side for the entire adventure, making contributions to the rescue mission that were every bit as vital. That is why the Ministry are going to award each of you Orders of Merlin. This still needs to be ratified by the Wizengamot, but I'm hoping to make both of them first class. Hermione was for once rendered speechless. It was left to Harry to raise their objections. Thank you for the offer, Minister, but neither Hermione nor I deserve such an honor. This time it was Amelia who answered Harry's objection as the crowd around the group grew. I couldn't disagree more. You both knew Voldemort was down there, and that help was on the way, yet neither of you hesitated when 4 of your classmates were in deadly danger. Had you not done so, at least 2 could have died, and we would have been left facing Voldemort. Cornelius was nodding in agreement. You went down there not looking for glory but to rescue classmates. Even after rescuing 3 of them, and knowing the Dark Lord was through that final door, you still pushed ahead to save the 4th. As Arthur's youngest just pointed out, this boy was not your friend, but still you went ahead. While watching the situation unfold from under an invisibility cloak, both you and your intended left that safety to face a Dark Lord whose very name terrifies almost everyone in this room. By any definition I've ever heard of, both your actions that night are steeped in heroism that deserves to be acknowledged by a very grateful country. Augusta Longbottom may have started the applause, but it was soon taken up by almost everyone in the room. Only 3 shocked muggles and their pair of charges weren't caught up in the enthusiasm of this announcement. The twins were busy shaking both their hands and Ginny had stopped crying, though her blush at having keyed Harry on the cheek might never fade. Hermione was left trying to explain the situation to the 3 Muggle parents, and also to some extent Harry. An Order of Merlin, first class, is the highest award for bravery in magical society. The only thing I can think of to compare it with is a soldier receiving the Victoria Cross. This did the trick as Emma and Dan soon had both of them wrapped up in proud hugs. Petunia just stood there, not knowing the shocks weren't over yet. Turning to Albus, Cornelius paid the headmaster the courtesy of asking for something he knew would instantly be granted. Everyone in that room wanted Harry Potter to stay in Britain, and would aid the minister's efforts in every way possible. Cornelius really wanted to tear strips off Albus for this fiasco, but, with Voldemort's attempted return, the country needed Dumbledore and Potter at Hogwarts. He and Amelia, however, would be having private words with the headmaster later. Headmaster, I have no wish to intrude on Hogwarts' traditional leaving feast. I wondered if we could hold the ceremony here next weekend. I'm assuming of course you would make arrangements for the young people in question to have their families present for the ceremony. While Dumbledore was assuring everyone that would happen, and offering his congratulations to the couple, Hermione's mind slipped back into gear. Knowing all that Harry had achieved last time around in his 4 years at Hogwarts, and the most he'd ever been rewarded with was some house points, she had initially struggled to accept this new reality. Having now sussed what was really behind this move, Hermione chose this moment to push for more. With Fudge, Dumbledore, Bones, McGonagall and Longbottom present, between them these people actually held the power to make it all happen. After all, they wouldn't be asking for much. Thank you, Minister, both for these awards and thinking of our families. When a Muggle born, or Muggle raised like Harry, receives a Hogwarts letter, it's so much more than a simple invitation to attend this prestigious school. We find ourselves being immersed in this whole other culture. Madame Longbottom's lessons have helped immensely with this adjustment, but it's almost as if we're expected to give up our own culture, in some cases our families, to be accepted into the magical community. If Hermione was going to climb on her soapbox, Harry was going to give his intended all the backing he could. Standing there with his arm around her told everyone he agreed with her views too as Hermione started asking some questions they both wanted answered. Our families have benefited greatly from visiting Hogwarts. They will now understand far more of what we're talking about when we're home. Surely it shouldn't be too difficult to arrange a visit for a Muggle-born's family when they're in first year. In some cases this policy even splits siblings, one going to Hogwarts while the other stays home, through no fault of their own. All the magical people gathered around Hermione knew she was talking about Harry's mother and aunt, actually earning Hermione a smile from Petunia. While her suggestion had left those it was directed at dumbfounded, Hermione threw in another one. As I said earlier, Madame Longbottom's lessons have been brilliant for helping us adjust. That's only helping solve one side of the problem though. Where are the lessons on our culture for the people who are just as clueless about us as we are them? Being the first to see the sense behind that, thanks to her weekly classes here, Augusta pointed out the problem that was immediately obvious to her. While I'm delighted you're enjoying my lessons, and agree your idea is a very good one, I just don't know where we would find someone who could teach that side of things. Hermione shifted her gaze to the three Muggles standing there, and Albus was instantly all over her implied offer. I hate to disagree, Augusta. Those aren't good suggestions, they are quite simply brilliant. Minerva, between both of us I'm sure we could organize for the immediate families of our next intake of Muggle-borns to visit Hogwarts. The new lessons for first years would have to be taken to the school board for approval. That relatives of Harry Potter and his betrothed, 2 Orders of Merlin recipients, would volunteer to aid with teaching the Muggle side of this proposal I'm certain would help see those lessons in place for next term. Involving these people in Hogwarts in any capacity greatly reduced the likelihood of Harry and Hermione leaving. Having them teaching, even on a very part-time basis would be a real coup. When Hermione looked pleadingly at her mother, Emma caved. While she and Dan had also figured out just what was going on here, there were hidden benefits for them to be considered too. Any teaching commitments they undertook at Hogwarts would come with the added bonus of being able to visit Hermione and Harry. Having only letters as a means of communication with their daughter between September and Christmas had been tortuous for the really close Granger family. Here was a chance to schedule regular visits. We were going to have discussions today about Hermione, Harry and Neville spending part of their summer together, both at our house and Augusta's. That should give us a much better idea what actual subjects would need to be included in any lesson. This had Augusta interrupting, delighted at this turn of events. I would like to extend that invitation to both Harry and Hermione's families. Minerva, you would be a welcome guest too. Between all of us, I'm sure we could come up with some sort of undertaking that will not only begin to improve things at Hogwarts, but will have far wider implications. I have to admit, I'm learning as much from my weekly lessons as I'm teaching, and enjoying those lessons as much as the children appear to. It was a very rare occasion when everyone walked away from a situation thinking they had gotten what they wanted, but, as Cornelius once more shook the young couple's hands in congratulation, only the press being present to capture and publicize the moment could have made today any better. Since that photo opportunity would certainly be fulfilled next weekend, the Minister of Magic was ecstatic at just how well things had gone today. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.